Good morning, good evening, good afternoon. Welcome to our early session, 7:20 here, Chicago time. And welcome to Topstep TV, the biggest and best names in the trading world. Wanted to get busy here real quick because we did have some overnight funk. But we did see that U.S. stock futures dropped here today as markets assess the release of the Chinese firm, artificial intelligence, and the open AI chat GPT. We got some rules here, but I want to say good morning to JD. Good morning to Hoag. Morning, boys.
Good morning.
What is up? We're here for the old bond open, Hoag. Remember these
Yeah.
days?
Yeah.
We just took a trip back in time, 25 years. Let's do it.
Yeah,
I'm ready.
right.
Back in the day, well, you said what's up? Well, it's limit down here. We briefly came within 2% of the limit move in NASDAQ. And if we reach that sustained negative 5% in NASDAQ, the risk team will need to begin liquidating open live funded positions. All right. So if you're a live funded trader, we hit that negative 5, heads up. All live and express funded traders at Topstep are supposed to be flat within 2% of the limit move. And if it comes down to a point of liquidations, risk team is going to be focusing on the LFAs. And question is, how do I find the net change? I've got the link here. I'm going to post. I'm going to share this link with everybody. And there is a link here I put it in chat. If you need to find this net change, all right. If it's not currently displayed on your quote board, simply add that column to display how close your product is to the price limit. And there is a link in the chat. And we're going to get busy here because we've got some noise coming up here soon. So I'm going to pass this over to JD and Hoag. Gentlemen, what do we got going on here?
What is up? Yeah, we got a lot going on today. We got a VIP draft. We got markets moving. We're going to check in with Hoag. We're going to run over some charts real quick. And then we'll get into some news and start looking for some trades. Right now, we got a nice V-shaped formation, V-shaped recovery formation happening in equities. We hit that low, bounce right off. Hoag's going to be talking about this, though, right now. Let's do it, Hoag.
All right. Obviously, there has been a lot of new information coming into the markets in the overnight session. We do have some economic numbers due out today. Just going to mention this at 7:30, the Chicago Fed National Activity Index is due out. Probably not going to be all that impactful considering everything else that's been going on in these markets. So here is the daily in the S&Ps. All right. So we've had quite the rally off this low down here, off this 5%. 58.12 was a weekly kickoff level from days past that I've left on here for a reason. I think that we saw some pretty good support there, excess on the low there. We saw a really strong move to the upside, and we were saying all last week that there is a lot of weaker structure in this upside move. There's a lot of gaps, a lot of naked points of control. And it's emotional upside trading is what kind of pushed us to the upside when we see those gaps, when we see that kind of activity. And it hasn't been overly gratuitous as far as open interest is concerned. So it's been shorter time frame traders pushing this market higher. And we got some news today. All right. Well, when there's no bad news, the market has a tendency to grind to the upside. We got some bad news today. Okay, so DeepSeek is coming out to compete in the AI space, and that has everybody all in a tizzy here. Obviously, tech is really just getting whacked, and see Nvidia is down about 10% pre-open here, so it's going to be a rough day. Is this going to provide opportunities to buy some bargains? Maybe, maybe not. Okay, so we had an emotional rally. We've got an emotional pullback now. When we do have emotional rallies, the pullbacks are generally going to be very vicious, especially when new information comes into the marketplace. So we've got our weekly kickoff low, 59.88. It's basically a naked point of control. And the market, with little liquidity and few participants last night, pushed down through that and then kind of came back above. JD was talking about kind of a V-shaped recovery. I want to take a look at the 30-minute chart here, and there is some information on here that we may find useful. So we've got a weekend gap. This gap this gap and this gap, they're session gaps. There are areas where the overnight traded through, but we did not trade them during the regular trading hour sessions where all of the participants are available to affect the marketplace. So we've got a weekend gap, through a gap, through a gap, into a gap. I mean, this is a lot of weak structure. We were talking about it all last week, and the market is going to tend to go back and pick up any business that was left in those areas of weak structure. I'm not looking at this as the beginning of anything huge, but we have a gap from Tuesday to Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Now we've got another gap down below the gap from Wednesday to from Tuesday to Thursday. This has created what we call an island top. It is a reversal formation. Okay. So this is a little bit of a downside omen. I don't know how long this downside is going to last. Nobody does. But we've seen some buying coming in basically right at this lower gap. Now, this gap goes all the way back from the 14th and the 15th of January. There is still, more downside structure and more naked points of control, more visual targets down below. Not saying we're going to get there. Look at how short the overnight inventory is. All right, some of this is, of course, going to be liquidation. Some traders watching in the overnight said, man, I got to get out of this shit. So that's part of it. But it also says that there's a lot of weaker hands shorts in this market. We're already seeing a bit of a recovery from that low. If these overnight shorts continue to take heat, they're going to turn buyers and could bring us better trade locations for shorts, if that is in your strategy and in your hypothesis today. So it's going to be an interesting open here at 8:30. We're going to be watching to see if anything happens here at 7:30 on this Chicago Fed National Activity Index. And Eddie, when that comes out, please let us know what those numbers are. But VWAP is lower. We got to move to the downside. We've got gaps of go on both sides of the market. This is going to be a difficult trading day. There's going to be a lot of risk. There's likely to be a lot of volatility. Remember that volatility, while it does provide opportunity, also increases risk. Size down today if you are going to be actively trading. For me, when these things happen, I usually will sit back, grab some popcorn, and watch the show until something really good appears to me. If I go looking for trades today, believe me, I can find them, but I don't know if they're going to be any good. I want to wait. I want to be patient. I want to look for just the right situation, the right opportunity before I start to get involved today. So we'll see how this all plays out, right? The profile on Friday was a double distribution trend day, and we had a late spike to the upside, if you remember, right up here on 61.39. We were unable to hold that. We actually closed below it. So there's another kind of reversal pattern. The market opened, traded higher, and then closed lower. Another reversal pattern. So we've got the island top. We've got a reversal pattern on Friday. We've got a gap below, and bad news in the market as far as the tech goes. Speaking of tech, let's check out the NASDAQ. All right. So NASDAQ, 5% move off settlement. I've got it at 20,815 quarter. That's the level that you're going to want to be aware of, because that's 2% from the 7% off the all-time, off the settlement price. And that is 20,387. I believe that's what I've got here. Where is it? What is this? What is this? Yes, 20,387. So, I mean, we're not there yet, but watch that 5%. I've got that 5% off of settlement in the NASDAQ at 20,815 quarter. Look at the long shadow on this. I mean, when the market, when auctions die, they often die in excess. Look at this downside auction. Look at the excess on that bar. Look at all the excess down here. Look at all the excess currently in the NASDAQ. If we were to close this, I would say that this is an excess low, and perhaps the market could begin to recover back to the upside. But we've got a lot of trading to do yet today. You know, we've got our weekly kickoff low, 21,380. It walked right through that. Let's take a look at this. All right.
Hey, we got the Chicago Fed number hit the wire here, coming out at 0.15. 0.15. Previous was a negative 0.01. We do have positive.
All right.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Ed. It doesn't look like it was all that impactful, but we don't know. So, all right, the 30-minute chart again. Overnight inventory, we've got a weekend gap, we've got a session gap, we've got lots of weaknesses in structure down below. Naked points of control, gaps. The most important gap is going to be, just like in the S&Ps, we've put up an island top. We gapped Tuesday to Wednesday. We ranged. Now we're gapping below and leaving that island top. If you were just to look at the regular trading hours, there would be no trading up here, just some trading here, and no trading here. That creates the island top. So that is a reversal pattern. What are we looking at as far as the overnight inventory is obviously short. We've tested to and through a gap, which looks like we're going to take that out in the regular trading hour session. We tested to a naked point of control. Again, that's in the extended trading hour session. I'm going to look for that to be possibly revisited today in the regular trading hour session. And we're seeing a pretty decent recovery here. A lot of excess on that low. Volume has actually been pretty good. I would think, when in a move like this, it's going to wake a lot of people up and get them involved. So if overnight inventory is too long, it's already being reconciled. VWAP is angled to the downside. Sellers have been in control since the very open last night. Watch weekly kickoff high 21,380. It wasn't really much of a level here when the market gets emotional and illiquid like it was during this move to the downside. Your levels aren't going to matter. Levels are very, very iffy, if at all, when volatility strikes and strikes hard like it did last night. Overnight, the session was Friday session was a double distribution trend day, unable to hold the late spike that we had on Thursday. So we did close below that. The market attempted to hold higher value and hold and accept prices at higher levels. It did not do a very good job of it. We added 2,200 finally in the NASDAQ, probably looking like some shorts coming in because the market really kind of moved from high to low throughout the session. It is going to be one heck of a day at sea here, folks. Take a look at the crude oil now. So we know that crude oil, we've got some open interest building to the downside. We added another 2,500 estimated contracts in open interest in crude oil on Friday. It was largely a down day because we were overlapping to lower. And the move throughout the regular trading hour session was to the downside. Weekly kickoff low remains the same from last week. We still got to get a good test of that to see if we're going to attract any buyers down there or if we're going to accelerate into some selling. And as we all learned last week, the new U.S. regime, president, all of that is very energy friendly. Very energy friendly. They want cheap crude oil. And I think that's what has gotten a lot of the last few sessions people barreling into short positions here. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So still holding lower highs, holding lower lows. This trend line, where does it come in? Right at our overnight high. Take a look at where we are now. Here's the profile from yesterday, the range from yesterday, looking pretty much like we may not open with a gap. Will we open with a gap? We're going to have to open below 74.08 if we're going to open with any session gap, but we're right in the middle of a gap that we've been attempting to get through for 3 sessions. Will we get there today? Will we get our test of 73.40? Will the market recover? Will we get another test of this weekly kickoff high? We don't really have a lot as far as overnight inventory is concerned. Looking like the market is probably going to open in the range, but below value. And you can see that value has been moving lower over time. I'm looking for opportunities to possibly look for shorts in crude today. As long as we kind of continue to hold this trend line, this green trend line. Where does that put us at today? It'd be up around $75. We'll see. We will see. Let's take a look at my beauties here in gold. So the upside move continues. Friday, we added another 13,000 contracts in open interest on negative delta. That's indicating that it's longer time frame buyers continuing to increase long positions in gold. All right. Well, where, what price, when, how, why are we going to end up getting too long in multiple time frames and start looking for a pullback? It could be today. Who knows? We do have some information that might be helpful for you in that regard as well. All right. 30-minute chart. Overnight inventory. Okay, so here we opened. We may be holding some shorts as far as overnight inventory is concerned. They've just opened at 720. Let me see here. Opening range, the dead ass high. The dead ass high in gold. It is a sizable opening range. It looks like it's about 30 points, 30 ticks, $300 per contract. What did we do now? Let's see. Session high, 2766. Well, we've got an island top here in gold as well. This is a reversal pattern. Thursday, gap up to Friday, no gap close. Today, we gap lower, leaving this gap unchecked, leaving an island top. Some of you that use candlestick patterns would call this an abandoned baby. I prefer island top. So overnight inventory a little bit short. We mean overall, in the bigger picture, the market is still putting in higher highs, still putting in higher lows, still putting in more open interest at higher highs with negative delta. That's longer time frame. They're going to give this market an opportunity to get a little bit of relief break here and start looking for bargains. It's quite possible. The profile on Friday, now it doesn't look like it, but we did end up with a pretty decent excess high on the 720 open. But it was a neutral, normal variation day, neutral, excess high, normal variation, neutral. Market used a lot of its ability to facilitate trade up at this level, seeking new levels to facilitate that trade now, and it's attempting to see if we can find acceptance at lower levels. Still in the bigger picture, looking at this as a market that has a decent, strong upside trend in many facets. Open interest increases, negative delta, higher highs, higher lows. The one caveat to that is reversal pattern, the island top. So that's what we're looking at. I mean, we do have more economic information due out today, and there is a ton of it. I know we're going to be discussing that. So, gentlemen, maybe we should take a look into, some of these economic numbers that are coming out this week, as well as a lot of very important earnings. This is going to be a very interesting week. I think we're all going to learn a lot this week, not only from the markets, but from Dr. Brett Steenbarger, from Jim Dalton, and all from just doing our journaling. It's going to be a really, really good week to learn something about the markets and learn something about yourself. If you are getting started now, if you're getting into the markets, don't forget, make sure you breathe. Breathing is very important, and always stay humble, grateful, creative, centered, and pray for peace. And so what are we looking at here, gentlemen?
You weren't joking, Hoag. We got a stacked calendar this week. Steenbarger tomorrow. Also, the start of the scheduled 2-day Fed meeting with a Fed rate decision coming out on Wednesday at 1 o'clock, followed by the Fed chair press conference at 1:30 Central Time. Thursday, we got a slew of numbers. Friday, we got the PCE number, the Fed's favorite inflation gauge. But Eddie's going to walk us through some details on the eco calendar for the rest of the week. What are some of those big numbers we're going to be looking at, Eddie?
Well, today we've got 9 o'clock. We got a new home sales. It's going to be a big number here today. 9 o'clock Central Time. We also got the Dallas Fed at 9:30. Coming up here at 10:30, 3-month, 6-month bill auction. 12 o'clock, we got a 2-year note auction and a 5-year note auction. And so far, that's the numbers we've got here for today. I think this week, I know that we do have some other numbers here. Do not have those Monday. Tuesday, take a look at Tuesday here. We've got some numbers coming out here a little earlier. We do have our building permits tomorrow. Let's see here. I'm sorry, today. 7:30 tomorrow, durable goods. It's going to be a big number here. We also got the CB consumer confidence number Tuesday. Coming into Wednesday, we've got let's see here, MBA purchase index. Bigger number is going to be the good trade balance and retail inventories. A little later on in the day here, we do have bigger numbers, crude oil inventories coming up here Thursday. Taking a look here, Thursday, 7:30 numbers, big numbers, GDP. So we've got a GDP coming up here. It's going to be a 7:30, and then looking into Friday, we do have 7:30 numbers here. Scrolling down here, we do have the employment costs, minor numbers here. We do have a PCE coming out Friday at 7:30. Also, GDP for Canada. We got the Dallas Fed, Chicago PMI going to be the big number, 8:45 on Friday. And those are the bigger ones that I've sort of eyed here real quick as far as our eco numbers for the week.
Yeah, there's a whole lot of uncertainties out there this week, folks. I mean, you got a lot of big tech earnings. FOMC meeting Wednesday, GDP on Thursday, along with the ECB rate announcement on Thursday.
You know, you're not kidding though. This week is going to be special. Just so much we've got going on here. So buckle down, folks. It's going to be a very educational week here for all of us. But otherwise, let's kick into one of the reasons that we are seeing this 2% rule being put in front of you is last week DeepSeek released an open source AI model that reportedly outperformed OpenAI in several tests, and I think that's why you see the market sort of freaking out. A lot of people are in sort of a panic with this. One of the big things, NVIDIA dropped 12%, Broadcom lost 12, AMD shed 4, Microsoft lost 6, Amazon Meta Platforms lost about 4%, and I mean this is big here. Seeing these stocks losing something, so the decline is coming for traders to brace for a major week. All right, the Magnificent Seven taking such a big hit that we got to be on our best behavior, focus, and so forth. But let's see. I'm going to pass this back to JD and John, what they can add to this week. I hear a mute.
I just I hit the button and muted myself instead of unmuting myself. We can ask Nick for Tick in the chat if indeed the VIX number is for real today. We're above 20. VIX sitting at 2104 currently. Naturally, we're going to see some volatility when you see the VIX that high, but I think the market drove the VIX that high, actually.
It's a 37% move.
It sure is. Actually, CNBC has it as a 42% move.
Hey, Jackie Robinson.
That's a move. And Nick for Tick's in the chat. She's real today. Count on the VIX for direction today, folks. Seen a bit of a pullback there. People asking about draft day. We're going to draft 2 VIP teams today during fast markets. Coach Paul's team and Coach Robert's teams. We're going to be drafting 100 traders into the VIP experience today. 2 teams, 50 traders each. That will happen during fast markets.
We're going to be doing this, I think, Coach Robert at around 9:30 a.m. And Coach Paul's around 10:30 a.m. Central Time. So I'm excited about this.
Yep, we're going to be drafting all throughout the week. A couple teams each day this week.
The
Trade for freedom
yield on the
just got into
treasury note 4.54%, a little bit lower on the day from where I'm seeing it right now. Uh, seeing some chatter in the news also about traders kind of pricing in 50 basis point drop in interest rates throughout the year. That's it for the year. 50 basis points, 0.5%.
We do have an announcement coming out Wednesday. No change expected from the Fed. I believe that's priced into the markets already. Fed
They're saying,
funds, Fed fund futures. I think there's like a less than 20% chance of a rate hike in the meeting this week.
right,
So don't expect much. But we will
right
still be
there.
sifting through the rhetoric during the Powell presser on Wednesday, 1:30 Central Time.
Mhm.
So it's still a market mover, regardless of whether they change rates or not.
It's not like we don't have a
Well,
lot going on this week.
no, not at all.
Oh man,
Just put more on my plate, you know. Well, anyway, for some of the news here, let's get this out of the way. U.S. stock futures pointed lower, obviously, today with that deep seek Chinese new artificial intelligence model that is giving OpenAI ChatGPT a run for the money. Markets are also gearing up for a major event-driven week featuring, obviously, what JD was mentioning, the Fed Reserve decision. We did see the S&P futures shed about 103 points. NASDAQ fell 647, was earlier today, or 3%. And the Dow future declined 395 or 0.9%. Now, last week, we did see the S&P hit a record high. Traders were bolstered by hopes of easing inflation pressure in the U.S. and eyeing a stance in international trade from the new Trump administration. Also, we do talking about the Fed widely tipped to keep borrowing costs unchanged. That was following a string of reductions late last year that left the all-important benchmark rate at 4.25% to 4.50%. But you and me as investors, we're going to be keeping a keen eye open for officials giving any sense when they might start resuming cutting rates. And that's what I've got here for some of the some of the morning news. And it is early, lots of stuff still hitting the wire. So we'll keep our eyes open. Let's see here, taking a look here. We can probably do our tip of the week and see what all three of us have for a good reason. What is that tip of the week? Trade with a plan. Trade with a plan, Stan. Well, what I can say is having a plan gives you clear direction. A trading plan keeps you focused on your strategy and helps avoiding impulsive decisions. And how many times have you impulsively traded? Have a trading plan. John, what do you say?
Well, if I were Glitch, I would say you don't need a trading plan.
Yeah,
Just get in, get out,
go for
overtrade.
it.
Yeah, you got to have a trading plan. You got to have a process. Um, you should be, doing your homework prior to getting involved in the markets. If you just sit down and start clicking, you don't really have any reasoning or planning on that. Do your homework. Set up some scenarios, set up some hypotheses as to what you think you might see during that trading session. When one of those hypotheses starts to come true, you have a plan, you have a strategy for the particular market state or market that you're going to be trading, and that should all be just part of your plan. If if you have a trading plan, it is your business. It is your business plan. How are you going to be looking for trades? What are you going to be using? What means take the trade? What means get out of the trade? All of those things should be as planned out as possible. I know that this is a very uh, ambiguous environment. It's very we don't know the outcome of anything. So if you don't have a plan for it, it's when you end up in trouble. Set up a sheet, an outline. What am I looking to do in the morning to prepare myself for the trading day, and follow it and change it. There's none of these plans are written in stone. They're going to change as you change as a trader, and as market states change a little bit here and there. But just get it started. Get the plan started, and you never know. You may come up with a fantastic plan that's going to help you to review your performance consistently because you're trading consistently. If you're not trading consistently, you're never going to really know if that trading plan is going to pay you for the long run. So,
Right.
yes, definitely trade with a plan, man. You got to be prepared. Part of your
Well,
plan should be your journal as well. I know everybody
yeah.
says they journal, but I think probably 10% actually journal. Try it. You might learn something.
You think it's 10%, John?
I don't know. Maybe 20%.
Journal,
Oh,
folks. You know what? The
of the
thing
ones
is,
that
you can
say they're
always
journaling.
you can always look back. You know what happened. If market's in that same position it is in now. Last week, what did the market do? How did I react? It's going to save you a lot of times. You know, I tell you, if you can't write it down, use your smartphone. You got a little recording button there. All right, journal it. Let you record it. So you do that. But anyway, Johnny, I forgot to talk about crude. Dude, where's the crude here? Taking a look at my ETH, we do have a high of 76 even. 76 hit that button and didn't go any higher. 76 even, and we got a low of 73.67. So it's been a big range. We do see that President Trump's call last week for the OPEC countries to lower crude prices. We did see WTI drop 0.4%, and we did see the Brent also declining 0.5%. And with these steep losses from last week after Trump declared national emergency and called for a sharp increase in U.S. energy output, while also urging OPEC to bring down their prices. So an eye open for that. But otherwise, I know that we've got talking about it last week that tomorrow, January 28th, 11 a.m., Brent Steebarger, and Thursday the 30th, 11 a.m., Jim Dalton. We're pretty excited to get those two people on our teams. As JD mentioned earlier, yes, we're going to be having a VIP draft starting today. So we're going to be picking Coach Robert's team and Coach Paul's team. Coach Robert, the Technical Titans, and Coach Paul's team, the Profiteers. I tell you guys, we got some really cool names. Um, Lunatics, I think that's pretty cool. What's Dakota's? Something Pop Squad. Um, so lots of good stuff coming up. But
Process
speaking
over
of,
profits. The Pop
yeah,
Squad.
yes, process over that's pop. Um, but coming up here, we're coming up to the top of the hour. We still got some time. I want to let these two guys, JD and Hoag, take a look at the market, see if there's any opportunity for any trades. I know it is early. That number really didn't do nothing to the markets, but this is what we're going to be doing. We're going to be coming up here at 7:20 each and every day, a little earlier because we don't want to lose or miss those 7:30 numbers. Sometimes those 7:30 numbers turn the blender on nicely, give you a good opportunity, mix those markets up, and we want to be here for that. But otherwise, I'm going to pass it back to you guys and see what's cooking.
All right, here we go. Hoag, if this is indeed a recovery we're seeing in
Mm-hmm.
equities, we've got last week's low in the ES at 59.94 half and weekly kickoff low at 59.88 even. Might be a decent cheap area to get into a long position. Very small because, again, this is a pretty decent move down. Are we going to get follow through after the 8:30 open when regular trading hours start and we get all our institutional traders in here? Are they going to keep hammering away at it, or are they going to take this as a opportunity to buy this market right now? What do you think, Hoag?
Well, the way it looks right now, JD, I've got a 5-minute chart up here, and when we put in the low, that's the highest volume that we saw in the entire overnight session. Well, this may be the
Yep.
second highest. Yeah, that's the highest volume we saw during the regular trading or the overnight session. It's where we put in the low. So now I've put a VWAP on that 5-minute bar, and it is leaning to the upside. In other words, shorter time frame buyers seem to be in control right now, and it's coming in just under that last week's low. Last week's low, and you just mentioned that kind of a cool level, and it's relatively close to weekly kickoff low 59.88. We look below that, we're back above it. If we can hold that, I do like that area between that 94 half and that 88 even area to look for for a potential opportunity for a long, if only because it allows us to limit the risk.
Yep, exactly what I was thinking. It's a nice,
Mhm.
cheap trade to get in on this move if, in fact, we are looking at a nice recovery from that down move this morning.
And we're right in the middle of one of the gaps, one of the weaknesses in structure that it's this purple line right here. That was a previous session gap. And you can see when the market came down, it kind of got stuck on it, went through it, got back to it, got stuck on it. And now we're right in the middle of it. This just feels in this area like an area that we need to find some direction away from this area. If we're going to be looking for longs, I like what we just talked about. Um, looking for shorts. I mean, it makes sense, but we're pretty far down already. I don't know. Let's see if we can get a cheap execution down near this VWAP down here. I think it's coming in at 92 right now.
92, 6,092 in the ES.
Yeah, and 94.5 is last week's low.
I'm sorry, 59.92. I said 6,009.
Yes, 50, yes,
59.92.
yes. Now, Nasdaq. What are we looking at here? Let me see what we got here.
Russell, we got
Per
some sellers coming in here. Russell.
per
So
Coach J, we take that highest volume bar. We put that VWAP on it. This is on a 5-minute chart, and we're holding short time frame buyers in control. Short time frame note, and we're right in the middle of that gap, and that same gap in the S&Ps that we're wrestling with right now. We're at that same gap level, which is a session gap. We're stuck right in the middle of it, and we're seeming to have a little bit of a little rest period here. So
Hmm.
again, I'm looking for a pullback for potential long. And is this going to
Hey,
end up being a bear flag? Who knows?
one more time, Hoag. Where does that session gap go back to?
That session gap goes all the way back to the 14th and 15th of January, same days as the gap in the S&Ps.
Gotcha. Thank you.
I don't really see that often. Sometimes one will gap, the other won't.
Mm-hmm. Hmm.
Just a small gap, but look where the price is. I mean, it's magnetic, right? I mean, you get these visual levels, magnetic, whatever you want to call them. The price has a tendency to attract to them to see if there's any business that didn't get done the first time through it. Hmm. Lacey says good morning.
Good
good
morning,
morning,
Miss
Lacey.
Lacey.
I see Bear Goes Long always says good morning to Lacey. Jibo, good morning to Lacey. Good morning to all of you. I get top of the chat, I guess, this morning. Dan Trader one time, Tom, Bear Goes Long, Shubham, Bashir, Cool Bash, Slippers, Anastasio, Jibo, Leaders Only, like Dead Cat Bonds, John Jones, Nick Nichols, Rick Quaz, Rich Quaz. Good to see everybody this morning. Always a pleasure. Welcome to all of you.
Mm-hmm.
Say, did you guys check out our good friend Alex Ferreira on the X Games? I was
Oh, you took
watching
the
that.
silver. Took the silver in the half pipe.
Yeah,
Good on him.
yeah, I was going to get there. I was going to say that, but beat me to it.
Oh, I thought
Yeah,
you were asking if we saw it. Yeah.
I
Yeah.
was watching um they call it the first game, I guess, or the competition was the Knuckle Huck. Good name for competition. I was watching that for a while, and then we had Alex. I tell you that is some fun stuff. If you had a chance to watch it, I know you can watch these again on YouTube. If you just type in X Games 2025, it'll show you all this. But 19-year-old Japanese snowboarder Friday landed a 2340. And what's a 2340? It's like 6 rotations. It's like coming off the jump, 6 rotations. The following day, 20-year-old Muro Tabinelli from Italy was the first skier to land it in that 2340 in the competition. And what was neat about it, they both won gold medals. Miro's sister had also won a gold medal. So it's Miro. I don't have her name for her, but going back to Italy, I think they're going to have a great story. Heroes for Italy, that they both, sister and brother, working very hard together. They both had a gold medal in separate competitions. So good stuff, fun stuff. But yes, as JD mentioned, Alex, man, that was a close one. I think it was, what was it, 90.66 or something, 92.66 for the winner, and Alex got a 90.00, so he missed it by 0.66. But still, it was fun. He did get that silver medal. Hometown crowd. Well, I tell you, I've been watching X Games for, I don't know how long it's been around, 30 years. And boy, I tell you, the crowds just keep getting bigger and bigger and bigger. Good stuff. What I liked mostly was seeing that Topstep logo on Alex's helmet. That was pretty cool. I was like, wow, hey, Topstep. I'm like, show a little more. And then when he won, he took his goggles and he put it right over the logo. I'm like, oh
Yeah.
man, what's? But anyway, that was really cool though. He did get that in the camera, and I was pretty proud. I was like, hey, look at that, X Games. We're Topstep on X Games. But
Yep. So
you did,
we had
yeah,
we had
JD.
Andre and MP on site also. I'm not sure what kind of footage they got, but I'm sure they snapped a couple good pics. Maybe we'll have those later today or tomorrow. But we did have
Yeah,
boots on the ground at the X Games.
Travis watched. He got the score there. I think it was 92 even, not 90 even. Anyway, he was very close. Very
Hmm.
close. I think so. Um, but I tell you, I'd never be able to do that. Gravity, gravity does not like me. They were
Maybe it
doing
likes
it.
you too much.
Yeah, that's probably it. Yes, gravity likes me too much. Yeah, you're right on that.
Congratulations to Alex.
Yeah, that was
Great
pretty
win.
fun. Silver medal. Is
Hmm.
there going to be other competitions? That's what I'd like to know. Is he going to be in
Oh yeah.
anything else? Yeah.
Yeah, I
Oh
think the
yeah.
season's just getting started. There's a lot happening still, and then we got the Olympics coming up. Uh,
Oh
not this
yeah.
not this winter, but next winter.
Yeah, that should be. But if you ever get a chance, also on YouTube, check out Hot Dog Hans, Hans.
Uh-huh.
That's Alex in his cameo. Um, he goes to slopes, he goes to ski resorts, whatever. Dressed up like an old man. Everybody's looking at him like, who's this old guy? You shouldn't be on the slopes. You're gonna hurt yourself. And he is quite the spicy one to answer back and show him that yes, he does belong on the slopes. He does belong in the super pipe. And good stuff, fun stuff from Alex. So check it out. Otherwise, 78% long in the crude. Came above that. That's a big one. Here in our tilt, showing 78% long with 74% in the money for crude. Long price 74.30. Right now we're looking at 74.47 last. Yeah.
Thank you,
I've
Open.
been
Eddie.
watching for a potential in gold. The opening range is the dead ass high of the day, but it just really hasn't given us a chance for good trade location. And that gap above that
Hmm.
island top with the gap, that's kind of daunting to look for longs. especially with the opening
see.
range, the dead ass high, JD.
The dead ass high.
Yep.
Was the
It is
opening
an
price
industry term.
was opening price the high of the day? It was.
Um,
The opening tick was the high of the day
yes, it
in
was.
gold.
100%. Yeah.
Straight down from the open.
Yep. That's the 720 open traders. The regular trading hours session in gold was always 7:20 Chicago time to 12:30 Chicago time.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice short day. So, if any of the traders wanted to like drive an Uber, they would have plenty of time to do that. But most of them
Yep.
went downstairs drinking. But
Yeah, grains were even shorter. Grains
yeah,
traded from 9:30 to 1:15.
I know that
Mhm.
was like, they'd be waving at us like, "See you guys,
Hi
bye."
guys.
Hey, you bastards.
they took
Yeah,
they took first shift at the bar. They were on their way to the train when everybody else was heading down.
they would open up later and close earlier. I guess that's because of the, I guess what you want to call it, what, the slaughter. Um, but yeah, they would have short hours and definitely rub it in our noses when they were leaving.
Mm-hmm. All right. Where is our best opportunity? Oh, if the chart pattern of the day is the bull flag in equities, I think we're going to see plenty of opportunity there. Also, looking at gold, we're just coming off a little pullback. There was an opportunity
Yeah.
to get short a few minutes ago in gold.
Yeah, it still was a rough trade location, my friend.
Dolby's looking at the 5-minute range, I assume in the NQ.
Yeah, we're
Oh,
kind of heading towards our potential for a long in the S&Ps. Here's that 5-minute chart. No, it's hard to say after a night like we've had to look for longs. But I've always been a contrarian. Always reversion.
yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see what our friends in the big banking institutions do right on the 8:30 open. Are they going to get in on stocks? Are they going to take this as a buying opportunity? Are they going to continue to dump it? We're going to know immediately, I think. Or are they going to do nothing?
One thing, you may not want to look at your 401k this morning. We'll let you know when it's safe to look at that again.
No,
We'll
don't look
let you
at it.
know.
Don't look at it.
Don't look at it.
Stop.
Hindsight Capital says we will let you know.
We'll let you know.
Oh man. Well, we'll be okay.
Asking
Oh,
if
Lord.
there's a potential for long and gold, and yeah, there is. The bigger picture, the longer time frame is all higher highs, higher lows, and we've been seeing open interest increases against negative delta. I still think gold is a buy in the longer term, but with the opening range, the dead ass high, I've got to be very, very careful when I start looking for longs, because what that tells me is that sellers have been in control since the very first second. I mean, because even the opening tick is the high of the opening range. So we've been seeing sellers since the open. Maybe about 50 minutes ago. 720 again is the open. So I'd be cautious looking for longs. Look for some sort of reason, some sort of structure, some sort of something to tell you, all right, now it's safe to buy it again. I'm not there yet though. Hmm. Dan
Well,
Trader, I
Chet,
Closer
don't know,
to.
I
but I
wanted to
am
ask
doing
Chet
my
something.
chair by wearing the rally sweater.
I wanted to ask
Too
Chet
late for a rally.
something here. That if we can take a poll here, how many people are really happy that we're doing a 720 versus the 8 o'clock? We'd be doing the 8 o'clock here right now. We'd be on, but how many people have gotten up earlier to join us here at 7:30? We can get a poll. just get a number. Hopefully that this is going to help you get your day started a little better. I know that we mentioned you mentioned Deanna does the 3 o'clock London Open, and I don't know. We heard some news, Johnny.
Yeah, I'll check on her.
Check on it. We've got a lot of people here. We're going to be doing this every day, so stick around. We're going to be doing the 720. This way, we're not rushing it. I know that a lot of us comments coming from, we're not giving enough information, or sort of giving or rushing the information. We don't want to do that. Sort of open up here. We'll do the 8:30. We'll get everybody set. Or we're going to have JD. You're going to be joining us each and every day, right?
I don't think we've nailed down the schedule just yet, but we'll be here quite a bit.
Sleep a half an hour long.
I don't want to lock it in. If I say yes, I'm screwed, right? No, I'm joking.
There you go. All right, there's the poll. Do we like the 7:20 start time? Love it, or I am not awake then. All right.
I think it's going to allow us to look a little deeper into maybe even a couple of more markets with the extra time that we have.
Sure.
Just getting started here, folks. Let us know what you need, what you're looking for, if you like it, if you don't, whatever. But we love hanging out with you guys. Mm-hmm. Early, late.
Yeah, it's true. Getting in there when right at regular trading hours open for gold and crude oil. Normally we're starting after those markets are already open. So getting in there early, give us a little more time to analyze what to expect when those markets
I love you guys so much. I'm going to have you over to my house over the weekend one of these days.
Well, if that's the case, you know what? I'm here early every morning now, and you can call me your omelet chef, your egg chef. I've got my pan ready to go. I got my nice little. We see that? I got my eggs ready to cook here, and I got my little fire going over here. So let me know what kind of egg you want. Sunny side up, over easy. You want the minute egg or you want an omelet? We got some green peppers, tomatoes, onions, mushrooms. Lots going on here. So there is egg going on. So I'm going to put that back on there.
I believe Eddie does have the original Easy Bake Oven right next to him, also making some muffins, possibly some cookies.
And put the Hummer light bulb in there.
Toy times. Yep.
Yes.
Awesome.
And the Easy Bake Oven. Yes, we're doing biscuits and gravy tomorrow. I'll be throwing some biscuits in there in the Easy Bake Oven. There you go. It's hot. Yes, I got a hot plate under my desk. Man like me needs to eat. 2 eggs over easy, over buff toast. All right, Travis, you got it coming up. Order up. So.
Getting closer to that cheap entry zone in the ES.
Yes, we are.
We're also getting closer to the open.
I typically rarely trade before the regular trading hour open. I don't know what it is.
I personally love I used to love that 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. trade session in equities. For a long time, it was very one directional. It's easy to get into a trade, easy to hold a trade for a little bit, and get out before the 8:30 open. Since the inception of TopstepTV, I haven't had an opportunity to trade that little 3-hour zone in a while, but I'm going to start tracking it once again. I mean, looking at it right now, you can see 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. very one-directional move.
Yeah.
In the ES.
Yep. A little bounce off that.
And that's Central Time I'm talking. 5 a.m. to 8 a.m. Central Time, folks.
Mm-hmm. Right. Yeah, whenever we talk about time, it's Chicago Central Time because all futures are based in Chicago time because that's where it started.
Time.
Where it started.
Yes.
I can't believe KC won again.
They can't be allowed to lose. Have they had a scoring drive all season long that didn't involve a defensive penalty?
I don't know. I don't know, but
I saw
yeah,
that question
Philadelphia
posed
beating
last night.
Washington, 55-23 was the final, and
I was
Mhm.
happy
DC
about
beat
that one.
Buffalo,
I
32 to
wanted Buffalo to
29.
win. I wanted Buffalo to win.
Something different. We got probably the predicted Super Bowl, but I tell you, if it was Washington and Buffalo, I think you might. It's really hard to call if you'd have more people watching or less people watching. I know we got like the same thing with the Bulls, Johnny. You know, we had that here in Chicago where it was 3 years in a row, year off, another 3 years in a row, winning a championship, and
Mm.
people were like, come on, man, somebody else, um, you know. But I don't know. This is, I think, this is what didn't Andre? I think Andre called this one. AC Philly. AC
Oh,
Philly.
Jay, it didn't get to our entry there yet.
No, and we saw a nice little bounce. That might be our bounce, though. Getting in along
Indeed.
around. Oh, what's our risk if we getting along right now? Below 80 or below 85?
Yeah, 85, 84. That's where we should probably buy it, where the stop
Yep.
is.
Good point. That was the theme. That's been the
Yeah,
theme pretty much all month, right?
yeah, pretty
Get in
much.
where your stop is.
Yep. 'Cause they've been hunting. They've
They
been
certainly have.
hunting webbits, wascoey webbits, and they've been getting them too.
Oh, them wabbits and them wabbit. And what's up, Doc? Eh.
Hmm.
Eddie, Elvis in the chat says, imagine if the Bears won a football game, there would be a parade. Or a win. You're not
We
wrong,
did have,
Elvis.
we had it.
You're not
We had
wrong.
it. We won our
Yeah,
Super Bowl this year.
Final
We
game of the season.
dominated the Packers. We did. I mean, if you went by point spread, we won both games. If you went total points, we scored 1 point more than they did on both games. We won one. Could have won the second one, or could have won the 1st
Mhm.
one. Stupid block. But
Stupid.
yes, there was some conspiracy on that also. But anyway,
Really?
yeah, about
Imagine.
yeah, the block field goal first game. The rule about jumping over the center. Field goal
Oh,
attempt,
right.
you're supposed to avoid the guy that hikes the ball to center.
Yeah,
But
Mhm.
they sort
they
of used him as
leveraged
a
him.
stepping stool.
Yep.
But they didn't call it. But anyway, I'm happy. I'm happy.
Hey guys,
Typical
the draft
Chicago.
hasn't happened yet. VIP draft has not yet happened. It will happen during fast markets this morning. I see a lot of chatter going on in the chat.
Oh,
If you are
really?
drafted today, you'll receive an email about it. So sit
Oh,
tight. It's
nice.
coming.
Yes, you will get an email. That's cool. We're looking forward to that by all means. And let's see here. Maybe give a little bit more detail. Also, what's going on here? There we go. News.
Chris Borden, there is no penalty for trading within the limits on an XFA. You'll just be auto liquidated. We'll start with the
Yeah.
live funded accounts and then move over to XFAs from there. And the reason they put that into place is the CME has a system of circuit breakers in place to the downside in equity markets, in all markets actually. They start at 7%, then 13%, then 20%. And what happens is once price reaches 7% lower in equities, the CME group halts trading. So we try to get ahead of that and protect all of our traders from getting stuck in a lock limit down scenario, which Hoag can tell you is one of the worst positions to be in if you're on the long
Oh
side of the
my goodness.
market and the market is lock limit down. Because on the reopen, the probabilities of moving higher are closer to 0 than they are to 100 for sure. They're closer to 0 than they are to 10%. Likely, more likely than not, after market reopens, after a lock limit down scenario, it gets lock limit down again once price limits are extended. So we're
And you
trying to
can't
save
doubt.
you. Yes, and you cannot get out. It is impossible to get out. There's no liquidity to the upside. You could try all you want. You can complain all you want, but you're not getting out of the market. You are trapped.
There you go. Well, hey, we got about 10 more minutes here. 8:20 on the bell. And we did our tip of the week. Just want to let you know that we're excited. Once again, I'm going to remind everybody, Market Legends this week, Brett Steenbarger, Jim Dalton. Brett Steenbarger, the author of The Daily Trading Coach, going to be here to answer questions and ask him anything. As Brett has been an inspiration to Michael in his early days in the markets, and many of you also. So Brett Steenbarger here tomorrow, 11 a.m., and Thursday, January 30th, Jim Dalton, market expert, mind over markets. Yes, you've heard that one a million times mentioned here at TopstepTV. And we'll be here to talk about his experience, take your questions. And Jim is the market profile master and one of Hoag's greatest inspirations. You don't want to miss this. So also mentioned, we're going to be doing the draft today. We're going to be picking some 50 traders for 2 teams. We're going to be doing that here, not too far off. And let's see here real quick. VIP. We're going to pick the first 2 teams today, and we'll be posted to social. All right, emails to all teams. End of the week, we're going to be planning on getting everyone into their account for Sunday. Thank you, Danielle. So we'll do the Roberts Technical Titans at 9:30 a.m. Central, pick 50 traders, and we'll do our Coach Paul's Profiteers at 10:30 a.m. Central Time also. So we've got Coach Che, Coach Dakota are looking for house account trades this morning. This is going to be happening in Fast Market next. Dakota hit his daily loss limit during the slow markets last night. He may have something up his sleeve or his pant leg, whichever one, coming up here very shortly. But we're going to take a little break. Anything else we want to add here before we take a break? We'll come back here and we'll get Fast Markets up and running. But gentlemen, yes, John?
Stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today, and pray for peace. That's all I got.
All right. JD, what do you got?
I got the keys to the house account. That's what I got. So we're scouting out a long in the equities right now. We'll see what happens after that 8:30 Central Time open. We'll keep you apprised. We're going to be right back. So, yeah, we'll be right back in it.
Don't run away. Yes, we'll be right back.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
I promise. And we're open. Let's
There we
get our ideas for the week in the gates here. So let's go here. Gonna pass it off to JD. JD, good morning. Welcome back. Coach Coda.
Good
and
morning.
Jay.
Thank you. The markets are officially open, and we got a nice pop in equities to start. We were scouting out a long pre-market just a little while ago if you joined us, and we're getting a nice little spike this morning. Dakota, we've got number one on the big board, number one in your hearts. Coach Jay, I take that back. Both these guys are number one in our hearts. Spoke too soon.
It's all good, JD.
We got Coach
I feel the
Dakota,
love.
Coach Jay. It's an old coaching metaphor, right? What are you guys looking at in the markets early on to start the day? Big move overnight
ahead,
to the
Coach Jay.
downside.
Yeah, we had this big move to the downside. Seeing a little bit of a bounce here. Would not be surprised at a retracement of some of this move. I'm looking at the Nasdaq up to 21,200. We do have the overnight session VWAP at 21,240. So not surprised to see some, maybe short covering, new buying coming into the markets here. Not convincing enough for me to just get in and buy it. We hit 5% down on the Nasdaq today. At some point, we'll see. I'm okay being patient for these first couple of minutes. We're tagging that overnight VWAP right now.
Right,
Sure.
Russell and Dow making some nice moves north.
Yep.
We were talking about pre-market whether or not traders on the institutional side will continue to dump stocks on the open or use this as a buying opportunity. And obviously,
Right.
It looks like they are using it as a buying opportunity early on.
Just a nice 150 points the last 2 minutes.
Real quick, yeah.
Good way to wake you up
100
if you haven't had your coffee.
That'll get your blood pumping.
What are you looking at, Dakota?
I'm looking for this market to settle down. Like, this is not the market for me. This is not the market for me. I'm just gonna be patient. Let's wait for this market to settle down a little bit, and then maybe look for some opportunities. But 160 points in the first few minutes of the New York Open is something else. I mean, the question is, will this market recover? I mean, being down over 4.5% overnight is it's pretty insane. No, at 5%, right? 5% overnight. Thinking about circuit breakers come in mind, thinking about that, thinking about everything that can be possible in this type of market. But there's a lot of fear in this market. Where there is fear, there's opportunity. So, I mean, all things aside, is this a buying opportunity either today, maybe later on this week? Maybe. So many times I've seen days like this just to come back the following week and say, I wish I would have bought it.
Right.
Hindsight
looks like a
capital at work
blip.
there, right?
Yep.
At work. Hard at work.
Hard at work. Should have bought it. I've got a view up right here at 21,239, call 240 in the NQ.
JD, what price were you guys looking to buy on the downside in the Nasdaq?
We're taking a look at the ES.
Okay.
We had last week's low at 59.94 half, weekly kickoff low of 59.94 988. We're targeting that as a buy zone, getting a couple, scaling a few longs right there. We didn't quite kiss last week's low. Again, that number is 59.94 half. And we
Couple
just
points
ripped
away.
higher off there. Yeah, just a couple tickies away, and we just ripped right off that on the 8:30 Central Time bell. So we had the right idea, but it was a tough call getting in. We also discussed how our stop zone would probably be the best place to get in, but didn't even come close to that. Yeah, we never even got close to our very first entry price. So
Yeah.
Gold
longs
hitting
seem to be
bottom here,
firmly in
tagging a bottom.
control. Sellers still in
47,
control in gold. Yeah.
90. Yeah.
People are asking pre-market if they see opportunity on the long side in gold. I guess you have your answer now. Shorts still firmly in control in gold for the moment.
Yeah, all the way from hitting that high, 27.7650. And that's all we saw. We saw the trend all the way back down here, making a new low. My 15 minutes, it's like buyers gave it a gallant effort, but shut down by too many sellers here. See what happens.
Trade for Freedom wants to know if we could see combine profits for leaderboards. We do not include trading combines on any of our leaderboards. Those are strictly for funded level accounts. If you want to get on a leaderboard, you have to pass a trading combine. That is the barrier to entry.
NASDAQ books are pretty thin right now.
Yeah, it is. Super thin.
We're kind of just jumping around prices. Do we have news out this morning? Home sales.
I had an earlier number as far as today goes. We got some later numbers coming up here.
Thanks, Eddie.
Yeah, we've had Chicago Fed 7:30. Didn't really do much. In about 23 minutes, we got new home sales. That might kick it around a little bit, so we'll keep an eye on that. Dallas Fed in about an hour, and 10:30 today we got the 3-month, 6-month bill auction, and 12 o'clock we got a 2-year and 5-year note auction, and that's what we've got here for today. But I'll keep an eye here. Remind you about the new home sales.
A day like this, I always wonder, what are the traders doing? What's everybody doing in the chat? How's everything looking? And I'm excited to see what Shoulder Tap has to say as well. See some of those traders, hear about the stories, because this is not a market for me, but you know there's somebody out there that caught a big portion of this move.
100%. Yeah, I'm
Someone caught a
excited
big
to see what that
portion.
leaderboard looks like.
Yeah, I agree. A couple people probably caught a big chunk of this move. I'm going to say the likelihood of more people busting out of accounts is higher than people catching the move, but this definitely has blown out account trade price action written all over it. It's hard to stay on the right side of these kinds of moves. This is just it just looks dangerous.
Yeah, JD. There's a lot more traders blowing account or sitting in red. I mean, than there is that caught any of this.
Wonder if we get exactly what we gotten so far. All last week, remember, we had, really nice moves overnight, and then the New York session for the first hour at least, we get some consolidation. Looking at the NASDAQ, we're still in that 3-minute opening range. The S&P is breaking out a little bit here, but just kind of keeping that in mind. Some of the best trades that we had in the New York session come after that first hour, so not really in a rush to do anything here unless something really clean sets up.
Good call. Yeah, if extreme volatility is not your thing, folks, switch over to micros because this is definitely extreme volatility today.
Size down. Usually the best thing to do. Someone says, this market's never for me. No, not the past few weeks, man. either chop during the New York session, or here we are with some extreme volatility. I mean, that's the beautiful thing about being a trader, right? Is you can continue to sit on your hands for as long as you want. You could wait till the market, is in a condition that you want to trade.
Yeah, that's the best thing about day trading, right? You get to decide. You don't have to be in a position. You're not a market maker, so.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, I don't want to trade a choppy day. Okay, move on to the next. Or, hey, this market just sold off 5%, and now we're seeing a 200-point bounce in the first 5 minutes. Maybe I'll move on to the next day, or wait for this to settle down, and maybe there's a good setup. Like that's the thing. Some of the best traders I know place maybe 3 to 4 trades a week, to be honest.
We got a 125 bid. Sorry, 125 offered at 21,300 in the Nasdaq.
Say that one more time, please, Jay.
125 offered at 21,300 in the Nasdaq.
300. Got it. Thank you. Keeping an eye on that. Yeah, I think we're just going to keep burning upside liquidity. That's my opinion. Let's look for a cheap short or a cheap long entry. No one is in the markets yet. House count is flat. Dakota's flat. Jay is flat.
Where would a stop be if we were long, Coach Jay?
That's a good question.
I'd say at 251.
251. Yeah, that's fair. That might be a better entry spot, but yeah, that's fair. If we were going to get in here. And then if you go 251, I think your stop goes under 200. Right? Which sounds crazy, 50-point stop, but that's what the market's giving us right now. Right?
That's why you size down. Yeah.
Exactly. Unless we want to be wrong quick and just say, hey, maybe our timing or location is wrong. If you're trying to catch a bigger part of this move, I think, let's see, we're at these 250s now. Let's see if these 50s hold. That might have been it.
251.
Yep. Let's see if it gives it to us again. Good trade location doesn't give you a long time to get in.
Some bids stepping in under now. Coming in at 60s.
Yep.
I think they just
that was
got
it.
filled.
It was 251. $251 and a bounce. Quick 30 points from there.
Yeah, this is just showing you over the past 2 weeks, there has been such a great move overnight, and the New York session has just been, in comparison, nothing.
Yep.
NASDAQ right now, 76% long in the tilt, but only 45% in the money. So people sweating it out, up to 77% right now.
What's our average long price?
78% long. It's moving.
Average long price in the NQ, 21,273. So people buying the high right there.
Gold, 72% long. And our friend the Russell still got some buyers here, making higher highs.
Everyone's still flat. No trades yet for the house account. No trades for Dakota and Coach Jay.
I'm looking at a potential gold long.
Okay. Gold's been bullish for a while.
It has
Gold's
been.
been getting crushed today.
Right. Is that I'm looking at it, is that the potential for a buy the dip opportunity in gold, JD? We did test that 2750 level. We bounced from there. It's kind of some higher time frame demand down there.
Yeah, I suppose we are looking at a failed downside auction in gold right now. So that's your case for a long failed downside auction.
Yeah, I'm gonna put a bid in gold here. 2754.
I kind of like it.
2754. I'm gonna bid. And risking new lows, so about 7 points.
NASDAQ 80% long tilt. I haven't seen an 80 in a while here.
27. What's the tilt you said, Eddie?
It was just 80% long. It just dropped down to 72% long. Average price here 21,282.39. 282.39 long average price, but only
Tilt's out here
48% of money.
buying. Wow, Eddie. Wow.
It hit 80.
282.
Pulled back here. 72% long now.
Charlie Chapman in the chat says, fade the extremes on the tilt. I'm not going to disagree with you. Taking the harder trade usually pays off a little more than jumping in with the herd, right?
Mm-hmm.
But timing is everything. Timing is everything when you're fading the tilt.
I mean, sometimes we've seen the tilt get paid for a long time. It feels like on days like today, we've seen that tilt get paid.
They were paid at the open, right? Were they? Was it pretty heavy long to open up the New York session?
Yep. I'm going to move that bid down in gold a little bit to 2753. $51 was that buy spot,
right
Dakota.
now.
Where's the next one?
I know. I don't know. The tilt's getting paid here. NASDAQ breaking through these for 300s. These 310s.
Getting closer to that entry in gold. I might piggyback you on that trade, Jay. We got a view
Yeah,
up.
I'm at
gold.
53.
Bid at 53?
Yep.
See what it looks like when we get down there. We're getting close. Well, we're at 50, 56 and a half.
Floor Trader says last night the tilt average long was 21,200 while the NASDAQ was at 20,900. If that's
what does that
true.
tell you? What does that tell you?
Man.
That's
hope.
Yeah.
Hope is a hell of a drug, JD.
That's Reset City right there. That's what it is.
Little hopium in my pipe.
So I saw someone just ask it in the chat. Would it be crazy if we close this gap today in the equities?
I've seen it done before.
Could we see that happen? Yeah.
I mean,
could be.
Yeah. We're looking at a textbook V-shape recovery at the moment. Look at that 30-minute chart.
On Apple, or I sold some puts on Tesla, not Tesla, Nvidia. So I'm happy with this move.
I was looking for a pullback to buy Nvidia, starting at 125. So I'm happy with it also.
All right. Do we just point, click, and pray and get on the right side of this move? Or are we still
Not yet. Not
expecting
yet.
a pullback?
Yeah, let's wait until we get something. We don't want to be up here buying right now.
I mean, the hardest thing is to
I'm
get on the right side of a trending move during times
correct.
of
Yep.
high volatility. So it's
I mean, there's something to be said, right? The tilt was average long was what 280s, and they're in a happy position. Everyone's who's bought is in a happy position this morning.
as long as they're getting paid on the tilt right now, that is
Correct.
for sure. Gold tilt has paired off, back down to 52% long. We're getting close
All
to
right, I'm
Jay's
long one
entry, and
gold.
Jay's in the market.
27.53, and I'm risking making a new low on the day.
New low would be 47. 48.
Yep. Yeah, my stop is at 47.
Okay. I have a terrible habit. I shouldn't say habit. My what do you call them? My short code keys are programmed to join bid, join ask. So I joined the bid and I didn't get filled, and now the move's happening without me.
Okay.
So poor
Yeah,
execution on my part in gold.
all good, JD.
Long gold.
Shout out to John Bertone in the chat saying the Russell's just moving to the upside right now. Yes, it is.
It's been, yeah. Took off this morning. I think one of the strongest markets here that we talk about. It has been running north. All four, basically. If you got the 15-minute candles, they're all looking pretty much similar to what's cooking here.
Man, Jay, that
Who's
was
a
a
leader,
beautiful
who's a
gold trade.
lagger?
Beautiful gold trade, Jay.
What'd you say, JD? Yeah,
Excellent
I
gold
could
trade.
just get out of it now. Quick $200
Can't
right
pull
there.
my bid.
Ambitious Money Production says he doesn't really know, or says they don't really know what I was looking at. Just a quick bounce opportunity in gold there.
Failed downside auction in gold.
How much do you, JD, and Eddie, does market correlation come into play when you see days like this? Do you look at these different markets and look at the correlation between these markets to make any decisions?
Personally,
I do.
no.
You don't? I have been doing it for years. We were doing Squawk Radio. We had the sisters, and we'd be watching NASDAQ, ES, and Dow. And usually ES was like the little sister that wanted to follow along. So we'd wait and see who was the leader, lagger, NASDAQ or Dow. And then, you could watch sort of the S&P sort of try to catch up to the moves. I've done it for years, and that's why I like to always sort of put it on the table. It doesn't always happen, but when it does, I mean, it's a good read. You're watching one market as a leader. They'll make the first move, not necessarily all the time, but sometimes you catch it that way. But JD, you say no. You say no. What reason being for that?
I mean, day to day, you see the correlations between the equities, and there's always a leader and a laggard, and the laggards always catch up eventually, or they have a tendency to catch up. Or if you're looking at bonds always lead the equities wherever bonds are doing. Equities have a tendency to catch up to that. Those are the only two correlations that I'll ever really pay close attention to when I'm trading equities. But on a day like today, during times of high volatility, nothing ever seems to match up. Not until it slows down, at least. So right now, when I'm looking at the ES and the NQ, I'm looking at strictly the ES and the NQ, not looking at what the other one's doing. Just looking for the best opportunity to get in on the right side of the market. That's it. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Sense. I mean, to each his own. What works for you, and if you're catching something else, by all means, don't change it. Good stuff.
What about you? What are you looking at, Dakota? Or
No, I just get that question every night. Every night, traders are always asking me correlation between like the Japanese market, Asian, some of the off markets and how they're correlated, what they're looking like. Do I take one versus another and all that? So not for me, not really. Because I can never tell, like, okay, this one is being the lagger, this is the leader, this trades this, which market's going to catch up to what. I don't look at that. There is something to it. I've seen traders like yourself, Eddie, talk about it, make a trade, and they're really good at it. For myself, it's hard to do anyway for me.
Yeah,
Still
you
in
really
that
got to
gold
know
trade?
each market. If you're looking for a correlation between markets, you have to know both of those markets pretty much inside and out.
Mhm.
Jay, you ever look at correlations? Is that part of your strategy?
I'll look at them, but once I decide which market I'm going to trade, I think it's better to just focus on that one.
Yeah.
I think the most I'll do is if I'm trading the ES or the Nasdaq, kind of look at order flow between the two. Sometimes we'll see a big order get filled in the S&Ps, and those markets move somewhat correlated. So I'll pay attention there. But I think once you lock in on which market you're trading, it's better to focus there. For me personally.
Yep. Agreed.
Someone says my 4-hour uptrend is playing out pretty well
In the NQ?
in the NQ.
That
Yeah, I
is
could
a
see
We got
that. I
five
can see
minutes
it.
here on our new
That is
home
a-
sales coming up here top of the hour.
This is a pretty strong 4-hour candle. Thank you, Eddie. Pretty strong 4-hour candle in the NQ right now.
Yeah, on January 12th, Hoag and I was looking at this trend on the 4-hour chart, and we touched it on the I think it's the 12th, 13th, and it looks like we just came back down and we touched it again, and we that's what we bounced off last night.
Mm-hmm. About to open a brand new 4-hour candle in 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes.
Coming up.
How's that tilt? Is it still extremely long?
Turn
Tilt
off.
Yeah, it's cooling off a bit here. 63% long NASDAQ, 58% long in the ES. Nothing extreme. Cooling off here.
Donald Key says, expect new home sales to be down 100%. Won't disagree with that one either. Inventories are building, but interest rates are just keeping buyers away at the moment.
Tilt and gold is short 61% now. That paired off pretty quick. It was long 70% when I got in this trade.
All right. So new home sales coming up here in just a couple minutes here. Prior was 664,000 homes. They were looking at home sale units, 672,000. Also, the sales change prior was 5.9. They're looking at 2.4. So that's a big kicker here as far as new home sales percentage change month over month inside of 2 minutes.
Yeah, housing market's pretty ugly right now.
Yeah,
Has been for a
5.9 to
couple months.
2.4. That's a big change.
See volume dropping off just a bit in equities. Steady
Yep.
decline since the 8:30 Central Time open.
Few more minutes left.
Well, I
Maybe
tell you,
we'll
this
see a
Russell
little
strong
reversal
move.
off this 9 o'clock number. We'll see. I feel like dips are for buying right now.
I'm going break even with that gold trade instead of just taking it off for this number. If it stops me out, it stops
Very
me
good.
out. But if it goes, it goes. Not going to take a loss into the number.
Solid risk management there, Coach Jay.
You know what? Better safe than sorry. You leave something on and it goes against you. It's going to blow your day. It's going to blow your day. You're not going to be thinking right. Revenge trading, FOMO. "30 seconds."
Long's still getting paid in the NASDAQ.
Yeah, 71% long, 62% in the money. A little better.
Kind of looking for a nice flush of the longs to get into a position in long.
Exactly.
But
we could be waiting all day, JD.
All right. New home sales coming in at 698,000, so higher than the 672. And as far as the percentage wise, new home sales change month over month. They were looking at 2.4, a little higher, 3.6 is a little closer to the 5.9 than the 2.4. And there you have it. Back to you guys.
That's the best housing data we've seen in a while.
All right, and I got stopped out break even on that, which is perfectly fine because now it looks like it would just stop me out, or it's heading towards where my stop was. So happy to take that one off.
Very minor selling pressure coming to the NQ. Might get a chance. Chance to get in on the long side.
Yeah, I'm looking for a way to like an entry to get into the NASDAQ, and I would say it would be these 270s, these 260s, 270s. Thoughts, Coach Jay?
Yeah, I like that. 270 is the high of that 3-minute opening range.
What's your risk on the
View up.
270s?
Yeah,
200 even. This is one
Ooh,
where we could
pretty,
just get
pretty
in.
deep.
Yeah, I think this is one where we just get in one contract, and then we could add in and then adjust the stop loss as needed.
Sounds good. I got my button on the hotkey. My finger on the hotkey button, I should say.
We might not even get down there.
I thought, it looked like we were going to charge right down there, just sink like a stone, and then, yeah, creep right back up.
Yeah, that was a 45-point pullback, and we're bouncing right off those 290s. Three-bar reversal would be at 292 to the short side.
$292. You said?
Yeah, if we break below
Yeah.
292 would be a decent short. If someone's bearish and wanting to short this market.
So the only thing I don't love about longs here in the equities is that VWAP has not left that range, that 3-minute opening range to the upside. It looks like it's near the top side of that range, but it hasn't left yet. But it's right around 260. So I do like that buy, Dakota. We might see a flush of it. Your stop is at 200. You said?
Yeah, it is.
What was your entry price, Dakota?
60s or 70s in that zone. We did get a
Right.
three-bar reversal on a 5-minute chart at that 292 level. I want to see this market flush to give us an opportunity to get in long.
There we go. I don't see any liquidity at all on downside. Basically, single-digit bids all the way down.
Yep.
Let's just watch it. Let's see how we react. I think the
Yep.
reaction around this is important.
Some pretty strong selling pressure right now.
So far, that 3-bar reversal would looking pretty good at those 292.
Sure is. Got a VWAP at 45 also. That could be a target.
Is that what you guys are looking at? Is it the opening range or the opening VWAP?
It's a session VWAP. 45.
Okay. 245.
Yep.
Interesting. How do you put your session VWAP on there? I probably don't even know how to do it right. I come over here, I click on anchored VWAP, and then I click on 730.
Yep. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
that's going
it.
to anchor it to the New York session open. And then if you want
And
to
mine's
do
at
full session,
266.
yeah, if you want to do full session, just anchor it to last night's open.
Well, there's a good example of you just got to be brave to buy at the level you decide. We hit 270 on the dot.
Did it?
We'll find another one. Still pretty early.
Did it take?
Oh yeah, 35 minutes.
I don't think this breaks over, but we'll see.
Think we see more downside, JD?
Not like extensive, but I do want to see another little dip.
Yeah.
You can see it here right now. Look at all 4 of these markets here. Coming off some higher highs. Coming up a little later, some more coaches going to be joining us here. And don't forget, today is the draft. Coming up here very shortly. Don't run away. We're going to be drafting, I believe, 100. 50-50.
We got 2 teams.
Mm-hmm.
You are correct, Eddie. We're picking 2 teams today. We got Coach Paul's Profiteers and Coach Roberts. What's the name of his team again? The
Titans. Technical Titans.
The Technical Titans. I knew that. Picking 100 traders today. 2 50-team VIP teams. That's going to be happening pretty soon. So make sure you're
Excuse
here.
me.
Oh, that bounce off that 70 was money.
That was it? Yeah. Look at that. Straight back up. Come on.
Hindsight's a beautiful thing, right?
Yes, it is.
Where do we want to get long? Well, 270 looks good. We get 270. We don't buy it. We don't buy it.
270 looked great at 310, and then at 270 for whatever reason you hesitate. It is what it is. Hey, let's lock in here. So the one thing, Dakota, that I will say is that we're seeing the markets really well, right? You're reading it well. Market came down to a price that you were looking at. So we just have to continue to do that and click the button and take the risk. I did it on that gold trade. I would have gotten stopped out. I saw something that I liked. It didn't work out, and it is what it is. But yeah, that was a quick 60-point trade right there.
Right back down.
Little head fake.
Look at this volatility. Look at this volatility. My 60 points up and 60 points straight down.
Was that the retest to knock out some weak shorts? Does this 3-buy
Could be.
reversal in the NQ have some validity or have some strength behind it?
Well, gold just
Could this
tagging
be,
a low here. 27.4360 is our gold new low. Took a bounce off that, trading 27.46 right now.
Still hovering around the middle. All right. We know what our entry zone is. Let's hammer out some P&Ls from Friday real quick. Where is my data board? I just had it up.
No.
I still want to buy gold here. I think I may get back into this trade.
I think it might be a good spot too.
Re-entering long position in the gold. Let's see what we got.
Yeah, I was in at 53s before.
Failed downside auction did fail. We're trading back below initial balance low. But that's a pretty strong potential reversal bar. Looking at a 5-minute chart in gold. First entry was at 53. Is that correct, Jay?
Yeah, first entry was at 53. We're at 47s now. Let me be patient. I wanted to see if get above 49 here.
Ooh, what happened there?
Yep.
Change of pace here. What happened there? Gold was looking so healthy north.
for a couple of ticks, quick scalp, Eddie.
For
But
a couple ticks, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
Not convincing.
No.
And I could be on the wrong side right now. I could be looking to the wrong side. Wouldn't be the first time, right? Traders, you found yourself on the wrong side of markets. It's about how you operate when your thesis is against what the market is saying, right? Ideally, whatever I think aligns with what the market says, but if it's against it, you could save yourself by not getting into trades until you see a confirmation. And above 49 is what I needed. Didn't get it, so I'm happy to not take it.
And, Jay, the lower we go, the cheaper this long gets.
Oh, yeah, of course. Just need to know where the bottom is.
Oh, gold.
Yeah, but I tell you, man, you can't hold it down. But obviously today they're trying to, And the question always is,
how low can you go?
Well, I found out. Shame on me. Oh well. Joseph in the chat says patience has been the greatest teacher. I tell you, it's one of the things that's really hard to keep under your hat is patience. You want to, you got that trade there. You want to get that money. But, keep doing it, Joseph. Oh, crude 71% long.
270s.
Say again? What'd you do, Jay?
No, I was saying we'll probably get 270s again here in the NASDAQ.
Oh, gotcha.
I don't know if you like it a second time, Dakota, but it looks like we're going to test it now.
Yeah.
No, I don't like it the second time here.
Yeah.
We are forming a bit of a upside structure here. If you're looking at a 3-minute chart, we got a nice rounding top.
Now, Dakota, you said you didn't like it here. What are you seeing that isn't sort of lining up?
So
just a gut feeling,
usually the first test is the best. We test it
Okay.
once for a pullback. The more we test it, the weaker it gets. And the fact that we're forming these wicks right here, that was the trade, right? By these 70s, and then we look for a nice bounce. But 60 points up, 60 points down. We try to rally back up to these 320s. We sell off right back down to it. We're kind of just consolidating here in this session. Right? I mean, we had that nice 150 plus rally to start the first
Yeah.
5-10 minutes of the New York session, and now we're just consolidating. And so I'd much rather wait to see if we break in either of these directions of this consolidation. I know if Dobie was out here, he would look to maybe buy the low of this consolidation or sell the high of this consolidation, which is definitely valid when we're in a 60-point consolidation range. And other than that, I mean, there's not much opportunity in the way that I'm viewing this market outside of the 60-point range. If anything, I might even look for say that this market could sell off maybe a test of these 240s. So there could be a short opportunity if we do start to break below this 70s level and look for us to go test these lower 200s.
Yeah, Coach Robert in the bag looking at some low volume nodes in the NQ around the 206 to 160 zone. Could be a decent target area to the downside. So is this shifting our initial bias? Should we be looking at shorts instead of longs right now?
I'm still looking at longs. I don't know about you, Jay. I mean,
Yeah, I'm still looking at longs. I just got long in the Russell actually.
Ooh, here we go. Coach J, long RTY. Where are you long from?
2318. 2318.
2318. One lot.
Yep, just a one lot.
Coach J, long one RTY 2318. Coach J has taken all the trades today. One gold trade, one Russell trade.
two trades.
Two trades. All the trades. Both the trades. Coach J has taken both of the trades today.
And I may add to this one at 2314.
What time frame? That's the 3-minute time frame on the Russell?
Yep, I'm looking at 3 minute.
That's a clean pullback on the Russell. I really like that trade, Coach J. I like it at these 2313s. 2314.
Here we go. We're seeing some downside in the NQ right now.
Are we long the Russell?
Jay's
No.
long the Russell.
Okay.
You're not long, Jay?
No, I am. I think Dakota was asking about the house.
Oh, house count is not
okay.
long, Russell.
Okay. Yeah, I put my vote on the Russell. That looks like a nice pullback to enter in.
Here's a pullback in that NASDAQ.
Yeah, that's
Coming
the
up in
break of
about
those
12 minutes.
70s.
We got our Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index. Minor number.
All right, I just pulled up the Russell Dome. Jay's in at 2318. What's your risk on this again, Jay?
2310.
So this would be a cheap entry for the house account. Dakota, you like this long in the Russell too?
Yes, I do. I like the long in the Russell better than I do the NASDAQ. We are at the bottom of that gap that I see from Sunday night. So I do like the longs here with a stop at, what's your stop, Coach Jay?
2310 right now.
Yeah, that's where I'm looking to. I'm looking at 2310, 2310 and a half. So
all right, house
I
count
do
is
like the
long
longs.
one. House count is long one. Russell at 1540, 231540, 2310 stop.
What's the tick value on
Where are
that,
you in from,
Russell?
JD?
15.
15. Tick value Dakota is 5 points.
5 bucks, yeah. $5 a tick.
Yeah, five bucks.
Can we get
So we're not
more
risking
than
a whole
one
lot here.
contract? Could we get into like 3, JD?
We could scale in, yeah.
Yeah, let's scale in. I like adding until we get to that.
Let's see, we're getting some downward.
Carl, looking at the Russell, also says bearish rotation on the 4-hour chart. Thanks, Carl.
All right, we're long. House counts long 2. Average price 2314.60.
Okay. Basically right here.
Basically right here. Yeah.
Nvidia is just breaking down right now. It's trading at 123.
I got 115 puts I sold this morning. So let's see if Nvidia could stay above that.
Yeah, 115 is a deep pullback. We're already down 13.5%.
Okay, house account is long the Russell at 14.6. We're trading at 15s now. Loving this long.
Sure.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This is a great trade.
Very nice trade. Good call out, Jay. Coach Jay with the Russell call. House count is long. RTY 23 1460.
Want to see this get above 2320 and we start trailing from there. What are you saying, Dakota?
You're gonna say, where do we add?
Good question.
This thing's just bouncing now.
Sure is.
Want to see it above 20s.
Good level.
Yeah, yeah. I think these 19s are going to be key if we could get there.
Oh, JDT passing the combine. Thanks for reminding me about patience. Let's be patient. Good job.
Mm-hmm.
Coming up shortly, we're going to start the VIP draft. We got that cooking today. Lots going on here. Coach Roberts' team, the Technical Titans. Coach Paul's team, the Profiteers.
Thank you, Eddie. Yeah, we're going to get into that in just a little bit. Moving a few things around on my charts.
I'd be okay with an ad here in the Russell.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
What do you think, Jay?
Yep.
What are you saying, Dakota?
I'm seeing us have a higher low, and I'm looking for
Yeah.
us to break these 18s. So there could be a buy stop ad at like 18.2. 18.2.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. I can see that ad. Really, I wanted to see us get above that 20 just for confirmation of this trade, but we might be able to add in a better location than that breakout. But yeah, if we're going to take it, we got to take it now, right? Because we're kind of here.
Didn't do anything yet.
I'm getting close to those
Love
20s. Come on, knock on the
19 to
door.
3-bar reversal.
Here's your 20.
There we go.
There we go.
We're
There we
running.
go. Nice.
We're running now. This is the time
Good
to
trade.
add is gone.
Beautiful
Yep.
trade.
Unless we could get a pullback to these 18s. But yeah, this trade. What are we? We're in 2. We're in 2, right?
We're in a pair.
We're in
Yep.
2. Yeah.
Not as long a pair.
We're in 2. What's the P&L? Help me understand the P&L on this, since I don't.
We're up about 650
We're up
right now.
about 600 bucks.
600.
Oh, okay. It's that kind of a trade. It's
So we're at a 1-to-1 right now.
it's a lot better than I expected. Pretty good.
I think we all did good on that trade.
Let's see if we get some continuation above these 20s, though.
Yeah, we'll need to hold these 19s. We need to hold these 19s.
Yep.
Hold these 19s. And after this trade, I got a little bit of a surprise. I'll show you here in a moment.
What's up? Tease us. What do you got?
If you follow me on Twitter, you probably know. On the Twix. But take a look at this.
Twix?
Russell's just running now that we're in it. Talk about buying a pullback. Those 19s held.
Brilliant trade. Excellent trade on trade.
As a
I did add to
example
mine.
of support and resistance.
How many you got on?
I did
now,
add,
Jay?
so I'm going to put I have 2, so I'm going to put a 1 lot sell at 23.20 just to get out of 1. So I'm going to see some profit on this trade, and then I'm going to try to hold the other one for
Stop the cover 1 at 20?
Yeah, cover 1 at 20. That way I kind of paid for the trade, paid for the risk, and we'll let the rest of it go.
All right, you got 5 minutes on our Dallas Fed minor number. Just a heads up.
All right. I'm working 1 at 20 also. All right, we are out of 1.
Settlement is
covered 1.
Okay.
What are we
19.3
doing
is
with the-
settlement, JD. So we're kind of
Yep. I
bouncing
would
there.
be adding
The other
before
one,
you guys
let's
covered.
target 30s.
What are we doing with our
Be adding
stop
right
on
now,
the
Dakota?
what's our risk on the runner? Did you move it up to break even or keep the stop where it is?
Uh, 12.5. Dakota, if you want to add, man, add to it.
No, it's fine. It's fine. I was just saying that these 20s and 19s would be a good add instead of a cover, because 19 and 20 is what we wanted to get above, which is it was resistance, right? And now what we're
Mhm.
seeing is this resistance becomes support, and if it can hold a support, we can see a continuation up. But I do understand where you have multiple contracts, you close out of one to pay for the risk, and then you're in a nice risk-free trade. So you can see both. You can see both, and both are very valid. That's the exact same reason why every trader will come up with a different outcome.
Still in this long. We've got our very first VIP team draft coming up in just a few minutes. Coach Robert is going to be joining us, and we're going to draft his 50 team members for the next season, for season 2 of the Topstep VIP experience. Just a few more minutes for that. We're going to bring Coach Robert in, and we're going to pick his team.
Oh,
Technical Titans.
it's 2 teams today, right?
Boys. Two teams
today?
Yep.
Yep. We got Robert in a few minutes, and then Coach Paul is going to come in about an hour or so.
Okay.
There we go. Russell Byers.
Russell's bouncing.
Yeah,
it's support, resistance becoming support right there. We wanted it to
You're
get
right
above
about
these
that.
19s and 20s. It's held it, and let's look for this next leg higher. We might go to session highs. Can we get up to these mid to upper 20s?
I like it.
I think
big shout out to Nick for a tick. Nick for a tick, locking it out at up $3,800 in that live funded account today. Nice job, Nick. Have a great day. We will see you tomorrow.
Yeah.
My man.
Great day. Monday too.
Making close to $4,000
Nice,
in
Nick.
these market conditions. Not an easy thing to do.
Killing it.
He has been killing it. He's been killing it since he started here.
Russell's taken lately has been a little focused. I know that I believe Tim B, one of our guests here, likes to Russell. We were talking about that last week as a market. $5 a tick here. Nothing extreme, but
Off to the races
headway here
again.
now. Yeah.
Another pop here.
Mhm.
Should have added Dakota.
Mhm.
Damn it, my bad.
Man.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. I want to hear none
Well,
of that.
honestly, full
What does
disclosure,
Hoag
this is the
say?
first This is the
What?
first Russell trade I've ever put on my account, personal
Oh,
account or
okay.
house account. Yeah, I've never traded.
Oh,
with
really?
Hey, what does Hoag say? Whenever it's in your favor, you wish you had more on, and when it's ever
Yep.
going against you, you wish you had less. It's
You
a
never have
great
enough
trade.
when it's going your way. Yeah.
Yeah, this is a great trade nonetheless. I would be okay with closing up here into these mid 20s. I'd be okay with say
They say,
yeah,
see
wherever
money,
you guys
take
want
money.
to
If it
take profit.
take what the market gives you.
That was the
Right.
trade. Oh man,
Settling back down again in the Russell.
Yeah, I'm
That was
okay
my
cutting it
bad.
too if we want to take profits here.
Take profit.
Let's see. We
Oh,
got
that's
initial
so
balance high.
frustrating.
What happened, Dakota?
Back down to 20s.
Do you really want to know, Coach Jay?
What do you want to do, Dakota? You want to keep buying it?
No. I blew this combine.
Well,
I actually faded the house account and blew it.
Oh, no.
You got short the Russell?
Yeah, I'm joking. It's a joke.
Oh man.
Got you. Okay, I see where you're going.
One of
There you
these
go.
days, I'm gonna do it and end up blowing the account.
Someone in the chat
Jay, did
definitely
you-
faded us.
Jay, did you stay in this trade? Are you out?
I'm still in it. I moved up to 18.3, so I might get tagged out here. I'm a point below settlement. Yep, I'm out there.
Still in.
That hit a little too close to home for some of the traders in the chat.
House count flat. House count is flat, up $434.
There you
There
go.
we go.
Nice. Beautiful. Good start.
One day we
Good
fade the
day.
house account.
That one time we faded it.
One time.
we blew up our accounts.
If you want to look at
Nasdaq's having a
Nasdaq,
nice
Nasdaq,
rally.
yeah, 77% long here with 60 in the money. Average price here 329.22.
Nice.
And it's
Yeah,
a
we
rub
got that little pullback, right? We had that little breakdown from the 70s to those lower 200s, and now we're up 150 points. this Nasdaq is something else.
Dan's talking about high volatility, high mean reversion. Do not add winners in high volume. This is a perfect example here. Thanks, Dan.
Who's that? I see. We're going to be doing what and when?
Dan
Draft
says,
coming up.
We got a
I
draft
need to
coming
step
up.
up my background game. My background game is subpar next to this guy.
Oh, there he is. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
21,378 to 80. We've got a zone here
So-
in the NQ.
The Nasdaq and the Russell were pretty much the same trade we were looking for, right? We were looking for a pullback to that regular trading hour view up, which is what we got here in the Russell. This red line on my chart. Just the way that the Nasdaq does it, it runs it by, it ran that view up by 40 points. And I think that's why we were saying, Dakota, if you buy it, you just need a really wide stop, just because of the nature of that market. But it was the right idea buying at those 270s. We just didn't get in it.
Yeah, we were in a great trade on the Russell. Yeah, I'm gonna reply to that J Money Trades person in the YouTube chat. It's about process, dude. And I see this all the time. Traders bagging on the house account. From the way the process was to where it's at now, Coach J, is night and day. Size is
100%.
different. Once we continue to iron out the process, honestly, it depends on how the team is. Once we get MP back, we could kind of pull some strings and see if we could get into some good trades. And it's about process, right? The same way you make $20 is going to be the same way you make $200,000, and
Yep.
that's what traders do not see.
And I will say, I think one important thing to do in trading, whether you're focusing on what the house account lost or if you're focusing on what you lost in your account, is to learn from the losses and let them go. Right? If every trade we take, we think about whatever we lost last year, we're never going to be able to focus on going forward. So you'll never hear any of us on air talk about it. We know exactly what that process was and what the results were last year, but we're moving forward. And the goal is not to cover that, whatever that loss was, right? The goal is to take good trades and let the results play out. So for your own trading, if you're focusing on what the house account is doing, learn from the losses and then put them behind you.
Well said, Jay. So I'm just tapping on my Topstep X. I lost my weekly kickoff levels. I'm going to reset these real quick.
We are seeing the crude taking a dump here. Appreciate that information from the chat. Crude low 73.58, took a bounce off that. And Dallas Fed coming out 14.1. They had a previous of 4.5. Dallas Fed Manufacturing Business Index. And you're wondering about that. Higher than expected reading should be taken as positive bullish for the dollar. We are seeing that. Dallas Fed conducting the Outlook survey monthly to obtain an assessment of state factory activity. Seems like a lot more coming up this month.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, guys. Well, I know you've all been waiting for it. We've got our guy, Coach Robert, in the background right now. We're currently not in any trades. House count is flat. Coach Jay's flat. Coach Code is flat. So we're going to move on to part 1 of Season 2 VIP draft. We're going to draft Coach Robert's team right now. Let's bring the man in. Coach Robert.
Hello.
What's up,
Hello. Let's go. Hey, good trades this morning. I like when we look at another market. We're looking at NQ and talking about nothing happened in ES, nothing happened, all the moves overnight. And then Coach Jay's just like, hey, you guys see the Russell over there? Next thing you know, whoop, they were all in. I love that stuff. Keep it up.
Right, Trader in the
So,
chat.
Coach
If I
Robert?
didn't know any better, I'd say you were joking. But I do know better. All right, Coach Robert, first of all, what is that background that you got there? Is that your new team logo?
Oh, no, it's not. It's not the official at all. You know me, I always like to play around with these AI stuff, and I just throw in a single line prompt and use what it gives me, and you'll see spelling errors and stuff else on there. But I thought it was pretty cool. I told it to give me a nice, high-powered, impressive and professional VIP for the technical titans, and that's what it gave me. So we're gonna stick with it. That's not the official logo.
Very
cool. Those, so here we go.
That's a lot.
Yeah,
Robert, you're like rolling out the red carpet here. I like that.
Hell yeah! Hell yeah! We got 500 traders coming on board. 50 for all the 10 coaches. I love it. We can get this show on the road. Let's have some fun. Got a lot of stuff going in the background. Got a bunch of documents. Got some screenshots. Got some what do you call those? The memes that are like positive influence stuff. We're gonna have a great time. So I'm really looking forward to this and all the other coaches.
Awesome. If you're lucky enough to be on Coach Robert's team, I know he's got a lot in store for you. He's huge into Discord, so he's probably already in there making moves, getting you guys all set up with everything you need, setting you up for success. Coach Robert, what is going to be your coaching strategy going into Season 2 of the VIP experience with your first team in the VIP experience?
Excellent. Well, my process is a little bit different than most. I'm trying to take a lot of the emotion out of it. This is why we're the technical titans. So the way my mind works, it doesn't mean every trader is going to do that. But starting off, I'm going to see who the traders are. I'm going to tell them and show them and demonstrate what I do, what I know, and how it all works. Some are going to really like it. Some are maybe, and some may not. But regardless, I'm going to share everything that I know. And going forward, I'm going to be absolutely supportive to whichever trader, however they need to be coached, needs to be helped. And that ultimately is the job of a coach, not to do what I do, but share what I do. And then, hey, how can something benefit and what is it going to mean for you? You know, I'm a short-term trader. If someone wants to trade, hold for a long time on a product or an instrument that I generally don't do, I'm going to do the very best I can to help them along for sure.
I like what you said, Coach Jay or Coach Robert, is don't do what I do, right? Because if we try and even if you copy some of the best traders, you're not going to be successful or very unlikely. So I like that you said that. We're here to help traders learn their own process, learn their own trading, and help where we can. Like that's it. We're just because you're with Coach Robert or me or Coach Jay doesn't mean you have to trade like us. It's the exact opposite, right? We're gonna have traders all over the world trading different trading styles, and it's about learning and like becoming better.
Absolutely, Coach Dakota. And we saw in the last round, that's exactly what happened. We had, I think, Coach Paul didn't talk about any technicals whatsoever, and it just they did super well. And Coach Shea is a little bit more on it, but also a super coach himself outside of Topstep. So we're just going to do the best we can. I'm going to bring the best, be supportive as possible, and then share a couple tips along the way. I mean, we are here. We have a lot of experience behind us. We're all they say professional full-time trader, prior to Topstep for about 4.5 years. So I'm simply going to share what I do. And the biggest thing that's a difference with my approach to the market is I look at it very simple. It's Occam's razor. It's usually when you're given a situation, usually the simplest answer is the right one. Not always, but usually it is. We just kind of narrow things down, simplify, not say it's easy, but let's just try to simplify it, and take that emotional component out of it. If most traders are not doing so well because of emotion, well, that's the first thing I want to tackle is let's get that out of the way. And now we can focus on trading what actually is going on and try to morph it and massage it into what's going to be best for each trader individually and then as a team. I am super looking forward to this.
All right, folks. Well, I know everybody's on the edge of their seat. So without further ado, Eddie,
Oh
you
yeah.
know what to
Would you
do.
like to be a Topstep VIP?
Topstep VIP.
I feel like a VIP.
These VIP invitations.
And here we go.
Oh, that was an anticlimactic drum roll.
Oh, here we go. I'm
Here
looking
we
to see if
go.
I recognize any of them.
Here are
I think-
Coach Robert's team. The Technical Titans being picked in front of you. Here we go.
Is this the Discord or the YouTube username, or just the username that they submitted with the form?
I see Stancoin in there. Shout out to Stanley. It's got John
I
Jones in
believe
there
this
also.
is, Discord names, if I'm not mistaken,
Discord name.
Coach
Okay.
Robert.
Okay.
Yep, these are Discord usernames.
Nice. All right.
There are the
First
Couple of them.
50.
Technical Titans.
Lucky
for
fellows
Coach
on
Robert.
the Technical Titans. Look at Robert checking it out. He's like, yeah.
Oh yeah,
That's
I just took a
all those
screenshot of that
Wow,
puppy. I'm going to go in there. I'm going to start looking around and seeing stuff. We're not starting the actual coaching right now. We're going to let all the coaches get all their teams lined up. But
Right.
I do recognize a couple of these names, so I took a screenshot. We'll
Coach
be following
Robert.
along.
You
Very
got you got
nice,
a
very
NQ scalper there. I think that's your LeBron for the Technical Titans. NQ scalper.
Ooh, how do you
Here
know
we
this is
go.
good,
Probably
Jay?
trades exactly like
Really?
you do.
I see 50 LeBrons up there.
Oh, there you go.
Oh.
Jay, have you coached that trader?
What?
Titans?
We
Have
are
you
the
coached?
Titans, man. We are the
I
Titans.
haven't.
Nothing's stopping us coming along.
All right, congrats to all the Technical Titans for getting picked. Coach Robert's team, awesome. We got part 2 of the draft coming up at about 10:30. We're gonna have Coach Paul on here, and we're gonna pick out the new profiteers.
Oh, that's a good
50
one.
more
Wow.
traders coming in.
Now, if you didn't get picked now, relax. There's just 450 more
450 more
that are
traders.
open.
450
Yes.
more names to pick by the end of the week. We're not doing them all today. We're gonna do 2 teams each day throughout the week.
There you go.
Nice.
Yeah, perfect.
I've seen some of them in the chat already.
There you
Our
go.
WRIs,
Next
did
is
you really get
trader.
in?
There you go.
Someone's crying because
I
they got
see-
in. Tears of joy. Tears in his
Oh,
eyes, I
no.
guess.
Really?
Jay Prouse is in the chat. I seen. Yeah, there's Justin Prouse. He's in.
Well, keep an eye out for all this stuff because I have a welcome video, generic welcome video, but everyone on the team, we don't know who they are yet. Don't want to single anybody else out. Here they are, but we're going to do that later on. That'll be a Discord thing once we start getting a little bit rolling. Looking forward more to the next selection coming up here pretty soon. And then, 2 a day, 2 teams a day, every day this week. We're gonna have a blast. It's gonna be great.
Everyone
Yes.
picks will
Hey,
receive
Robert.
their confirmation email by the end of the week. You won't get your email today if you just got picked. You will have it by the end of the week, though.
Robert, I got some questions. I'm not in Discord. They should be in Discord, correct? I'm going to put the
That
link
is
there.
correct. That's where we do
where-
all the coaching. Yeah,
Right.
specific channels, dedicated channels, locked in channels just for the team members. Yep.
There's the link right there for Discord. I posted Topstep Discord. If you're not part of it, there's the link. Get in there because that's where a lot of things are happening. That's where the coaches hang out.
Mm-hmm.
It's like the bar at Cheers. Everybody knows everybody once you get in there.
Get in there, get your spot.
Norm. Yeah.
Thank you, Coach Robert. Awesome. We're looking forward to it. Everyone's looking forward to it. And big shout out to all of the technical titans out there. Get ready. Here it comes. It's a competition now.
Yeah.
1 of 10. 1 of 10 done. Here we go. I mean, it's so exciting. I think the level of excitement cannot be overstated. The fact what we're doing, and then on top of that, I mean, I've been talking almost a few times a week about the Topstep Trading League and how I'm excited for that, and how this could work into that and so forth, and then having an in-person event. This is just the start.
Yeah. You could definitely say that this is VIP is the precursor to the Topstep Trading League, which once we get all the details of that hammered out, it's going to be huge. It's so big that it's taken us months to try and figure out. We're not even done. Yeah.
Year.
We're not even done.
Want to do it right.
out. Yeah, we're gonna.
Yeah.
Do it. It's not gonna be. That won't be an
Exactly.
experiment.
No.
We're gonna hit the ground running on that one. There's not gonna be any hiccups. Hopefully.
Yeah, it's a good thing you say that, JD, because a lot of times you hear things like, how come you're not doing this? Why aren't you doing this? Like, well, we are and have been working for 2 months on something. We're not going to throw it out. We may have a guest on and say, like, hey, this person came on, supposed to be trading live. But when we booked them a month ago, things were different, but we're going to keep going with the process. VIP is the same way. We didn't just come up with this last weekend, this last 50. We've been working on this, the whole team, the whole crew, and all the coaches, and everybody on the production team and the marketing team. And, Danielle's been a huge part of it with overseeing this entire process. It just, everybody has their hands in one way, shape, or form. It does take a while. So to say, hey, when's the next team come? When's the next team? It's like, it does take a little while to get this going. And the VIP, the Topstep Trading League, is going to be no different. It's going to be a blast. We're working on all of that, have been, and it takes a lot. I mean, just to get the graphics going, get the names going, get the randomness going, who's going to do what, when, where's the permissions for Discord, all that type of stuff. How do you do payouts? What's the legalities behind it? Everything. There's a lot that goes into it. So I'm super stoked. Looking forward to working with the every 50 member on the technical titans and working with all the rest of the coaches. Let's do this.
Awesome. Thank you, Coach Robert. All right, we will catch up with you later on in the week. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate it, my man.
Take care, guys. Hey, gals, and traders.
Later, Coach Robert.
All right, back to the markets. We just kissed weekly kickoff high in the NQ. We're pulling back off at weekly kickoff low. I said high. Weekly kickoff low at 21,380 on your Topstep X platform. All the levels are there.
Potential failed auction here in the NASDAQ. Draft for my team is on Wednesday. Wednesday.
Let me draw in our initial balance here.
Well, we've seen 21,400s come into play.
Yes, Jay, potential failed upside auction in the NQ. So we have an opportunity for a nice cheap short right now. Well, actually, we got to wait till 10 o'clock.
So that high, JD, that high that we just rejected from in the NASDAQ is the monthly VWAP up at 420.
Ooh, okay.
I do like potential shorts kind of back down into this 300 area. If we get a little bit of a pull up here, kind of accepting back inside this initial balance.
What price, Coach Jay?
Yeah, I'm looking at around 3
or 360s. I mean,
what would be the target?
To enter.
What's
For
your
a
entry
short,
price? Yeah.
yeah, I'm looking right now. If we hold this initial balance, 370s.
370s. All right. We got
370s.
380.
Let's
Weekly
see.
kickoff low. It's a nice zone up here. 370 to 380.
May just go without us here, but and the target would be 290.
Very good. All right. House count. Scouting a short trade in the NQ. Risk is predefined. This is our risk would be above that monthly VWAP. Is that correct, Jay? Above that previous high?
Yep. That is correct.
And Maria short at NQ settlement. Pretty far off. 911,
What's the
921,
settlement?
911.
Right, okay. All right, here we are. Here
Let's
we are.
see.
If we want to get into a position, I would be okay with shorting one here, and then we can scale in.
Oh no, I just hit the. Let me cover that.
Sell all. Did you do max contract short, 80?
Sell 50.
I was using hotkeys. I hit the up button instead of the down button.
Did we get short right there in the 70s?
We are short at 68.5.
All right, cool. Just a one lot, right?
Man, had a fat finger error there. That's horrible. We're in one short.
All right.
I mean, so far so good. You can't plan this one out as that good. We got that nice bounce to those 70s, shorted it, and here we are back down into these 50s. We could break.
Just want to see some sell through 50 here. Target would be 305s and then 290s.
We're in one.
How many did you put on,
so
Jay? Are you
So I didn't even put it on. I was kind of focused on finding an entry here. But if we get a bounce back up here to 78s, I might put one on.
I might add one there.
Yep.
Had a chance at those 80s, but I wasn't paying attention to my finger position.
Seconds. I mean, hand in hand with the money, right? Here we go into these 40s. Let's see if we keep flushing. You're looking at 300, Coach Jay. Back into that zone.
But yeah, looking at 305. Yeah, want to see some selling coming in here below 350s. Not seeing it yet. Not seeing any bigger selling coming in below 350s. Not seeing any buying either. So.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, real quick here, a lot of people talking about Discord. I'm going to put that link in again. If you are not in Discord and you did sign up for the VIP, we need that. That's where it's all going to happen, is in Discord. So if you're not part of our Top Step Discord, here's the link I'm posting. What I want you to do is
get on it.
Yes, get on it. Hit that link and sign up.
Yeah, there's been some nice bounces, but every bounce that we've seen for the past since we've been in this trade have just been completely sold off.
Mm-hmm. We're risking about
just need to see some
$1,000 trade.
Yep.
We're in the money. We're about 0.5 to 1 right now. Seeing a bit of follow through. I like it.
Let's see. So
this is where I'd be covering one.
Yeah, same. But we're in one, right?
We're only in one, correct?
Yeah. It's
but
right
yeah,
at
this
the high
is where I would also
resistance. This was the resistance right here at 35s.
Yep.
Yeah, Coach Jay, you saw what I saw. I mean, it's
Yep.
sometimes it can be very difficult when it's all out, all in to be able to close a little bit for profit when you're just using
I'm
one
okay taking
contract.
it.
You're okay taking profit here?
Yeah, I am. So where we just bounced, Dakota was right, where we had that resistance
Yeah.
up there at 340s. We came back, tagged it. Let's see.
All right, we basically scratched that trade. We'll get better trade location.
Yeah. Yep.
Yep, that was the trade. This was these 35s. That was resistance. Resistance just became support. Yeah, that was it. From 70s to 30s.
Nice quick trade there.
All right,
And you said
guys.
it, Dakota,
While we're
right? This is
flat,
where I would be. Yeah, go ahead, JD.
say it. No, are you talking about getting back into a trade here?
No. Where Dakota said this is where I would be scaling out.
Mhm.
That was great call there.
Yeah.
I think we could get back into it, but go ahead, JD.
Could have gotten back into it. That's all right, though. No FOMO. All right, while we're waiting to get back into a trade, we're going to hit some P&Ls, live on the P&Ls from Friday, and then Coach Dakota has a big surprise for the rest of us. All right, here we go. Friday's top 5 live funded P&Ls. First up, we've got Luca. Trading the NQ, $12,542 for Luca. Pavella trading the NQ in ES, $7,900 in the NQ, about $180 in the ES, $8,080 in total profits for Pavel trading the life on account. Balkaran, popular trader around here, took $2,637 out of the ES, $3,512 out of the NQ for a total profit of $6,149. Renato, also on the big board, trading the NQ, $5,584. And Jian Kang, $5,466, also trading NQ. Renato, that's actually Nato Trades. I was in a bit of a hurry this morning putting this together. So Nato Trades, that is Renato. All right. Back to the markets. That's short. Still working out. Should have had a runner. If we only had a runner.
Yep. That's okay. That's okay.
We only shorted 20. JD, what's the max position size we could put on with that house account you have over there?
I believe that I am queued up for a 50 lot. I'll have to double check with the rest team though.
Not saying we're going to use it all, but just in case. Just in case. It would be nice to be able to scale in and out of trades, right? Where, like Dakota, you said that was the perfect scale out if we had multiple lots on.
And then keep a runner on.
Mm-hmm. Just keep 40 contracts for the sell-off back to 200.
Mm-hmm.
Confirmed. I can put a 50
Henry's
lot
sharing
on.
her target. Henry's got her target at 21,304, and then she says then 21,290. 304 is in 290s. Thank you, Henry.
Thank you. Got tagged on the retest, making the move without us. It's trading though, folks. All right, Dakota. Everyone's flat, right? Yeah. No trades on.
Everyone's flat.
Are you ready to do your thing?
Yeah, we could do it. We could do it right here. So I put out I was thinking MP was going to be on this morning, but I don't mind like him not being here when I do this, because and Coach Jay, you probably remember this as good as anybody, is I've been asked this question so many times. I was asked this question last year in the spring. Is this? And this is what I've always been debating. I do want to build my account up to 7 figures, trade 7 figures, have a single account with 7 figures. But then here's the question: leading by example, Coach Jay, and maybe you could help me answer this question, or have some good back and forth dialogue. Is I was wondering this question again last night with a few of my trading buddies, and so I posted it on the social media saying, how big of an account size in a live account? I'm not talking combines or XFAs or simulated. I'm talking about a live account. If you was to open up your own personal live account, how much would you use? Right? Because we're here day trading futures. Now,
Are you talking about
having go ahead.
Are you talking about a personal brokerage account, like opening?
Yeah, if you was going to open up a personal account to only day trade. Now, I'm saying,
Mhm.
yes, I could have a personal account where I could buy stocks, own stocks, trade options, and I could do a whole bunch of other things. But if you were just going to have only an account to day trade futures, what we're doing here at Topstep, how much of an account would you need to deposit, or like, what's enough, right? And I came to a conclusion last year, 100,000. I came to that conclusion with MP and the team, so that's what I did, and that's what a lot of my close friends and traders are kind of coming to a conclusion: is 100,000, and you don't really need more than $100,000 for this type of an account. What's your thoughts on that, Coach Jay?
I was going to say 50, but I agree with you. If I'm thinking about a day trading account where I'm not holding positions overnight, and not being incentivized to over leverage for the account, I would say 50, but yeah, I mean, 100 is great.
Yeah, and that's
So-
trading exactly the way that you're trading right now.
Correct.
So
Yeah, that's
taking into
trading
account margin, leverage, commissions, fees, the exact, not changing anything in your trading style right now. $100,000. Now, I want some of these guys in the chat to put that into perspective. Like based on the way you trade now, the amount of times you might have to reset in a month. How far would $100,000 get you with your current trading plan? Would you blow out of $100,000 account in like 6 days? We've seen it here before. Based
Definitely
on
can.
we've seen, yeah. I
you
mean,
see it
you'd
all the
be
time,
surprised
actually.
some of the stories I've heard about personal accounts, right? Doing it here at Topstep where there's day loss limit versus your personal account where, last night probably could be a good example. If anybody held trades over the weekend and they wake up Monday morning to the market down so much, it is a good example of if you do that in your personal account, you're not going to last very long. So I came to that conclusion. And so what I'm going to do is, if we can go ahead and zoom in. Let's see if I could
Look at this.
zoom this.
Here we go.
Zoom this in. Let's see if my technical skills, I'm going to have to do it. So I'm going to go ahead and do just that. I'm going to leave me a little bit of room for buffer, by the way, but I am going to take out 200 and a little over $200,000. I'm going to take $200,000 out of this account, and I'm going to leave me some room for buffer. And yeah, so I'm going to do that. I made that decision. I do want to get to $1 million account, but yeah, I went ahead and I submitted this, and I had to send a message to the risk management team, and yeah, there we go. $227,000 requested.
You guys just saw the number one trader at
beautiful, man.
Topstep request a $227,800 payout live on Topstep TV from a live funded account. Almost $230,000 is on its way to Coach Dakota right now.
Yep. I just
largest
sent a message
payout.
to
Great
the
stuff,
risk
man.
manager.
Is that the largest payout the firm has had?
As far as I know,
I'm not sure.
$227,000 is the largest payout. We can confirm that on the back.
Largest
end,
I've heard of. The biggest, the largest. Great stuff, man.
The biggest, the largest, the heaviest, deepest.
I don't know about that one. There's some big traders here in the live trades. I am only average I mean, we're gonna see some amazing traders this year come out of Topstep. Like, it's not even close. What I'm seeing in the live accounts, what we're seeing here at Topstep in these live accounts, is second to none. Like, I'm seeing some of these traders put up huge numbers that you don't see anywhere else. In live.
It is Claude says, what a juicy payout. That's no doubt about that. That's one of the advantages of getting into the live funded account here at Topstep. You're capped at 5K a month per XFA, but when you're in that live account, man.
Correct. So there's some messages in the
it.
chat about the 50%, right? There's the 50% is after you have so many days of profit, you could take out more than 50%.
Yeah, it's after 30 days of $200 plus, you can take out you basically close out your live account, take it all, start over if you wanted.
All right, so now we got to
That's what you
refill
wanted
that
to do.
balance. What's our next trade?
We're gonna buy the Nasdaq right here.
Now we're gonna buy out. Hey guys, real quick, while we're talking about payouts, want to see some more live funded payouts from Friday? It's going to be tough to ever top Dakota's $227,800 payout. But Wade did take 20 grand out on Friday. Pinson 15,000, Chia 12,900, Oh 8,400, and Meijin 5,550. Some more live funded payouts to get you guys excited about doing better in your trading. There you go.
Let's not forget about them payouts too, because if you have paid yourself out more than $5,000, better than 5,000 or more, you are eligible. Yes, you're eligible for a there's a 5K club hat and a 5K club pin. So get a picture of that showing. So traders who have made 5,000 in payouts can come to join the TopstepTV payout club. Every day we're going to be dropping the link in chat. So if you have, please fill that out. But right now we can only ship to traders in the United States, but we are looking to expand in the future. Our payout club. You have it. There's
almost $230,000, guys.
227.
How long do you have to work? For all of you working 9 to 5s right now, how long would it take you to earn $230,000?
Now here comes the messages. What am I going to do with it? Well, I will tell you, 69,000 is going to be backdoor Roth IRA'd. The red. I don't spend my money, guys. The
this
max
is all seed
limit
money for retirement. Yeah.
Yeah, backdoor Roth IRA is what I have to do, and they max us out at 69,000, and so yeah, 69,000 backdoor Roth IRA. The rest are probably going to be going into some cash secured puts on a nice basket of stock.
Yep. Dakota's explained that before. He lives very frugally. He doesn't like spending money, and yeah, that's all just seed money. It's going to keep growing.
Yeah,
Nice
it's
job,
surprising. A
Dakota.
lot of people don't know what
awesome.
Backdoor Roth IRA, because guess what? You could do the same thing I'm doing here in my Roth IRA account, cash secured puts, covered calls, all that fun stuff. And guess what? It's tax free here in the US. But I'm not going to talk too much because this is not a tax advice. Where's that risk disclosure?
We are not tax professionals, nor do we pretend to be on Topstep TV.
But if you know, you know.
All right. If you know, you know. Backdoor Roth IRA, folks. A lot of comments about the max number on that.
Really nice sell-off in the markets here. We're back at full session VWAP in the Nasdaq 21,260.
Yep, I got
120
that also.
points from where we got that short. Next trade, JD. I'm just asking about that 50 lot. You never know when you might have to use it. But
Yep.
again, we're
I'm
reading the
ready.
markets really well. Let's lean into one of these trades that we are seeing.
What is the next trade looking
you-
like, guys?
I'm gonna be honest. I'll be okay
going on
with
the long side, huh?
I'd be okay with getting into a single long contract right here in the Nasdaq into these 250s.
Okay. What would your risk be on that?
Yep. What's the risk?
My risk would be at 223, so there is something to be said to have the
30
risk
points right
lower
now.
and add when we get to that level.
All right. Scoping out along in the NQ.
Did we get in?
No. No trades made.
Okay.
You said risk is 30. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep.
30?
Long would be right here, right now, in these 50s or right where we're at. And to me, risk is going to be just under the 220, 230.
Okay.
And it's, I mean, we're
Still no entry.
yeah, we're 20 points higher already.
Yeah. Wait for a little dip for a long shot. A shot at longs in the NQ. I shouldn't say a long shot. Now it's a long shot if we got on right here in the 80s.
Guys, I'm 31 years old. I wish I was 20, 24. I'll shave and then I'll look 24.
If you could go back and do it all over again, Dakota, would you change anything?
Do what over again is the question, JD.
If you could be 20 years old again, what would you change? If anything.
Oh,
Buy
man.
Bitcoin with every dollar that I had.
Excel not hesitating, just waiting for an optimal trade location for our risk.
Yeah. Outside of the financial thing, though, Coach Jay, that's always the thing. Is I'd go back and buy
yeah.
something right. If we take out the financial, I would say, absolutely nothing. No, I wouldn't change anything. Everything I went through has made me the person I am today, and so I wouldn't change anything about it.
Good answer. Good answer. Jay, if you could go back to your 20s, would you have done anything differently?
I don't think so. I think I agree with Dakota. I don't think I would have.
Yeah,
Outside of
I'm pretty-
financials, like you said, again, I would have bought
pretty
Bitcoin
content
if I
myself,
knew
yeah.
what where Bitcoin was going. I'd buy it with every dollar that I had. But outside of that, no, I don't think I'd change too much. Everything is
Always
a
the
lesson.
right answer. Yeah. All right. Coming into a possible entry zone. I'd love to get into this trade in the 50s. I don't think we're going to get it, though.
Get in. Yeah, this is a decent zone to get in. I will tell you what, though, JD. I was watching the Barrett Jackson auction in Arizona over the weekend.
Mm-hmm.
I was tempted. To get a couple cars as investments. Yeah, I'm not a new car guy. I mean, yeah, you can always write off the depreciation, but old school muscle, those are assets to me.
Oh yeah.
Interesting. What kind of cars were you looking at? What was there?
Oh, there's a lot of nice ones. Nicolas Cage auctioned off his CUDA, and that was the one that I almost pulled the trigger on. It was all black, and if only it had white
Is that the one from
interior.
Gone in 60 Seconds?
I'm not sure. It was
Is Nicolas
beautiful.
Cage? Is he broke again?
He auctioned off his car.
$200
Yeah, he auctioned off his car.
A guy that comes from Hollywood royalty, like his grandfather was Francis Ford Coppola. His aunt is Talia Shire. Like all his cousins, everyone in his family's in the movie business. You know, he's
Yeah,
part owner of the winery.
I
His
would.
grandpa's winery. He's a part owner, but somehow he's broke. Like he blasted through $250 million. Now he just takes every
He likes
job
to spend.
on the
Yeah,
market.
but the
I
thing
was.
is,
I
he's
almost
in
put
like
my bid
every
in.
other movie.
I was.
He makes a movie a week.
Mm-hmm.
He's pumping out the movie. But I was so close. I really was. They had to verify funds on the online website. I couldn't just call in. By the time they verified the funds, the auction was his CUDA already went across the thing, and I was pretty upset. It went for a decent price. It went for 290,000. But
Wow.
when you take a look at that thing, it's beautiful. It's 1970 Plymouth. It had a Hemi engine, and it was as clean as it gets.
Mm-hmm. All right, guys, we got some housekeeping to do. While we're waiting to get into this trade, I think we're gonna get better trade location here. But we're gonna bring James in real quick to hit a couple news stories. James, what is happening in the outside world while we were slinging the NASDAQ here?
Well, JD, I'll tell you what's going on in the outside world. This weekend, it's going to be Groundhog's Day. Did you know? I love this title of this article, 2025 predictions. You can go one of two ways. You see it or you don't. So flip a coin. I talk about this story because it leads us into our next photo. Gabe, if you'll switch it over. Love this one ever since Danielle made it. Groundhog's Day watch.
Groundhog
6
Day.
days.
Here we go.
Who needs a little furry rodent to tell you if spring's coming early when we can just send Hoag outside? So Danielle has more cooking with this bit. I gotta get filled in on it, but I'm here for it. I love it.
Hoag may or may not show up. He may or may not show up with a groundhog sandwich the next day, folks.
Yeah. He sees a shadow. Oh my goodness.
So find your favorite betting app and get to plugging away. Will he see the shadow or not? Our next story. Guys, my light guy is in trouble. That's right. I have a lamp guy. A lamp guy in London was busted for stealing hundreds of historical lamps all around this downtown. So if you notice, I don't have any fancy lamps in my apartment anymore. I'm sorry. It's kind of harder to get some. The Hertfordshire police said they found 296 lights and lanterns at an address in Barkway. These fittings, known as Richardson candle lamps, were reported stolen last year. Stolen by an 18-year-old man. So, sorry guys, I can't give you any more of these beautiful lamps anymore. I know.
Probably a
it's devastating
market with that. Yeah.
I mean, you got to wonder, like,
buck.
Are they worth money due to their historical value? Are they worth money due to what they're made out of? The article doesn't really go into details, but it's a weird story. I had to bring it to your attention because you need to know about this. Speaking about what you need to know about, most of you already know this, but we have our Super Bowl teams heading to New Orleans. The Chiefs are going to face the Eagles for the second time in 3 years. And I'm on a really weird balance of this show of I want to show you really fun content, but I don't want us to get any more strikes. I really love it when the Eagles go to the Super Bowl because of all that footage of the Eagles fans just rampaging through Philadelphia. And it's usually set to the Always Sunny in Philadelphia theme song. And those are my favorite things to come out of the Philly going to the Super Bowl any year. They do it.
It's going to be 2v1, right? 2v1?
Yeah. 2v1. Yep. I mean, you're talking about a city where people are climbing light poles and throwing down the traffic lights and the people catching them and saying, hell yeah, are the cops. So I love that
talking
city.
about it's going to be the Chiefs and the refs versus the Eagles.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yes.
That's what I'm referring to. It's 2v1
I get you now.
The third man, the ref. The third team.
I, for one, look forward to the next Always Sunny episode about this, though, because it did a great one for the first time. And finally, in last sports news, Guys, it's that horrible time of the year again. That's right. Chicago, NASCAR's back, baby. Vroom, vroom. Topstep has refused to send me out there the past 2 years, but this year might be different. Please,
Oh,
I
yeah.
have to go watch cars turn left. I need it in my soul. It is a year where if
Oh,
you
you're
live
being
downtown,
sarcastic.
it's yes, Eddie. But I would love to see them actually race downtown. Third annual year of like a 10-year contract. If you're trying to drive on Lakeshore Drive, it's terrible. But if you manage to get downtown and get some seats, it will probably be pretty cool. They raced right alongside the Field Museum. Topstep, let's go. We got the microphone.
Let's go.
We got the shirt.
Oh, man.
I'll report
I
from the
like
street.
NASCAR. I like NASCAR. I watch it Sundays.
I feel like
Went
it's
to
a
one
sport I
race
would
and-
really like to watch in person, but at home I just can't get into it. That's just me though.
You know what?
Fair
I
enough,
tell you,
fair enough.
if you go to one race, I tell you, it is so loud, so exciting. I didn't think so either.
Yeah.
But I tell you that first lap and then coming around, it's incredible. You can't explain it,
Yeah.
but if you can, do it.
We'll see. We'll see if we tune in live. Maybe Peter Tuchman makes an appearance downtown. But that's all I got for now. Let's get ready for our next VIP draft coming up in about 10 minutes. So, JD, back to you.
Thank you, James. Coach Paul coming in just a few minutes. We're going to draft the next 50 profiteers, the VIP experience.
Ooh.
Working a bid. House count is now long 50.75 in the NQ. Our risk is going to be around 30 on this trade. We're going to call it 28. Just a one lot.
What price did the house get long?
21,050.75. 2150, 251, call it 251.
Okay, fair enough. It's still a good entry price. I'm a little more hesitant about this one, JD, because this isn't the first
After that,
test. Because the first entry is always the better one because we try to make a run to those 90s and then we failed, and so I obviously would like the one first. But this is still a good price. This is still a good area for longs. I like it because I'm looking for this market to rotate back up to these 320s. And
we're not taking a terrible amount of heat on it either. $400 worth of heat.
It's a good trade. It's a good trade. I'm still looking for this market to rotate. Stay. Honestly, maybe we just kind of hover around these 21,300 throughout the rest of this New York session.
We got VWAP right here at 262. Full session VWAP at 262. We just need to see some buyers above there.
Are we in one or two?
I think just one right now.
Coach Paul has arrived in the back. We also got Dolby time here. Couple of all-stars. We can pull on Dolby whenever we are ready.
Oh, Dolby. Is Dolby one of the VIP coaches?
Dolby is not a VIP coach. No.
I feel like Dolby should be a VIP coach. Dolby, you should be a VIP coach, and you need to have some cheesy play off the Dorito.
Cheesy Dorito play.
When we get 26-hour days, I will be down to coach. I'll be down to coach.
I think I just had my chance to scratch that trade, and now we're about to get dinged on it.
Aww. A lot of fun names in chat, though. I don't know if chat thinks up an incredibly creative and good name. I'll consider being a VIP coach for maybe season 3. I like being fashionably late to things. Make sure everything, all the kinks get worked out.
Coach Roberts the only. Coach Roberts the only one on the TV team that really, not really. He's the only one on the TV team that is coaching a VIP team. All right, tagged out on that one. House count down 350 right now.
Nothing.
Taking a bounce off those crude lows. Crude lows 73.22. 37 trading last.
And
It took a heavy run here.
I would be the guy saying that's where we should have added right there. JD is, yeah. This is the add to the long. These 220s. Coach Jay, thoughts?
Slam it.
Jay is
not
back.
Coach Jay.
220s. Yeah, it's about. So hold on. I'll give you a price that I would like to add. Give me 1 second. Let's see what happens at this 200. I think. But yeah,
Okay.
220s is reasonable. I'm looking at 50% of that 3-minute opening range, which is down at 190. We have a bid at 200, 122 bid at 200.
Okay. That's fine because that was support there during the London Open, right? That's the low of the London London Open. There's a lot of support right there in these lower 200s.
All right, I got the finger on the trigger. Dolby, how's it looking on your end today?
There were a couple good ranges today. There was a really nice one around like 8 o'clock. It was a nice 15-minute range. And then there was a couple nice 5-minute ranges. There was one at 9, and then maybe even one at 9:40. Man, Nasdaq's been doing some crazy stuff today, hitting some really big like long-term levels. I had like 21,380. I believe that was was a daily low, January 21st. Kind of got up there and stopped. And then I think the king range today is actually the weekly range. I put that in chat this morning. But that's from like 20,760 up all the way to like 22,087. So we're still range bound. You just got to look at a time frame that's big enough. But I think we're kind of almost right in the middle of. Actually, maybe we did reject right at the middle of.
Hey, we got a couple things coming out here in about 4 minutes. London
What's
closed,
up,
and we
Eddie?
got the 3-month, 6-month bill auction coming up here. So London's going to be
Are you
closing
ready?
in about 4 minutes. So just a heads up.
Cool. Thanks, Eddie. Yeah. So if you actually go to the weekly chart and then draw that range, the midpoint of that range is about 21,378, which is approximately kind of right where we turned around today. So I've been watching midpoints of ranges for a long time, but I'm going to start keeping note of those. I think we're like trying to get long right now. I'd maybe look at 21,175 for a potential long. Maybe those shorts there might want to cover, but we'll see. This also might be just continuation trend to the downside. And this maybe we just stair step shorts.
Man, last trade in NVIDIA, 120.25.
Wow.
Down 16%. Woof.
I mean, probably best off just shorting it. I do say it's like if there's no news, then NASDAQ typically is not a good short, but today there is news. And that's DeepSeek, kind of stirring up the waters in the AI world.
Yeah, I threw a long in the NASDAQ. Yeah, I jumped in at 120. 120 here in the NASDAQ.
Jay, have you done anything?
Just a dummy account though, just so everyone knows. This is a dummy account. I'm gonna wait until my payout goes through before I trade again.
Oh, what's your payout? I missed it, Dakota. What are you taking out?
Oh, geez.
Yeah,
you didn't see that, Dolby?
$50?
Yeah, it's enough for the data fees.
Take a guess. Everybody be quiet. Dolby, try and guess what Dakota's payout was.
I don't know, 50 grand or something?
Or something. It's the or something, Dolby.
Or something, yeah. Or something. 200.
That 120 bid at 200 is
$800.
I don't derive any happiness from making money. I don't know about you, Dakota, but happiness is really just in the heart and with our pets. Gus does not care about a payout. Cares about snuggles.
Like money.
Hey, Jay, did you jump in on along here also?
No, I didn't, JD. I'm watching this bid at 200. They kind of held it there. We got to within a tick of their order and did not get filled, but they also didn't move it. So,
yeah, I'm long two from 208.
Two from 208.
Yep.
208.
Ooh, we got some liquidity down here. All right.
Phil,
House count.
okay, now I like this long a lot better.
House count just got an 01.5. House count's long, 201.5.
201.5.
Good.
Cool. What are you guys seeing here for this long?
You
Targets?
see the low. Yep.
What is our risk on this trade?
I have mine at 57.
Pretty deep. All right.
Oh, nice. Okay.
I would add. I would add at 13. Here we go. Here's the rally. Wow. We're coming off that pretty good.
Nice pop there. Nice pop.
If we can hold it.
Ooh, nice bounce.
What did we get in the house, JD?
I was counting 01, 01 and a half.
How many?
Just one. I should reset my. I should reset to 3 though. I should
At least
have done that
2.
for the last trade.
At least 2.
Yeah. Could we add one then?
We certainly could.
Nothing worse than having one contract on. You gotta make it all in, all out. It's not fair.
All right, we are now long 2. Average price
There we go.
03.75.
Yes,
Good entry
JD.
on the
That's
second one.
exactly.
Target's 55.
Dobie.
Yeah, I gotta make
Emery's
sure. we have
long
at
at
least
21,200.
Ooh. Emery's been chopping it up.
All right, everyone's long. Amory's been seeing the markets real by the last couple of weeks.
It's gonna be like
I'll count long a
head and
pair.
shoulders, possibly. Every time I draw a head and shoulders pattern, doesn't that look like a head and shoulders pattern? I don't know how. How do I avoid that, Dakota?
What?
Every time I draw a head and
Avoid
shoulders
what?
pattern, it looks like something else.
What does it look like?
I don't know how to like.
I don't know.
I don't know.
Don't answer that question, Dolby.
Kind of like a
Cover,
rocket,
cover
I
one
guess,
eye
but
and
I'm
see
not
if it looks the
sure.
same.
What if I alt eye?
What is it?
Is
Alt
better
eye?
then?
Blink real
Alt
fast
eye?
20
Alt
times.
eye?
Tell me what you see.
It's a Rorschach test or something. Is that what that is?
What kind of head and shoulders are you drawing? What's the pattern?
The wrong head and shoulders.
Wrong head and shoulders. Ah. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oh man. So
we do
where's
need
the
to see somebody
CYA
step
right
in
now?
and
Do you
buy
have,
this.
JD?
What was that, Dakota?
Just curious what you have the CYA at right now.
57.
Okay. If we
On
could
a
get
pair.
to these 230s, let's go ahead and move it up to 190. If we could get into these 230s.
Got it.
I'm gonna look for us
we
to
have
get back up to
115 bid at 21,190, which is right around 50% of that 3-minute opening range. Let's see if they go fill that.
190.
Nice little 1 minute range happening. In the NQ. So you guys trade some RTY today. What was that like? It's like
It was
2
a
days in
winner.
a row.
Coach
2 days in
J.
a row.
Quick little
Count
trade.
Friday.
Oh, nice ripper.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Caught it at the right time.
Perfect timing.
Yeah.
All right. While we are sitting on this trade, we've got our CYA in. We are long. We got Coach Paul in the background. Coach Paul, head coach of the Profiteers. And we've got part 2 of our VIP draft. If you are ready, let's loop in Coach Paul. See what he's looking at in the markets today.
Hello.
We can hear him.
What's going on,
Let's get his
Coach?
picture.
Hey, Coach Jay, long time no see.
It's been a while.
It's
There
been
he
a
is. What's
while.
up, Coach Paul? Head coach of the Profiteers. Paul,
NASDAQ's
you ready
not
for?
up.
You ready for season 2?
I am ready and raring to go.
Excellent.
Hopefully I can draft the next Saquon Barkley.
Was
Is
that
he out
guy
there or she?
the biggest hit of the season or what?
I love him.
Poor Giants.
It's just fun to watch.
Poor Giants.
Poor Giants. Be honest. They got to be happy right now.
All right, Coach Paul, what's the strategy going into season 2? What are you going to change? What are you going to improve on? What's
Good question. And Coach Dakota was congratulations, nice payout. But
Thank
he
you.
was questioning what it would take to trade your own account, how much money it would take.
That was a good question.
From my
for sure.
experience, that question is rooted in position sizing.
Love it.
So how
Yes.
much risk can you take compared to your equity? A lot of focus, and especially with new traders, is just making money. I'm going to put it on hell or high water.
Boom!
And
That is big time football.
Thanks, Eddie.
So it's a great question. And so if you're coming in, you're managing what? You're managing your equity. You're a money manager. With that, when you understand that, you can take good, I'll call bets that are based on your equity, not what you want. I think the thing I want to get better at is getting my traders to understand their process and then position the bet or position the trade so you can afford to lose and let it run. Without that, as traders, we get trapped in, we get stuck. I can't, one of the comments is, I can't afford to take this loss. Well, when you position size and you have a process and you're comfortable with the risk, then you have confidence. I have to take this trade and not focusing on whether it's a winner or loser. It's a good, well-defined trade. So that's what I am going to focus on in this second season.
Very good. Very good. Thank you so much for that insight, Coach Paul. Great that you have a plan going into season 2. We're going to be keeping our eyes on all the profiteers. Speaking of which, we've got 50 new traders to draft right
That's exciting.
now.
You ready?
Eddie,
you ready?
Please.
Oh boy,
here we go.
These VIP invitations.
Players and VIPs only.
There you go. Man.
Super.
Here they are lining up.
Your new profiteers.
There's Eddie's bong.
VIP.
Oh, nice.
See anybody we recognize? These are Discord handles, by the way.
Number 1, Eddie's bong.
Eddie's bong. Look at
Way
this.
to go there.
Eddie.
He's a good kid there, Coach Paul. Treat him right.
I shall.
Treat him
I
right.
shall. Hope he
Big
burns
shout
it up,
out,
right?
Eddie's bong.
Okay.
Yo.
Won't be a
Eddie's
one-hit
bong is in the
wonder.
chat. Happy for you, Eddie. Eddie's bong, I should say.
I'm so
Eddie's bong has
proud.
been here. I think Eddie's bong has been here since day 1 of TopstepTV. In the chat every single day.
It's got to be close. Yeah. Also, the Sturdy Gentleman too. I've seen that name around a while.
All right, we are in the 30s and moving that stop up.
Nice bounce.
Yeah, I'd move it up to 190, JD.
Stop is moved.
I gotta say, whoever put these together, this starting lineup, props to them. Good job.
Excellent. Congrats to all of the profiteers. Folks, you're going to get your email by end of week. You won't get the email today, but if you're expecting it today, we will have those emails out to all of the new VIP traders by the end of the week. So make sure you're checking your inbox late afternoon on Friday, call it. Congrats to all these profiteers. We're expecting nothing but the best from all of you. So go and be good traders. Coach Paul, any final words? What do you want to say to your new team before closing this out?
All right. Well, welcome to the privateers. Let's make it simple. Plan your trade and trade your plan. Position size well. And let's thrive and make some money.
All All right. We got 400
Hopefully you
more
get
spots to fill. Go ahead, Coach.
Hopefully someone gets a $268,000 payout soon.
That would be nice.
We got a record to break. Someone's got to break this record now. The record's only been there for, I don't know, 45 minutes. Now we're talking about breaking it already. That's fine.
Records are meant to be broken. I want to see it. I'm sure
Right,
they're
immediately.
broken.
Immediately.
Yep.
Immediately.
Let's see it. I have no
Right
doubt
back down
that
to
we're
our
going to
entry
have
price on
traders.
this trade.
Yeah, like KAI, crushing it. Some of the live traders just doing so much better.
It is a secret. Nobody knows. But I'm trying to find out. I really am, y'all. I'm on the booking team. We're trying to get in touch. Sends an email. Then he disappears. Then he reappears. Kai, if
Who's
you're
this?
out there, just please respond. Please respond. It
Did
might
we
be a
close out of
written
one right
interview.
there in the 30s, or are we still in the same?
We're
same
still long
position?
two. Did not close one out in the 30s.
Still long two.
Okay.
Yeah, nice little 5-minute range foreman.
Would you risking about 10 points here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a 50-point bounce for a second when we were releasing those names.
Yeah,
I'm
slight
gonna-
distraction. Should have been out of one of these.
It's okay. It's okay.
You know, all the best stuff happens during the green room and then plugs and promos.
Mm-hmm. It's true.
The best trades.
Yeah,
We are
James's
still in,
news
though.
break is a prime trading time.
Yeah, James, where you at?
If anyone's
we
watching.
need some volatility. Need some more news.
James, it's the face to buy on.
Great segment. Great segment. Dakota, I thought you were gonna do like a
190 bid is still
million.
sitting there.
Yeah, I thought you were gonna do like $1 million payout, Dakota, or like $1 million.
$1 million
P&L.
payout.
Yeah, I thought that's what you're trying to go for.
Why didn't you do that?
Yeah.
You need to understand the maximum to put into a Roth or to roll over is 69,000. So maybe I want to do one decent sized payout a year, usually in the spring.
And then what? Put it in a Roth IRA or something.
Well, you can only put.
And we just
69
got
of it.
tagged on that.
Not financial.
We're out of
advice.
that chart. Man. Too many distractions today. Shit.
Too many distractions. This is like every day, JD. What are you talking about? Every day. TopstepTV. We're placing trades live in the house account. Let trades come first, JD.
And Marine just got in at our stop.
Oh, come on, Anne.
Or did she get stopped? Was 190? Anne-Marie
No,
was 190.
she's talking about that. There was a bid at 190s. It was
190 bid,
115 bid at 190. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm okay with getting back in that, JD. If we didn't take any profits right there in the 30s. I did close out some of the position right there at 30s when I moved my stop loss.
Mm-hmm.
This trade is still valid. It's the exact same setup.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same setup. We're still at the lows. And
All right.
Nice little
What's your
5-minute range,
CYA on
woman.
this, Dakota? If you didn't move your stop up, Dakota?
yeah, the CYA would be the same. It'd probably be right there at, I would say, 80, 82, 83. What's your thoughts on this, Coach Jay? If we could break back above 205?
Yeah, if you get it, just I think be quick to take profits unless we start to see some candle closes above that 230. Because now there's another bid at 175, 120 bid at 175, and we've just been market's kind of just been acting as a magnet to these and filling them.
Yeah.
So I think if
Seeking
you
out
if
liquidity,
you're getting in
filling it.
multiple, yep.
Man, what a
So maybe that's 75.
organized sell-off. Just like straight angle down. Oh, Troops is saying NVIDIA is finally moving sideways. I think NVIDIA is down 17% today. Really not taking that news well.
Hammered.
What's funny is that Yeah, Meta and
Keep
Apple
moving.
are both up though, so I think it's really the only one that is getting crushed right now. Unless there's a couple other ones that are also getting smacked. But yeah, Apple up 3%, with Tesla down 17. Wow. Oh no.
Hey,
We get
JD, here
wicked
we
on
are
this one,
back in.
JD?
Let's see if we get into these 20s.
We didn't get wicked, but
CYA, what do you have the CYA at right now?
not in. Didn't get our fill.
Henry says I'll be flat at 21,190 for the last half if we lose it.
If we make one more trip back down there, yeah. That's the question. If we do get back down there, do you still like the long again for the third time?
Depends on how the market reacts. I mean, oh, dang it, man. These fills are gonna be one of those days.
It is one of those days. Happy Monday, everyone.
Happy Monday.
I believe Limp Bizkit also said it's just one of those days.
Real
Rico's
quick here.
futures. Oh, go ahead.
No, I was going to say a lot of questions coming up. Both teams have been picked here for the VIP today. We're going to be doing 2 teams tomorrow, 2 teams Wednesday, 2 teams Thursday, and we'll finalize it 2 teams Friday. So pass it on if you do see that question. Back to you, Dolby.
Yep, that is it. Thank you, Eddie. Yep, draft is done for today. VIP draft is finished for Monday. We'll have a couple more teams coming out tomorrow, so make sure you're here.
Yep.
2 teams a day.
Yep, Coach Jay's gonna be on Wednesday. I'm gonna have mine on Friday. Okay, here we are in
nice
the
rally
30s
here.
again. Yep, I'm gonna close a couple off right there in the 30s. And it's a game of ticks, JD.
It's just like how football is a game of inches, unless you're the Chiefs. Then you can rewind inches on key first down opportunities.
You have feet.
Yeah, it's almost like the Chiefs have like negative slippage. It's like they get added yards somehow, whereas everyone else gets deducted. I don't know how that works.
It would be positive slippage, right?
Yeah, I guess. Well, yeah.
You get
well,
better
slippage
fills on everything.
Yeah, you get better fills on everything. Kind of depends on like your direction. LOL Bears fan, shut up. We already won the Super Bowl this offseason. Killing it right now.
Damn. I hate
Chiefs at the dealing desk, and I love it. Get out of here, George.
I hate watching this rip and not being on it.
Yeah, JD, there she goes into these 60s. 60.
Nice trade, Dakota. Dakota's still in on it.
There's 75 points.
Just casual.
Yeah, that's.
It's not fun. It's not getting fun. How bad did we get stopped out, Jade? Is it like a couple points we missed out on by, or is it just like a couple tickies?
Yeah,
it was 2 ticks, 2 points.
2 points. Ooh, that's rough.
The low there is 187.5.
Our stop was 91.
Dakota, how is that putting your stop loss where you're putting your entry where your stop loss is? Are you still sticking with that? Plus the 20-point profit target?
Yeah, I mean, yes, yeah. This is one where we got stopped out, but then got back into it. I don't know, for
immediately getting back into it.
Yeah, I thought we were immediately back into it.
I just got short. I just got short at 68 in the orders.
What do you see in
My
there,
stop
Jay?
is at 85 quarter. We just rejected at the high of the 3-minute opening range and anchored VWAP from there. This is going to be a quick trade, unless we get the flush of VWAP right now. Let's see. Want this opening range high to hold. Basically risking the high of that new that last 3-minute candle that we just printed.
Gotcha.
Did we get short that one?
No, did not take that one.
What are you in at, Coach Jay? 68?
68.75. It's
What's your
okay. Don't.
take profit?
My
looking
stop is at 85 quarter. 85 quarter.
17-point stop.
Yep.
Nice. Well, how did you spot this level? What's going
Yeah.
on here?
What were you looking at there again? Say it one more time.
Give me 1 second. I'll show you. Because I'm gonna get out of this in a second if this doesn't flush right here.
Yeah, I mean, manage your
Actually,
trade
here,
first.
I'll just take
We
that.
can
I'll take the $100.
follow
It's
up
okay.
there.
All right. So I'll show you. So 3-minute opening range, which is this box I just drew here, and then we have VWAP anchored to that box. So we pushed up to the high. So this is a long signal, right? This red line leaving this box is a long signal. But now that the market has turned around, I'm thinking any buyers that were in this VWAP basically start to take profits if they're not getting favorable price action. So when we get back to the high of the opening range, we reject at that VWAP. Now I'm short there because they're taking profits, and my stop is above the where they failed. So
Oh, look at this little snipe. That's a nice
Very
little trade you
nice.
got going on here. So anchored VWAP off the 3-minute opening range.
Very interesting.
Nice, dude.
Man.
Now target on
What?
this is going to be 220.
So why 220s?
So the low of that 3-minute candle, Dolby, is right around
Okay.
220.
Gotcha.
Where like the opening of that 3-minute candle is right around 220, and there was actually a decent amount of positive delta in that candle, right? So positive. Okay, I'm out. I just got stopped out. So that candle is not just price action. There were actual buyers in that candle, right? Positive 1100 delta in that 3-minute candle, which means buyers are stepping in. So I don't want to continue to fade them, right? Because they are trying to buy it. So I'm just going to take what they're giving me there, but we can see it's kind of holding up. We could get another push.
Wow, cool. That's a really nice description of that trade.
New low in gold. Gold just hit another bottom here.
Thank you, Eddie.
730, 760.
All right. Well, while the house count is flat, we got our final piece of housekeeping to do here in Fast Markets. We got a few minutes left, so we're going to bring in Gabe for a Topstep X demo. Gabe, tell us everything.
Yo. What is going on? We have a new Topstep X feature in the risk management section. So I'm super excited to drop another tool your way. We have the new trade clock, which is a great way to stay in control, managing any open trades while blocking any new additional entries or additional scaling. And it's going to help you stick to your plan. Designed to not close your positions or cancel your working orders, just giving you the flexibility to focus on and managing your current active trades. I'm going to show you a quick demo of where it's located, how you're going to actually use it, if you do choose to use it. Let's go ahead and switch over to my charts here. You notice I don't currently have a trade on. So this is actually, if I go over to the chart settings tab in that risk department of the settings, you're going to see this trade clock on the right-hand side underneath your personal lockout. It is currently disabled because I need to have an active position in order to utilize this feature. So let me just go ahead and get into a quick trade for demo purposes. This is not a trade that I would take. And just go ahead and buy one at market. So now that I'm in a position, I can go ahead and go to this trade clock feature. And now I have some preset time suggestions. So if I want to, lock myself from making any changes to this trade other than potentially closing it for, let's say, 10 minutes, and then it's going to warn you that it's irreversible. So once you hit this 10-minute trade clock lock, you're not going to be able to modify that. And you're only going to have the option to flatten or cancel your orders pertaining when this lock is in place. If I enable this trade clock, perfect. Now I'm going to go ahead. I've been locked out for 10 minutes, but notice that unlike the personal lockout feature, it does not end up liquidating or you don't end up closing your position. What I can't do now, though, is if you look over to the right-hand side, I have no ability to add any additional contracts. And the only option that I have now is to flatten or cancel the remaining orders available. So it's basically just going to liquidate the position. So I'm going to go ahead and hit I don't like this anymore. I'm gonna hit flat and cancel all. All remaining orders have been cleared, and that just is going to help you potentially. If you have an issue or a challenge that you're facing, maybe you try to average yourself in to trades, and that's not really working for you very well. This will be a great feature for those that are struggling to find ways to incorporate averaging into your trades when you're already in the negative. And so I think this is a great feature, just one of the many risk features that we are bringing to our traders to be able to help prevent yourself from further detriment to your account and continuing that, avoiding tilt. So I think it's a great feature. Check it out. Use it in a practice account. It's just currently available for sim. It will be coming to our live funded traders in addition to the personal daily loss limit and the personal daily profit targets. Those will be coming to live traders here shortly. But for right now, check it out. And then I'm going to get you guys back to you to finish out this segment.
Awesome. Thank you, Gabe. I do see the haters in the chat for that feature, but you're under no obligation to use it. So if you don't want to use it, don't use it.
I never understand that. I never understand that.
They're gonna hate on the feature.
You don't have to use it.
Requested by the community. Let's.
Yeah, right. A few of these people just need to go back to bed for a little while, I think.
Requested by the community, hated by the community.
It's a catch-22. We're damned
Learn
if
to
we
love
do, we're
yourself,
damned if
chat.
we don't.
Learn to love yourself.
Shout out to the chat. I should have held on to that short.
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, right.
So why did you move your stop?
So like I said, Dolby, that 3-minute candle that I framed out, there was some positive delta in there, which was some covering, but I lost kind of part of the picture. They covered shorts, right? Where there's positive delta, they covered shorts, but they weren't able to get back above VWAP, right? So it's not convincing buying, right? So I kind of got lost in the puzzle there. I think that move that we saw was more short covering than actual buyers coming in. So I probably shouldn't have taken it off, but it is what it is. I think I might get another opportunity to get in short here.
Long 50? Oh, short. I mean, we're kind of back down there. We bounced there before.
Yeah.
Easy 30.
We are running a little shorter. We're going to start the next segment. We've got a morning recap coming back. We're going to start that segment with Eddie doing some announcements. Just because we're running a little short in time. We only got about 1 minute left here in fast markets. Dakota called on his trade. Jay called a couple nice trades. Got stopped out on a couple nice trades. We should have stayed in. Talk about those on the recap a little bit.
It's going to be a fun trading week this week. We're already off to a great start with volatility. So
I know. I thought Wednesday was going to be the day. We started last night, actually. Last night.
Thank you, DeepSeek.
Yeah, that must have been crazy. It's a really good session.
What are you guys hoping to see for the rest of the day based on this? Anything in particular?
No, I'd love for this market just to keep selling off. Sell off. It could keep selling off till my payout hits my account. And then I could...
we start buying again. Everybody sell, sell, sell. Everybody buy, buy.
It. We need to get... NVIDIA needs to drop another 15%.
Where is NVIDIA at now? I got last trade at 120.5, down 15.6%. Rough day in tech.
I sold this Friday puts. I sold the puts on 115 NVIDIA. 115 NVIDIA this Friday. We'll see. It's cash secured, so I will either own NVIDIA at 115 or pocket that money. Pocket the volatility today. Where's the VIX at? VIX is spiking. Theta gang. Premiums are going up out of the roof.
Where's Nick for a tick? Probably has lots of opinions.
VIX is at 18.8 right now.
VIX is dropping. VIX started the day at right around 21 during our pre-market.
Yeah, that's when I sold the puts. I had an order to sell puts at 115 at the open.
Dakota, when do you do your fundamental sort of trades? Like, when do you have time to look at those charts for a whole different sort of trading style?
It's not really fundamental. It's just buy the stocks I like. and it's more of how do you buy what you like. I like to sell cash secured puts at a lower price. I'll collect the premium, and then if the market drops, I own the stock. When I own the stock, I'll sell calls, and then if the market goes up, it's like I take profit, but I'm continuously collecting premium, right? It's just like you're at a rate, you're a range trader, Dobie, and you're basically saying, I don't care where this market goes. The longer it takes, the more money I make.
Got it. I see what you're saying. Nice. Even though I passed the Series 3, I'm definitely a lot to learn still on selling options and options in general.
All right, guys. Hate to break up the party, but it's we're about time here. We got Peter Tuchman coming on for in just a few minutes. Then we're going to do a quick morning recap, and then we got Trade with Topstep featuring Gabe, Dolby, and Raphael O. So that's coming up next on Topstep TV. Thanks for joining us, guys. Coach Dakota, Coach Jay, Dolby time. Big shout out to all of the new VIP traders. We're going to have more drafts coming up throughout the week. We're going to take a short break now, but we will be right back. We got some announcements from Eddie coming up in a minute also. So sit tight, grab a ham sandwich. Topstep TV is going to be right back. Let's go.
Why Topstep? Because traders shouldn't have to risk everything to participate in the markets. And since 2012, we've provided capital to over 10,000 futures traders just like you. From the pits in Chicago to screens in over 143 countries, we've been motivated by one simple idea. We don't care who you are or where you learn to trade. If you pass Topstep's trading evaluation, you'll be invited to trade with our capital in a fully funded account. As a Topstep funded trader, you keep 90% of profits and we take the losses. We also offer educational resources for all levels, live classes, and free group coaching from a team with over a century of professional trading experience. We're invested in your success. So what are you waiting for? Ditch the brokerage account, start learning by doing, and become a Topstep funded trader today.
What a great jingle. What a great jingle. Mr. Tuchman, what is up? Good morning. Happy Monday. Lots happening in the markets. What is happening in tech right now? What are you seeing? Why did the market tank overnight? Why are we seeing a little rebound right now?
The deep seek thing going on, that's the biggest thing, right? So there's a company obviously out of China that claim that they can do everything that NVIDIA does and all the other high-level tech stocks can do for $6,000. They can do it for $6,000 as opposed to what NVIDIA charges, 100 times that or something crazy. So it feels a little bit. Apparently, there was this wild. I don't know if you guys follow Quant Data, you guys trading futures, but Quant Data is a company I'm actually on the board of. It's an unusual option activity company that tracks options. And apparently, there was a massive trade that went on the tape. It was a put trade on Friday afternoon, putting the SPYs in a big way. And then we come in this morning and we're down 125 handles. So that feels a little curious to me. And the way they presented the news, it was almost in a predatory fashion. Look, the bottom line is everybody here in the space is claiming that whatever they're claiming is not true, right? We know a lot of stuff that comes out of China is got, it's got hair on it, if you want to say it that way. And so there's not a lot of truth to it. I think the market is, look, we bounced back a bit, right? Let's think back to August 5th, right? If you remember, August 5th was the last time we had sort of this perfect storm. August 5th and September 5th. August 5th was that week and where the VIX popped up from 2 to 60. And then we had the Japanese stock market crash when they raised interest rates. We came in on Monday morning. We were down 256 handles on the SPY this morning. And then that was the low. The opening bell was the low of the day. And we spent the next 2 weeks clawing back all those losses. In September, we had the first week of September in 2024, I'm talking about, was the worst week for tech since COVID. The second week of September was the for tech since COVID. So, I'm just feeling, I'm trying to talk about a feeling that I have around this morning's sell-off, right? We came in, we were down as much as 140 handles, and the market obviously, tech was down, NASDAQ was down 2.65%, which was huge. They took $12 trillion out of the tech market this morning. For me, look, everything on Friday, we had closed Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, record highs. The S&P again, right back up at 6,100, as well as NASDAQ. So we'd recouped all the higher levels. We talked about it on Friday. I was with you guys, that we had gotten back to, that sort of negative.
Breaking up just a little bit here.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yep, there you go. We got you now.
Okay, cool. Anyway, this morning's sell-off seems odd. It's legitimate, obviously, except for the fact that a lot of people here are claiming that whatever this DeepSeek is saying is not particularly fact, right? So, it's like the baby being thrown out with the bathwater. It's at this point, it's very tech-centric, right? Basically, has the story changed in all the other sectors? No, right? But it's sort of, between that and with Trump. Trump's obviously been on the attack all weekend with what's going on in Colombia, what's going on in Greenland and Denmark, all these other things. So it's kind of one of those perfect storm mornings where everybody, went from feeling incredibly euphoric on Friday afternoon to feeling like, what, maybe this is just smoke and mirrors. We're just breaking down. It's all, it's like never get emotional about markets. And this morning's sell-off feels completely emotional.
Just to clarify, Mr. Tuchman, you did say 12 trillion with a T lost in market cap in tech stocks today. Is that correct?
That's what I read this morning. Yes, there was a T in front of it. You saw that we had the top stocks, the Mag 7, plus about 3 other names were all down more than 10%. So I kind of think that was the number I read, and it makes sense. I mean, you've got, that within those 7 to 10 names, from Microsoft on down. I mean, it was on. I actually reposted, I think, on Instagram. But look at the bottom this morning. I can't see where the market's trading now. We bounced back quite a bit, but at the low this morning, we were down 2.65% in NASDAQ. We were down 130, 140, 150 in the S&P. Those are significant numbers, right? But as I said, that happened in August 5th that was the low of the day. We've been clawing back all afternoon since. We had on the SPY. We're back down low in the SPY. Look, there are two scenarios. We either shake this thing off and we realize that whatever this DeepSeek is saying is not as legitimate as they claim, or else we're going to have a problem, But you guys are trading futures. That look, everything probably got decimated this morning. How's been trading with you guys this morning?
So we started off on our lows. Actually, right on the 8:30 Central Time open, we did see a nice boost of liquidity coming back into the market. Buyers stepped in heavily right on the bell. We were curious about that. We were talking pre-market, with a move like that overnight, do the institutional buyers come in immediately on the open and start buying back some of these just lower price stocks? And it looked like they were doing that. Right now, we're kind of back in equilibrium right now, chopping around. So prices are a little bit lower. Still low, I should say.
Hey, JD, I got a question.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah,
what's up?
You're the king of the MOC. Is there something at the end of the day that we're gonna be seeing that's sort of way out of line?
We don't know that yet. What I saw this morning was this. You had a market that was down 140 handles in the S&P. In order for the market, that's pre-market. In order for the market to actually open down that low, you would need almost $2 billion of notional value of opening orders, right? For the opening auction, right? We talk about the opening close, the market on close, and the opening auction. Those are the two major auction markets, right? This morning, with the market down 150 handles, pre-market, we would have needed $2 billion of notional dollar value coming into the NYSE for the opening bell to take it down where it was trading. We had nowhere near that. We had a minimal, it was almost anemic order flow coming into the market. That's why we bought the spiders at 931 and had a beautiful run, right? We got back about 50 handles out of that because there was not enough dollar value notional dollars coming into the market for the opening bell. And that's why you talked about institutional money coming into the market. It was just that you needed so much flow to take it where it was trading pre-market, and we didn't even have anything near that. Sometimes you're going to see those. Go ahead.
I was going to say, very interesting how it just kind of comes into equilibrium. Not enough sellers, so the buyers come in and balance it out.
And look, you asked about the close. I don't know about the close yet. I'm going to start to see order flow coming in for the close around 2 o'clock. I would guess that we're going to see something. I'm just not sure what side it's going to be on. You may start to see a lot of order flow coming out of Europe. It's not able to be satisfied by the time Europe closes at 11, right? We often see a lot of that layoff business that comes in. If Europe is not able to even themselves out, or we see a lot of the market makers and ETFs who are not able to hedge themselves, we see a lot of that flow come in for the closing bell. So neither of which I know what direction it's going to be now for the closing bell. But I start to see it around 2 o'clock.
Perfect. Thank you so much,
Thank
Mr.
you, Peter.
Tuchman. What do you see for the rest of the week? We got a lot more happening this week. We got a stacked schedule. We got FOMC announcement on Wednesday. We got PCE number on Friday. Any anticipation on what to expect for the rest of the week?
All I can expect is a lot of volatility. Obviously, PCE number is a big number. Inflation goes. Obviously, all eyes are on the Fed to see what he's going to do. It's clear that the probability is there's going to be no cut, no raise. It's going to be flat on that. But his guidance for the rest of the year or the first quarter, second quarter is going to be significant. So everyone should be sitting back and let the 2 o'clock whatever he's going to say at 2 o'clock, lay flat. And then at 2:30's news conference is going to be significant. You're going to see a lot of volatility around that because he's going to lay out for us what he thinks, the numbers that look. We had this big surge in December numbers. Then we saw a bit of a weak or inflation number. Those were the last two numbers we've seen. Right. And so there was sort of a paradox in good news is bad news is good news. I think we should all be listening on Wednesday and sit back for the news conference and wait. Have no orders on the book and just let the price action and the technicals tell us where the market's going to go once we get some clarity about what he's going to say.
That is exactly true. That's what happens during that press conference. Traders just pick apart the rhetoric, looking for clues into what future moves by the Fed will be. So we will be standing by for that, and we'll also be keeping an eye on the MOC today, seeing if there's any anomalies in the market. Mr. Tuchman, live from the New York Stock Exchange. Thanks for joining us this morning. We always appreciate your time. Have a wonderful rest of your day. We will catch you on Friday. Thank you, sir. Oh, Wall Street Global Trading Academy. Tell us all about it, real quick.
Yo. Yeah, definitely check it out. Look, if you guys are trading on Topstep and you want to learn how to trade this market successfully, go to WSGTA.com. You're going to hear from Dave later in this week. I look forward to it, guys. Be well.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tuchman. Take care, bud.
Later. Bye.
All right. Always a pleasure having getting Mr. Tuchman's insight live from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. All right, we got another minute. We're going to bring Eddie in. We have some announcements to make that we missed during fast markets. We're going to bring those to you right now. There's a link for Wall Street Global Trading Academy in the chat. Go ahead and take a look at that. They do excellent
I'm gonna pin
webinars
that
every
for a
couple
little bit.
weeks.
Yeah. They said pin.
Go ahead, Eddie.
All right.
What
Hey,
do we have?
If this weekend, if you had the time, Saturday on ESPN and ABC here, there were the X Games. X Games just starting here this past week, and our Topstep partner, a gold trader, Alex Ferreira, won the silver in the men's ski super pipe at the X Games Saturday night. I checked it out, loved it. Had his Topstep logo right on his helmet. Very proud to see that. In case you missed it, you can catch all the highlights on Alex's Instagram. Also, if you're on YouTube, just punch in the X Games, and it was the men's ski super pipe. And I know that they got the snowboard also super pipe, but these are the ski super pipe. Check it out. Have a good time. Also, this week, we're excited to welcome market legends Brett Steenbarger and Jim Dalton at TopstepTV tomorrow, January 28th at 11 a.m. Central Time. Brett Steenbarger is going to be joining us, trading psychologist and author of Daily Trading Coach. We're going to be having him on here to answer your questions live and ask him anything. Now, Brett's been an inspiration to Michael since his early days in the market. Then on Thursday, the 30th of January, also at 11 a.m. Central, Jim Dalton, market expert, author of Mind Over Markets. He will be here with us to talk about his experience and take your questions. Jim is also the market profile master. And yes, you've probably heard of it a lot, and Hoag's greatest inspiration. So, question is, where else are you going to find this type of education? These speakers free anywhere else but Topstep TV. And these are the biggest names in the trading world, inspirations to many, and we're having them on Topstep TV. The people who helped us become professional traders. And last but not least, in case you missed it, were you here early enough? 7:20? Did you get our message last week? Well, we are doing opening call at 7:20. This morning, Hoag, JD, and myself, we talked through some of the overnight markets. News we had, market movements, morning trading opportunities. We'll be testing this out all week. So start the morning early with us and give us some feedback. There you have it. Once again here, congratulations to Alex Ferreira for winning that silver in the men's ski super pipe. And I'm going to pass this back to JD, but JD, back to you, my friend.
Thank you, Eddie. My camera just went fuzzy. If we could cut to my charts real quick, I'm going to fix my camera, and I'll talk while we're doing it, too. How about that?
Fuzzy wuzzy.
Quick recap on what happened today. First, we took our trade in the Russell. Coach Jay called that trade out. We took a long trade on the Russell, put a pair on. He made the perfect call right around, it was around 10 o'clock Central Time. Nearly bottom ticked the low of that move. Took a nice little ripper out of the Russell, the RTY contract. Second, get my camera set up again. And we're back. All right. Since then, just drifting sideways in the Russell. Not much follow through when it comes to that trade, but we did take a tidy little profit out of it. Then we moved on to our other equities markets. We got the ES. Here's our 15-minute of the ES. We just heard Peter Tuchman talking about it, an anomaly in the stock market. When you open with such a deep cut, such a deep loss, or move lower in the equities, it takes a tremendous dollar amount of buying and selling pressure for the institutionals, for the markets to catch up with each other on the open. So the trade that he said he made, they bought the SPYs right on the 9:31 or 8:31 Central Time, 8:30 Central Time open, and waited for those markets to come back into equilibrium. And he took a nice chunk out of that move. We saw it, this rip higher right on the 8:30 bell. The Tuchman team was in on that. Honestly, that type of move was completely off our radar going into the open. We were talking through it all morning long. We opened the opening call at 7:20 a.m. Central Time now, and we were kind of talking through what the institutionals, what that money was going to do right on the open. And it just came and balanced everything out. We had some retail buying. We had institutions selling to sort of catch up with the overnight cash market or overnight futures market, and it just kind of balanced out. And now here we see we're just sitting in a range, drifting sideways in the ES right now. Same story is true with the NQ. That's not the NQ. Why did that happen? Here is our NASDAQ. Drifting sideways. We got a nice little Dolby Dorito 5-minute range here. Kind of cutting sideways. We could be playing both sides of this range right now. We did have some nice calls in the NASDAQ. Dakota called a couple long trades. Rough account management on my end. We ended up taking a loss on a trade that we should have had a nice winner on just because of it was just trade management. We were moving our stops around. I didn't cover half of that trade when I should have, and ended up taking a small loss on it. House count's down about $900 right now. Not too heavy, but we still got some wood to chop going into the end of the day. Let's take a look at crude oil. Crude is seeing some buyers stepping in just a little bit, but the theme for the day is lower prices. That is a heavy downside move in crude oil coming right off of we saw a little bounce after 8 o'clock. Wouldn't call that a failed upside auction. Well, I have to scale into a 3-minute chart. Was that a failed upside auction? Yes, it was. That was a failed upside auction in crude oil. Came back down. Looking at those 15-minute bars, this is a solid move lower in crude oil. Sort of stabilizing right now. Sort of finding a little structure to the buy side, but still, the overall momentum in crude oil is to the downside right now. Last but not least, let's take a look at gold. We were scouting out a long trade in the gold. Coach J took a long trade, ended up scratching it right around. This is a 15-minute chart. Let's look at the 5-minute. He took that long at what was the price? I wrote it down. I'll find it later. Long story short, ended up scratching the trade. House count was working a bid. We ended up pulling that bid because downside structure was intact throughout the morning. Stair stepping down, continuing to make lower lows, lower highs as we proceeded to go lower. House count did not get in that trade, and here we are trading right off the lows of the day in gold again. So we kind of got out of our own way on that one, which ended up being the right call. Sort of got real close to settlement price overnight, but obviously we are in a downtrend for the session right now. That is our recap. I'm going to step aside for a minute. We've got Trade with Topstep coming up in just a minute. We got Dolby, Gabe, and Raphael O is going to be here. So stick around. We're going to take a short break. I'm going to take a short break. I feel like I've been talking for the last 6 hours, which isn't too far off the truth. All right, guys. TopstepTV coming back with Trade with Topstep real quick. We'll be right back. TopstepTV. Let's go.
welcome back, everybody. This is Trade with Topstep. We have Raphael in the middle there, Topstep funded trader, here for the first time with us. We're super excited to have him on and learn a little bit more about him as a trader. Also have Dolby Time in the right-hand side. You see good old range trader Dolby.
Howdy ho.
Guys, how's the morning going? A lot going on.
Rafa, you first.
Markets are
Oh, me
moving.
first. Okay. Yeah, that's kind of crazy market, right? I tried to do some buy when I wake up this morning. We are 3 hours ahead of the central time on the US. I'm from Brazil, by the way. And I tried to make some buys. I had some trouble, but now I changed to my combines and to try to get more accounts, and then I pass on a few more combines. But for me,
Awesome.
I'm a profile trader, and I have these regions here that I build before the open, before the Sunday open, like yesterday, right after the market closed, and then I build this and try to find. I'm trying to find place trades, not against the trend, but when you get like these big moves like this, it's hard to join that kind of move because you always think that it's too much already, right? So it's hard to
Right. Could it
go.
even go lower?
So
Yeah.
yeah, and I always look into to see if I get the median range of the day, like the last 10 days from the lowest point to the highest point, and see how many points normally the Nasdaq and the S&P moves. Right now it's about almost 400, 380, 309 points. So I wait to go against the trend. I wait something like 350 or 400 points move on the day to start looking for to place a trade against the trend. But today on the morning when I wake up was like 60 or 70, 100 points down already, and I was looking to see if I can get a place around this zone here, and then I get busted right here, if I'm not mistaken, and then I get a, a decent move to the upside here. But it was a hard day. Like it's too much volatility, right? You cannot
Yeah.
get the orders feeling the price that you want to. Sometimes here I try to get out of the position, but they jumped it, and it was very hard. It's a very hard day.
Yeah, I think
But
it's also
my
difficult
idea.
to manage risk. Find a way to
Oh
actually
yeah.
place a stop loss due to that volatility, right? How far could it pull back against me, or how much could I afford to really lose or risk on this
No,
trade?
no, yeah,
Another
yeah.
complication.
That's true. It's a big one,
What was
right?
your
It's a
yeah?
complication. Yeah, it's always a complication, that part.
And are you trading
But go ahead,
MNQ
sorry.
or NQ primarily?
MNQ, yeah, I'm trying the
MNQ?
micros.
Yeah.
I prefer the micros because I normally what I do is to choose the size. So like I wanna trade with 5 micros, for example. I normally will go to the position like 1, 1, 1, 1 till I get to the 5. Sometimes I put 1 and then the market go in my favor. I start scaling. If it goes a little bit against me, I scale in as well and try to hit the 5 micros. And then because when I start putting a position in, I already know, or I know where, but normally we made some mistakes, of course. But I already like if I share my graphics, like here, if I try to scale in here, I will place the stop of the whole position here, for example, right? So that's why I use the micros, because in the minis, if I go to 3 to 4 minis, it's too much. Like it's a big size.
Yeah, too
So
much size.
it's not easy
Now,
for me. So yeah, it's too much size.
are those moving averages, or what are you comboing to
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
manage
yeah.
your
Here,
stops?
yeah, I use just 3 things here. I get the context of. I learned trading because just one step back. I start trading in Brazil, and here we have like two tickers to trade actually. Is the future indices of Brazil, of Bovespa, and the dollar against real. That's
Ooh, interesting.
the two things you trade here. You don't have a lot of things with a lot of your volume, so you don't have the liquidity to trade on other things. And
Right.
then it's a little bit difficult and more volatile than the U.S. market. Not today, of course, but on the normal days, right? And then I start there, and starting, I have some good time, some very bad time too. I think everybody passed to this process, right? And then I managed to make a trading course with the SMB when I saw the Steve Bagger, right? Banger. I don't remember the correct name of the psychology that you're gonna bring
yeah,
to the
Brett
to the live.
Steenbarger. Yeah. Oh yeah.
Steenbarger, yeah. I remember I had a class with him at SMB. This is 3 years ago, I think 4 years ago, I don't remember.
Awesome.
And there, the guy that was the mentor of the futures, they use a thing called Nadro. That, by the way, is like you get the context from the profile, from the market profile. Then you define the regions. They had a thing, I don't know if there's a different name for that, but they call it law of dynamics, and how the price should, what the price should do when hit the regions and stuff. So we have the context, you have these laws, and then you need to try to find the right side of the market. When I getting all that together is how I manage my setup here, my trading strategy. That basically is, if I get, what I'm trying to do is, where is the right side of the market? For me, the right side of the market is when I get these moving average crossed. So it's the 20 moving average and the 200. If it crosses up, and this one is the view up, it's the only three indicators I have on my screen. And then, for example, here, it's not that I trade that I made, but just for example, right? If I get the rejection from this region here and start going, here, I still against the trend, because the trend for me, it's down, because I have the 200 here and the 20 here. When this crosses and starting to stay up, then I can look and see, okay, now the trend is up, and I have the rejection from this region here. Now I can try to find a place to put a buy. That's my strategy. Here will be the same, like for another example, right? It lost this name is previous value area high and previous value area low. Okay, just to put the context on. And the ones that I build, right? And then if I lost this region here, that's a great trade for me. But that trade here was in the middle of the night, right? I wasn't here. So now I have the trend going down, and I lost this region. Now I have a good place that I know that if the price comes back in, I'm wrong. But if the price keeps going down, I'm right. So this is a profile region plus the trend. That's the perfect trade for me, actually. I didn't make that. I tried to go against the trend and get a little bit of of hit. Let's put it that way.
So let me
But that's
ask. So
my idea.
you're really only going against the trend when the market has moved the majority of its average true range. So you're getting a gauge or a sense of the volatility, and you're typically going with the trend for the most part, unless we've already moved the majority of the move for the day, and then you would start to look for counter trend. Is that what I'm understanding?
That's it.
Okay, got it.
Yeah,
Okay.
perfect. And then, like, for this line here, let me put it down just to give the example. What I do is, if I have this region here, because one trouble that I discovered trading is that if it's going down here, and if I like to buy here, then the price is here, you start thinking, okay, this is cheaper than there, so it's a better trader than before, right? But normally that's not very true. So what I try to do, against the trend is that if I get, like, for example, here, I get the size of this. This is 150 points, 1,500 points you call, right? Or 150 points. I get the middle point of this is 50% and put here as a stop. So here, for example, is the max stop, is the maximized stop I can take. So when hit the region here, I will I wait to get a favorable candle of what I'm trying to do. And then like this, if I buy here, I will stop down there. But if I get another candle favorable after I get the first stop, till the price hit this 50% size here, I can manage to take another trade. If this pass, like today, it passed by a little, but it passed. For me, it's like that. It's accepting to stay on the another region, and this region here is lost. And I start using this 50% because I had to use something. I tried to use divergence on MACD, on cumulative delta. I tried a lot of things, but in the end, it worked one day, it didn't work another. So I had to put like a limit and say, okay, if it goes down there, it's over, right? And then we get the days like this. It's over here and then go back up. But I think that's normal, right?
Got it. Well, looking back at the
But
market
that's
real
the whole
quick, you
idea
guys.
when I go again.
Yeah, markets are moving. Right now, I just want to do a little kind of market check. ES trading around 60.25. NQ kind of trading sideways in the range, chilling around 21,200. Gold and crude oil both just continuously moving down, slowly grinding down in the day. Gold's hanging out around 27.35, and crude oil is trading around 72.65. So a couple markets are really, really trending and just gradually moving to the downside. Right now, the indices look to be a little stuck in the range of some kind. ES actually trading to the higher end of the range. Dolby, are you looking at anything right now?
Really like the 5-minute range in NASDAQ, I think has really established itself pretty well. So I think there's opportunities there on either side. It just depends on if you're bullish or bearish. I was eyeing longs off of 21,175 when that happened, just because we had a little bit of resistance here that might have become support right at that level of 21,175. So I'm kind of curious to see if we can get back down there again and maybe find longs potentially. I'm also looking at a potential midpoint level as well at, I would say, 21,138 as a potential area that we could pull back to, in addition to the 21,175s. I think it'll be interesting to see how this news kind of plays out throughout the day. I'm especially interested in the second half of the day, so I would say anything between like 1 and 3 p.m. I'd be kind of curious to see if bargain hunters decide to come back into the market here and maybe pick up some stuff on the cheap. I think DeepSeek? I think there's still a lot of questions surrounding that, and as we start getting more information, I think the markets are going to start pricing that in. So if you're not on Twitter, you might want to be, because as news comes out, the market will digest and change. So it should be interesting to see. Raphael, you just took a payout. Do you want to kind of talk about your payout that you took and kind of the process of what it took to get there?
Yeah, I took on this January. I took 15,000 payouts from Forex Affairs.
Congrats. Awesome.
And actually, I was managing to build up the account kind of fast again. And then I took a big loss on. I'm taking big losses on the most volatile days. I took a big loss on the last payroll day. And I was selling the market, and then came like a very violent pullback against me, and then I lost a lot there. And then I started manage back, and today was like a terrible day again. I was only buying this dip here and get busted, and then the thing goes like 500 points to the other side, to my side, right? But
yeah,
yeah, it's like it's market, right? And but that was the thing. I was trying to manage and building up because for us in Brazil, our currency here it's 6 to 1, so $1 is R$ 6.
Whoa.
And so when we get here, like if you make like $100, it's 60 reais. If you go think about the it's not the common population, but the major part of the population makes in Brazil something like 3,000 reais per month. So it's $500, right?
Wow. So
And
your
then I was like,
$15,000
yeah,
payout is like baller status because that's what
yeah,
almost 90,000 in what is it, Brazilian
it's
real?
yeah. It's a little bit. Actually, when I took the payout, the dollar was a little bit higher. It was like 6.2 or
Oh,
6.3. Now we call here Banco Central Bacen. It's the same as the. It's not the same functions, but works like the Fed.
got it.
And they are
Okay.
doing auctions, selling dollars in the market, trying to put the currency down. And then coming back for the payout, like what I try to do, that's the for like in this money I made on I think 15 days of trading.
Wow.
And the idea was, if my currency is 6 to 1 and I have forex a face, I don't need to do more than $200 to get to accomplish to manage to take the payouts,
Right.
and copy that. Like if you have like 4,500 to do $200 is doable, right? It's
Oh,
not
absolutely.
it's not easy, but it's doable. It's doable.
It is.
Then I
Base
try to do
hits.
that. Like yeah, try to do 200 per day, 200 per day, 200 per day, and then sometimes I get like I was in a position and the price goes to my favor a little bit more than expected. Then I managed to like let a runner and then made a little bit more and doing that and keep going, and then I managed to make that payout, and I just lost a lot after that because of the bad management of how do you call here? I don't remember the correct word for that in English. The leverage, sorry. Now I remember.
Got it.
And I
So
think
coming
that's
off
one
of a
thing.
huge payout, kind of trading at those highs, right? Your emotions are at an all-time high. You just took a payout, maybe getting a little greedy, trying to size up or continue the same size that
Yeah,
you were
yeah.
trading. Yeah, it happens. It happens to the best of us.
Yeah, and that thing,
Well,
yeah, and I think psychological is like that. If you take a payout, when you see your balance, like you have $1,000, then now you have five. You know that money is on the bank, but it feels like a loss, right? You look at the balance and
right.
say, okay, I had 10, now I have five. I want the 10 back,
Yeah.
and that's that, right? You just
Got to make
manage
that back
the
quickly.
emotions all the time.
Yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely. Well, real quick, we have Eddie coming in with a couple announcements. We have one exciting one coming up this week that I know he's ready to talk about. Eddie, what's on the horizon this week for us?
Well, you know what? First, I want to say thanks for Raphael finding his way here to Top Step TV, stepping in the batter's box and saying, hey, you know what? I want to party with you guys. So we call this our casting call, Top Step casting call. And we're looking for more traders who want to come on and trade with the crew. You know, trade live with us, share your story with our community, whether you're in the big board or you're just jabbing away your trading combine. We want you. And if you want to mix it up with the crew, have at it. I'm going to be putting this link into the chat. There it is right now. So you want to be on with us, fill that form out, and there'll be time we'll take a look at it. Also, Tuesday, tomorrow, January 28th, 11 a.m. Central, Brett Steenbarger, Trading with a Psychologist, author of the Daily Trading Coach, will be here to answer your questions live. And if you look up top in the chat, we have pinned a form. Click on that link, and that's going to get you to the form, tell you a little bit about Brett, who we're having to interview him, and a spot where you can put your question. So have at it. All right. Get a question in there for Brett. Ask him anything. Okay. Anything. I know that we've got a lot of traders that do appreciate the trading psychology. Anything that he can offer, anything that he can help you with, by all means, ask him now. Brett has been an inspiration to Michael MP since the early days in the markets, and there it is, pinned to the top of the chat. Also, top step partner, gold trader Alex Pereira won the silver in the men's ski super pipe at the X Games on Saturday night. In case you missed it, I'm going to post the link of Alex's highlights from his Instagram. So keep that in mind. And also, this Thursday, just to let you know a little farther on down the road, January 30th at 11 a.m. Central, Jim Dalton will be with us, author of Mind Over Markets. So, boy, we got a lot going on this week. And keep that in mind. And for those that got here early today, the early bird special, yes, in case you missed it, we're starting opening call at 7:20 each and every day. Hoag and myself, and maybe JD. We're going to be talking through about the overnight market movement, the news. We're going to be seeing if there's some opportunity for trades early. We want to start getting here early so we can catch that 7:30 number with you. And we'll be testing this out all week. So tomorrow, get up a little earlier and meet us. Opening call, TopstepTV, 7:20 a.m. Central Time. And that's what I've got so far, JD. I'm sorry.
JD.
JD is laying down in the green room eating cookies and bourbon.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Gabe, back to you.
All good, Eddie. Thank you, sir. Well, guys, the market is starting to fall to the lower end of this range. NQ has broken the prior little 5-minute low around 163, currently trading at 21,155. Anything that you're seeing there, Raphael, going into the afternoon? Anything you're looking for? Or are you pretty much done for the day at this point?
No, I'm done. But for my setup here, if something should happen, is like if I get from this region to that one, what I'm expecting right now, if I get the rejection that we had from the stop here, I think it's gonna go like that. That's my opinion. So
Okay, so
if
you're
I
looking
was
for lower
trading right
prices.
now,
Yeah.
yeah, if I was trading, I should be looking for the sell side here till this 21,000 here or something. But
Okay.
like this is the open too, right? We open right here on the something like here, right? And we are a little bit above the open of the 930. So probably, and we had this huge candle here. But if I try to do something here, should be to the downside.
Okay. And you said your targets would be the 21,000 level?
Yeah, I always try to look to this region. So if I have this profile over here, in this profile over here, what I'm looking is if I'm not staying inside this profile here, the price probably go to the above region that will be here. Then my target when I'm right here should be something around there. If it rejects that area, it's not going to stay on this region here. Probably gonna go look to the region low again. So I believe the market right now it will be already go up. Now probably go down, and then we're gonna see something, or maybe go up too. We don't never know, right? But on my mind is that if didn't manage to stay there, probably gonna go lower.
Got it. Dolby, how you feeling about we're kind of hanging right around those levels where you were thinking about trying to long going into the afternoon? I know you're thinking a little bit more to the upside. What would kind of invalidate that for you, for what you're seeing currently? Because I know Raphael's looking to see a continued move to the downside, or at least the probability for him would favor the downside.
Yeah, I think it kind of depends. if you're bearish or if you're bullish. I think if you're bearish, you're definitely looking for sort of these range breaks and stair step lows. If you're bullish, I'm definitely interested in how do we respond to this consolidation that we had between, I would say, 7 a.m. and 8 a.m., maybe even 8:20, right before we had this huge pop off. So like I said, the midpoint of that range is 21,140. That's something I've been watching recently, is just the midpoint of previous ranges. The next level underneath that I'd be interested in would probably be the level at the bottom of that range. So let's say 21,100. I think that's also a really interesting level. Oh, Gus, you're so talented. You've managed to log me out somehow. So let's get back in. But yeah, as of right now, this 5-minute range has failed. So I'd be looking short, to be honest. I mean, the market's
Awesome.
heavy. We've had news, so I mean, shorts are on the table. It's choppy. I mean, it's hard. It's a very hard day today.
We are about to get into the lunch hour, so we'll see if we start to consolidate again. Maybe hang around these lows from the open, around the 21,100 level. But coming up here, guys, we have JD and Ben are going to be talking through the live funded trader performance and shoulder tap. And then we have Dolby time and Coach Jay. Dolby, you'll be making a reappearance for a little lunchbox trading action with Coach Jay. Not sure what you guys have planned other than answering some questions. But he'd be interested to get into the rest of the day. So hang tight. Raphael, it was an absolute pleasure having you on for the first time. We look forward to maybe having you back in the future if you are interested. But congrats again on the payout. And keep jabbing away. And we'll look forward to touching base with you later in your journey with us. Crazy though, you've only been with us less than about 7 or 8 months, and already really taken some payouts. But congratulations, and keep up the good work, my friend. Great to have you on.
Thank you.
Absolutely. All right, well, stay tuned, Dolby. We'll see you back in about a half hour, but
Yes,
hang
sir.
tight. This is TopstepTV. Let's go.
Good afternoon, friends and traders. It is indeed afternoon here in Chicago. It is 12:05 p.m. Central Time. That means it's the afternoon. We've got, it's shoulder tap time. We've got Risk Manager Ben here. We're going to be talking about some traders. We're going to be roasting. We're going to be toasting. And, ripping and roaring. Ben, we've got some traders. I saw the update this morning. We had some traders heavily in the green after that move overnight in equities. What is up with these live funded traders? Are they still in the money? Are they up? Are they down? What's the news?
Yeah, it's been a spicy one, JD, if you want to put it that way. Lots of volatility, lots of movement. Really kind of a day trader's dream as far as opportunity goes. Obviously, there's continual risk, and that risk is amplified. Lots of traders that we've seen try to put on size positions. Where they're used to taking maybe a 5 to 10 point stop loss in the ES, and just getting ripped through up and down. So you have to scale, have to understand the conditions you're in. But man, if you could pick the right level or take the right trending direction, made out like a bandit, and a lot of our live traders did. So I'll give you some quick highlights here. We do have some well-known names. We've got Jerome up $4,000, Nick for Tix up 3,800 on this action, and then we've got some pretty big ones. Shakib is up $49,000. Yun Yung is up 23,700. Juan is up 21,000. John is up $9,000. Hai Chun locked in at $54,400 of profit. Renisha up $6,000. Xavion up $14,000, and then Cian Chi up $11,000. So lots of 5-figure days. As you might expect, a lot of people trading around the world. Maybe they put on a short position in equities and just rode that thing out. So everyone wishes they had held those winning trades longer today, I think, and that's the way it goes. So don't beat yourself up. I think today's a tremendous opportunity to study the price action. Figure out what the news wasn't meant, and try to get a better understanding of some fundamentals as well. Supply and demand are the most important factors in any marketplace, and it's the only thing that's going to move those markets. So a lot of traders get in and I think study technical analysis, and have their levels and whatnot, and it can be really shocking to the senses when you see something move 3 standard deviations or 3 ATR from yesterday's settlement or whatever it is, and there's a lot of, I've seen it all over the place, a lot of people trying to call bottoms the whole way down. And when there's a perceived, everything is about perception, but when there's a perceived real fundamental change in something like the demand for NVIDIA's processors, as an example, whether that's reality or not, it's the perception of the market. And there's not a price they weren't willing to sell at early on in that session. So just a quick piece about always trying to better yourself. And I don't think especially for day trading that trading off of fundamentals is necessarily a good idea, but understanding the fundamental background and laying that over what you're seeing in the technicals can really give you additional conviction and be able to post some of the numbers like what we saw from some of our live traders who probably had a good feeling about that move lower and certainly took great advantage of it. So that's what we got on the live boards this morning.
Awesome. Thank you, Ben. You mentioned NVIDIA, so I did have to check. Currently down 16.5%. Last trade, 119.05. What a dump in NVIDIA today. On the brighter side, we've got some live trader call-ups. Traders moving from the XFA into the live guy. We didn't get to this during fast markets, but we certainly like to shout out these traders when we get a chance. So, Ben, you're going to help me out today. First up, we've got Adam R. from Bethlehem, Pennsylvania. Adam closed out a single XFA, took a $3,000 payout, and is now sitting on a solid $11,200 starting balance in his new live funded account. This came from January 22nd, so there's a good chance Adam is in the market today, trading the NQ and the MNQ. Big shout out to Adam. Next up, we have got, who's next? Oh, I wanted to save this one for last, but he's going next. Joswell closed out 5 XFAs, took a $25,000 payout, starting balance in that new live funded account of $175,000. trading the gold and NASDAQ. Joswell, our friend from Italy. Hey, Ben, when you're talking to these traders and you're moving them over, so obviously Joswell didn't hit that that full $5,000 or $50,000 cap on those XFAs. Are you just telling them to cut it and get in the live, or are they do they want to stay in those XFAs for a little bit longer? Is there
No,
ever any give and take,
yeah,
any pull?
we get all kinds of feedback. We have traders that are upset, if they're kept in an XFA, or they want to move to live. They, are nervous about the transition to live, really excited about it, don't want to go to live, at all. They'd rather stay in sim. Kind of everything in between. I can't say one way or the other that it's a general reaction. But, we do hear different things, and especially with a performance like this, being able to take a very large payout and then transition to a live account with a really healthy starting balance, we feel good about Josh Will's trading, and are hopefully going to work towards expanding those risk parameters. We want to see some consistency. First, we want to see some profits, see that everything's translating the way into live that it did in the XFA. And once we see evidence of that, it's about an open and frequently communicating relationship with the risk team when you're a live trader. And as long as you're doing that, telling us what you're seeing, what you're thinking, what you'd like to have happen, and proving it with performance, then we're going to continue to open up this account and give him whether that's additional leverage or a wider loss limit. When you're trading well, we want you to be able to swing the bat as hard as possible, while still maintaining the downside exposure. So if you're proving that you're doing that, especially on a day like today, obviously as a risk team, we would have loved to have had a couple of our traders be able to trade 30 or 50 contracts into that move. But that's a trust thing, and it's a relationship that gets built over time in the live environment. So a lot of resources at your disposal, and we're looking forward to working with Josh Will this very large starting balance in this account.
Awesome. Thank you, Ben. Big shout out to Joswell. Finally, we've got Marvin W. from Singapore. Marvin closed out 4 XFAs, took a basically 1-to-1, $12,100 payout, and a starting balance of $12,150. Trading in every market, no demand. I could only fit 4 of them on this card, but that's okay. You are now trading live. Hey, Ben, just out of curiosity, did you happen to catch Dakota earlier this morning? What he did on live TV?
It's funny. I saw a message about it, and went opened the broadcast and rewound it to watch him take the payout. That's exciting stuff. It's what everyone's here to do. He's the number 1 trader on the big board, and done very well at Topstep. He'll be the first to tell you that. So, really exciting seeing him take the payout. We, as you know, JD, I get on here every day and pound the table about taking payouts. So glad to see him walk the walk, take a big payout, pay himself. And when you do something like that, I think it's a good way to reset, emotionally, mentally as well. Like, you've taken the money, you've taken the fruits of the labor, and it's very relieving when you do that. So I wouldn't be surprised to see Dakota trade very well on the other side of this payout. Also, taking that kind of cheese out, that's a really, really nice salary for the year that he paid himself, in January. So looking forward to seeing where he moves towards performance-wise, in this account over the next few months.
I was kind of surprised to see him turn around on his original, focus, what he said his trading plan was for the year. He wanted to be in a 7-figure trading account by the end of 2025, and he was on his way to it. But I think he just kind of came to the realization that having all that money sitting in the account doing nothing wasn't doing anything for him either. He kind of explained it. He's not one to really spend a lot of money. He's not going out throwing a whole lot of money around. But he's going to take that. He took out that $230,000 to put it to work, pretty much. He already has plans on it. It's just another piece of seed money to help build on. So while he's waiting to grow that account back up, that money that he wasn't using in his trading account is now going to be making money for him, which is the way to do it. That's how you typically work a traditional brokerage account. You keep a certain amount in the account to be able to trade with, And then you have other money in stocks and bonds, or something you can roll over every couple of couple months, and transfer into your brokerage account if you are to need it. But you're not gaining interest with money sitting in a brokerage account, so it's really just sitting there doing nothing. So interesting move by Dakota. Kind of took a step back, reevaluated. So good on him. I'm happy with his decision. Not that my opinion counts in any way towards what he's doing with his money, but
I'm sure he
shout out to
appreciates
Dakota. All right, Ben. We've got a couple traders to talk about. Who do you want to start with?
Yeah, let's start with Xavion. Happy to talk about Xavion today. Very topical. Up $14,000 in this account. So that average daily P&L of minus $600 does not reflect that winning day. Keep that in mind. But a single winning day does not a successful trading career make. And I don't want to rain on the parade, but I think there's a lot of room to increase that. Well, let's bring it positive first, but then increase that average daily P&L. Where I know he wants it. It's interesting. He's trading gold in the 30-year bonds exclusively, and I like that product selection. That's a little less mainstream, given the fact that he traded those things successfully in the XFA. As proof of concept, and so happy that he feels comfortable with those products in particular. And there's been a number of there's a pretty well established pattern here now. JD, I know we've got 29 trading days complete, but very often it's a winning day. He's had a couple of winning days right around this same level that he's at right today. For his best winning day in this account is 14,900. He's a few $100s shy of that level right now in his live account. So as far as P&L, so that's good. I like seeing consistency as far as where you top out on the account in a given day, because some traders that's $20,000, and then maybe we see them have an intraday high of $25,000, but they actually took home $5,000 or something like that. They gave back a lot of profit. So on the days that you're right, on the days that you're winning, being comfortable with the number and walking home with that is great. But I think too often, we're just wiping those really excellent days off with multiple daily loss limits in a row. And so, we've talked a number of times about ways that you can, work on your downside as well. Whether that's, you look at your numbers and you say, well, when I put my first trade on and it's a loser, I tend to go straight to the daily loss limit, right? So maybe that means you have a checkpoint. If your first trade on the day is a loser, then you check yourself. Maybe you power down, reset, go for a walk, whatever it is, and then come back. And if the next one's a loser, then you walk away, and on, right? We could make this entire segment about ways to prevent yourself from hitting that daily loss limit on a regular basis. But the bottom line is that's where the easiest money is. And this account's performance, I think, is on the downside. Some traders struggle with the upside, right? The greed gets to them, or they can't hold on to a winner, whatever the case may be. But I don't think that that's something that Xavion struggles with. More so, it's the selectivity, right? Just taking those trades because the market's open and it's a level of interest, and you just throw the trade on. Not to say that's what he's doing. Again, I want to give praise where it's due. This trader's having an excellent day, and will be in a very good spot to continue trading, account balance wise, eligible for a payout, all of those types of things. But we're talking about taking our good traders and making them great, JD. And the way that this trader goes from, okay, I've taken a payout and I'm kind of just sitting around equilibrium with these boom bust cycles, is by being selective, managing that downside, and being around to really keep and pay yourself the $14,000 of profit that he made today, and not give that away in subsequent sessions. So that's all I've really got to say on that one. I'm sure you probably got some color commentary that's worth hearing. What do you think about this one?
A column I like to look at when it comes to these club DLL traders, I like to look at the P&L high, and I'm not saying. Here's what I'm saying. All right. Xavion's got to do a little bit better at protecting the downside, just like you said. Shaving a little bit off that daily loss limit probably wouldn't hurt him too much. Taking it from $2,000 down to $1,500 might have saved him over. All right, so we got 29 trading days completed, only 5 winning days. So out of 24 losing trading days, might have saved himself close to $12,000. He's already down from his peak in this account, just above 63,000. He's already given half of it back to the markets. Yeah, we're sitting on a nice winning day today, but 9 out of the 10 last trading days were daily loss limits. Even cutting $500 off that daily loss limit, you're saving yourself $5,000 right there in the last 10 trading days. It seems like once this trader gets down on the day, they're not recovering. You could see P&L high at just maybe $150, down $150, always hitting that DLL. Very rare they'll be up 4 figures and hit that DLL. I think the biggest P&L high was 785 before hitting a $2,800 daily loss limit. So maybe think about taking a step in that direction. Just shaving a little bit off, cutting some losses a little closer throughout the day, and save you some money in the long run. That's what I have to say to Xavion, but
Yeah, and just last quick bit about that, JD. There's like I said, so many ways that you can go about approaching, improving this element of your trading, but also going in and looking at what your best days look like, because, and I used that example earlier, like if your first trade is a loser, really give pause. That's pretty appropriate here. Oftentimes, this trader is not hitting like thousands of dollars of profit and then giving that back, right? Usually we see thousands of dollars of profit that turn into $10,000 plus profit, and then they walk away at or near P&L highs for the day. That's a tough thing to do, and he deserves credit, but can you identify what those criteria were? What do those days share in common? What were you seeing? What was the market activity? And then do whatever you can to do discipline-wise to just sit on your hands in all other situations, right? Because, and there's likely, opportunities that were missed by hitting this daily loss limit earlier on in the session. So looking at time of day that you're trading, where your success is coming from, and then stripping out the trading that doesn't align within that pocket is one of the quickest ways to really turn this average daily P&L right side up. So that's all I've got there. We can move on to our next trading card if you're ready.
Let's do it. Here comes Muhammad.
Muhammad's up. Love this trading. The average daily P&L is right side up in this account in particular. Average winning $190 per day. And those winning day percentages are good. But I do think we have some, kind of yin and yang going on with our 2 trading cards today as far as what to work on, because Muhammad is definitely comfortable taking those winners, booking profits. Oftentimes, willing to hold the loser longer than the winner, to the tune of 50% longer, basically, on the losers, which means to me that holding on hope, trying to have a winning trade. That's kind of very obvious from the trading statistics here, to me at least. That's the type of trader that Muhammad is, and there's nothing wrong with that. We see from the statistics here, that's creating positive expectancy. So then, how can we build on that? Where are the areas to improve upon? And I think on the winner side, right? So previously we were talking about managing the downside. I think finding a way to maximize the upside there, whether that's leaving a runner on, or adding more size to a trade that is an A+ trade rather than just an A or a B trade. There's a number of ways to lean into that success that we're seeing. 65% winning days is great, but the average winning day and the average losing day are upside down, and the average winning trade and the average losing trade are upside down. Not by a lot, only by very little. And everyone, gets grace around here, but again, trying to figure out the way that we can carve out additional edge for ourselves, additional profitability. I think really studying what the best trades are for you and adding to those, or letting them run a little bit longer in your favor, could go quite a long ways here. So love the profitability, love the fact that he's paying himself very regularly. He's taken 5 payouts since the start of this account on November 4th. So that's regular, income that that Muhammad's been able to generate and take down. So, major props to him. Looking forward to continuing to work with him and hopefully improving even further this performance. But we've really liked what we've seen from Muhammad thus far. JD, what do you think about this trading card?
I kind of like Muhammad. Yeah, he's taking payouts over $10,000 in payouts going back to mid-November. So that's decent. He's definitely paying himself. Again, Club DLL, not so much of an issue here as it is with. Oh wait, I didn't go all the way down. All right. So that $190 net P&L per day, that's fine. 65% winning days. You just got to get that average winning day a little touch over that average losing day. And I think this trader's entire trade report flips, Just those little tiny adjustments is all you really need sometimes. Just like Ben was saying, just a little tiny adjustment, a little tweak here, a little tweak there on the money management side, not even so much the trade management side, the money management side. And you'll see a significant boost in that account balance just by making those minor tweaks. So I think this trade report doesn't scare me at all. I think Muhammad's doing well, making the right moves where he needs to. It's just a matter of time before that account balance catches up with the good trading, I should say. Process over profits here. Just got to manage that money a little bit better.
He's up 6,300 today. The session's not over. He could certainly give that back. We don't want to see him do that. But up 6,300 today, that'll put him back in a good spot account balance wise. And I expect, based on this behavior, the fact that he's at 30 winning days, he'll probably take a payout from that profit, and he should. He deserves it, and that's what his behavior shows us. So as long as you can, stay out of that, that danger zone as you end up closer to that max loss limit through a series of losing trades or losing days, that's kind of an area of jeopardy we've seen some of our live traders get in trouble with and end up losing the account. But as long as he's managing the account appropriately, this performance, there's room to improve, and it will continue. I think this is very sustainable going forward for Muhammad.
I agree. Big shout out to Muhammad there. All right, guys. Unfortunately, we are just about out of time for the shoulder tab. I'm working the production back at the same time here. Ben, you will see pinned at the top of the chat right now, there is a question form. We have Brett Steenbarger, trading psychologist Brett Steenbarger, coming on tomorrow. If you have a question for him, please grab that link pinned to the top of the chat and enter that question. He's going to be here for an hour. Pretty excited about this. Brett's a famous trader, famous author, trading psychologist, and he's here exclusively at Topstep. We offer this to you guys for free. All kinds of cool stuff.
I can't give Brett Steenbarger the strongest endorsement possible. He is unbelievable. He's I love his books. Daily Trading Coach is something I've listened to a couple of times through. He's fantastic. Definitely tune in for that.
Awesome. Thanks, Brett. Great to see you. Thanks for coming, I should say. I was going to say thanks for having us on. It's been a long day, Ben. And I just called you Brett, didn't I? All right. I'm going to get out of here before I step on my tongue anymore. Thank you so much, Ben. We'll catch you tomorrow again for the shoulder tap. We're going to step aside because we've got Coach Jay and Dolby Time here for Lunchbox Trading. They're going to look at the markets. They're going to take some trades. They're going to do some all-around cool stuff. All right, guys, we're going to take a short break. TopstepTV. Let's go.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Lunchbox Trading with Coach Jay. So get your favorite Sammy soup, super salad combo. Can you eat that with us while we potentially take trades and answer questions? Coach Jay, how are you doing? When was the last time you had a super salad combo?
It's been a while, actually. It's been a while. Nice tomato soup uh, from Panera. I forgot what the sandwich was, but it's been a minute. What'd you have for lunch, Dolby?
Ooh, leftover ribs and homemade potato salad. I made both. Got do a good job on the ribs. Really proud of myself. I just figured out how to make baked hot wings. That took me a while to get down, but finally
Baked
have
hot wings.
got the
Nice.
recipe. So if anyone wants the recipe to get a great baked hot wing, please let me know in chat. I'll give it to you. Coach Jay, what are you seeing in the markets right now? A little bit slow, but we did bounce off 21,140s. I believe I did mention that earlier. Let's see what happens here.
You did. What was that? What was that level you were looking at there, Dolby? Because we did get a pretty nice bounce there. We're kind of
Yeah.
range bound right now between that 140s
So
and 200 level.
yeah, so something I've noticed, I think you probably agree, like the more time you spend looking at just like one setup, you start noting other things kind of like around that setup. So it definitely pays to like specialize in one sort of setup if you prefer. So what I have been noticing, if you just take like this one box right here, just draw a circle around. I've noticed that the market likes to occasionally come back into the range, test that midpoint, and that midpoint is offered support on different occasions. And you can use this as well for, say, like a 4-hour chart or a 1-hour chart. And all you're kind of just doing is looking for a range to the left and just trying to draw a midpoint through it, just as like a potential level for a bounce, maybe resistance, maybe support. Also, might just be like straight up confirmation bias because I just see it in like the chart, and maybe that's why it works. But it feels like it works, right? 50% retracements are a. So am I choppy?
Hey, Dolby time.
Yeah, you're kind of.
I'm gonna ask you real quick to reset VMAX, restart, jump out and jump back in. I'm gonna put Jay up and we'll talk markets with Jay while
I was,
Dolby's coming back in.
Better? Worse?
I was deciphering what Dolby was saying. That yeah, you sound better now.
Okay, dope.
Oh, good, cool.
Lows of the range, though. I got you there.
Yeah. So just the midpoint. Yeah. So like typically, if you're looking for a range trade, you're looking for like the highs to short or the lows to go long. But every now and then, that little like midpoint can actually offer up a level, let's say, something to look at.
Okay.
So this time it did work for 21,140s. You know, we could try it again here, right? So you could draw a range off of this previous 5-minute. That would be 21,222. We could draw it there as well. But
yeah, those
just
midpoint retracements. I was actually just talking to some traders in Discord today. We were talking about the ticker that we have, above the screen here on TopstepTV, where it shows you some traders' positions. And there was a trader that was short from 21,413 in the Nasdaq. And talk about 50% retracements, Dolby. If we mark out so we had the gap down today. I'm going to go to a 30-minute chart so we can map this out real quick. But if we go to where we opened up last night to the low of the move today. Actually, it was the high from Friday. The high from Friday to the low of today was right around 425. And you have to think, right? If a trader got in short at 413s in the Nasdaq, they had to be looking at that 50% retracement, right?
I drew that.
Yeah.
One.
What other level? Right. Talk about trade location. That is, a 300-point move to the downside from that area. I saw a bunch of traders saying, oh, this is the long. We're going, back to the opening gap. But then, just marking out that level, really nice retracement area there. So
yeah,
I abide by
really
them 50% retracements.
Yeah. Well, it's funny you say that, Coach Jay, because I think we arrived there we started at 2 different locations, but got to the same place. because
Okay.
when I was doing my top down for range trading, I started at the weekly and then like, oh, that's a pretty big range, and did the halfway point, and guess where that ended up being? Weekly midway point was around 21,398, give or take, which is right around where you're saying. So
It's a zone. Yeah,
it is. It definitely is. And look, we couldn't get above 21,222, so that's another range. Now we're just like really, really, really stuck. But chat, if you have any questions for either Coach Jay or myself, please get them in. I also definitely in for Brett Steenbarger. He's coming up as well. That is going to be tomorrow at 11 a.m. CT, author of the Daily Trading Coach. He's been on twice, I believe. I think this is the hat trick for him. Super talented. And I'm laggy again? Looks like I'm laggy again. I have
yeah,
no
a little
idea how to
bit.
fix
Yeah,
that.
you're in and out. You're a little bit better now.
Yeah, go ahead, Dolby, and reset again. I'm gonna bring in Coach Jay. Hey guys, typically we put a form in the top of the chat for Lunchbox Trading questions. We do not have that today. So if you have a question for either Coach Jay, Dolby Time, or even me, JD, in the background, go ahead and throw it in chat, and we will do our best to get to as many as we can, as long as we're not in the markets. So go ahead and fire away with those questions in the chat. Dolby Time is back.
I'm
Here
back.
we go.
Hopefully it's...
Nope.
Oh, maybe
no
it's
good.
my video. Hold on.
Dolby's just giving out too much good information, so they're trying to cut him off.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, can't stop me, Goldman.
He's giving out the secrets to the market, so they're like, shut this guy up.
Stop being so good at what you do, Dolby.
Right.
Wish. All right. Am I back? Is it working?
Yeah, I think you're okay.
Yeah, you're
for
good now, Dolby.
We'll give it a few more minutes. But go ahead. Get to it, boys.
Tech gods.
All right, so
please shine.
I did get a question. I mentioned Delta a little bit earlier when we were looking at some 3-minute candles. I get that information from Quantower. There's a bunch of different platforms you can use to get it right. We have traders you see that use Bookmap as a tool. For me personally, I use Quantower. And I'm just looking at the delta, which is the difference between market buys and sells for a specific range. And what we were talking about earlier was a 3-minute candle on the NASDAQ. I've been looking at this trade all day, looking for a long in gold.
Okay.
And it's in a decent spot here. It's in a decent spot here. I think if I can get, I'm going to put a bid in at 27.38. Just a one
Looking
lot
for
and
longs.
risking. Yep, looking for longs. 27.38. I'm going to risk 27.35.
I've got a statement from Claude here. Lesson of today: never trade after discussion with your girlfriend, fellas. And I was doing so well. Oh, Claude. Yep, mental capital got drained. Got to be careful. Got to be careful. There are mental capital vampires out there. They don't always exist in the markets. They can exist outside the markets. Got to be careful. What are you seeing in the Nasdaq here? Anything? It's just super choppy. I mean, there might be some good
range trading here, Dolby.
That's pretty
Yeah, I
solid.
think
Not gonna lie.
Selling anything above 200s right now, maybe 210s, and looking to trade back down to that 150 area. We know we're coming into that lower volume session, so this could be the opportunity to do it. I'm going to lean on you as the range trader. I'm looking at a 3-minute. Should I be looking at a different time frame range, maybe a 15?
Let's see what the biggest one is. So ideally, if I'm being very strict and rules, typically the rules for range trading are we have to identify and trade the biggest range that we can find. So there's nothing on the weekly. Technically, it would have been either long or short. Longs at like 20,800, but was not awake. That is the weekly range. So that's the best place we could have gotten. Then we want to size down from 30-minute range.
They're coming back after you, Dolby. You're chopping up again.
Probably after my internet.
Yeah, you don't have your
But
chart
I'm
shared
on
anymore
Fiverr.
either.
Oh damn!
You're not sharing charts anymore either, Dolby.
Really? JD, can you hop in? I need to reset my internet.
Yep.
So it's going to take like 10 minutes.
There we go. There's
sorry,
Coach
guys.
Jay.
All good.
Let me set something up here real quick.
If we are going to stay in this range, I'm looking at a 15-minute chart right now on the NASDAQ. If we are going to stay in this range, I'm looking at like a 3 or 5 minute range. Maybe a potential short here, back down to the lows. Full disclosure, chat, I am not a great range-bound trader. This would just be practice for me here. That's why we were leaning on Dolby's range analysis, because anytime I find myself range-bound trading, I'm usually in the middle. My
Mhm.
entries are right in the middle and getting chopped up from there, JD. So I usually try to stay out of them. But if I'm looking at this correctly, looking at a 3-minute chart, there's a potential short either here or a little bit higher at 240, 21,240.
21,240. Yes, I see that with a risk above 70. Does that look about right?
Yep. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 240s will risk above
Switch over
70.
to, let me switch over to my charts real quick. So I've got the initial balance highlighted here, orange and yellow.
Mm.
So that's the initial balance high, initial balance low, just spread out. So we're kind of trading the lower half of the initial balance right now. We did have a failed upside auction in the NQ, tested above that
We were
weekly
short.
kickoff high.
Remember that short we had
23.80.
there, JD?
Remember that short? Yeah, it was like it was the perfect short, and we were all worried about it. I didn't even take it.
Yeah.
You got out for
Yeah.
like 10 ticks, and it was the short of that
Yep.
was the trade of the day.
Trade of the day. It happens.
It's always
happens.
that
We'll find
trade.
another one.
How does it work like that? You know, the one trade that, you know, I like this short for a real short-term trade opportunity here. I'm looking to, you know, 1-to-1, risking 25 to make 25. If I don't like it, I'm getting out right away. And somehow that was the most
200
perfect
points.
trade of the day. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah.
Incredible how that happens.
Yeah, I wonder why that is, right? It's just like, you know, when we get into the trade, we're saying, hey, you know, this is going to be a short time frame trade. Even the short I took earlier, right? I got short at I think it was 285s. And it's almost like you immediately try to go to how do I get risk off here, and try to do it all the time. And it's just like, no, just let it work, right? We do, especially if you're patient with your trade entries. It's just like, you know, put the trade on, accept the risk, and figure it out, and try not to eliminate that risk right away. Sometimes I think what it was with the initial balance trade that we took it with a one lot, right? So you have to make that decision about, you know, do I get out of the whole position and then try to find a new entry? We talked about scaling out up there, which would have been the right play, but damn, that was a great short opportunity.
Incredible. So back to Dolby's range. Let me get another. So he's looking at, where's your 240s at? You're looking at this 240 area. So yeah, I could see.
Yeah, to me, it's either 240 or right here.
240. I have a VWAP right here at 216. Call it 217.
Okay.
It looks pretty flat. I mean, this is a cheap short opportunity right here. You're not taking more than 20 points of heat on a short from here. 25 points, maybe.
All right. That view up you had at 216. Where's that from?
That is
from the low of the day, right?
No, that is just a continuation session VWAP.
Got you.
Put the other ones back on. My Topstep X, I've refreshed a couple times and I keep losing shit. I mark my weekly kickoff levels on Topstep X. Weekly kickoff low here, you see. I got weekly kickoff high up there. I had to keep re-inputting them today, and I lost a couple other things. But probably just me.
Yep, that was the short.
And that was the
right
short.
There.
Yep.
Yeah.
Here we go.
So,
here we go.
Remember this morning, right? You guys were doing the opening call with Hoag. And this is really, I think, anytime I approach the markets, you try to put a puzzle together and see what the markets are telling you and continue to put the puzzle pieces in. Hoag was talking about the VWAP from the low of the day, which was the highest volume candle at that time, right? This is going back to 4:51 a.m. this morning Central Time. If you anchor a VWAP to there and look at the high of that range, that's exactly where we rejected, right? So really
an
nice
excellent
spot, 30
location.
point move. Yeah. And if that's going to hold as a resistance, then there's definitely some more room down in this. I'm looking at 21,100. Just got to click the button sometimes, JD.
Yeah. Don't think about it. Just do it. But you are not in. You didn't take the trade yet?
I didn't. No, I have a pending gold long still at 38s, but I did not take the NASDAQ short.
See what gold is doing. So we could be working a bid to go long in gold, huh? It's been stair-stepping down. You're not seeing this as a... I'm looking at a 5-minute chart in gold. You're not seeing this as a bear flag? It's also getting kind of late in the day to be trading gold.
It is.
Regular
Yeah,
trading hours are over. They've already established a settlement price for tomorrow in gold. So we're sort of, even though it's open for like 3 more hours, we're technically trading like after hours markets in gold right now.
Right. 2730. So my entry is actually right at that new settlement, JD. Right below it, 2738.4. My entry is right below that, 2738.
Okay.
And this wouldn't be looking for a big trend trade or anything like that. Take it for a couple of points. We have seen gold move sometimes after that close. So just trying to take a couple of points here on a potential trade while the NASDAQ sets up whatever it's doing next.
Gotcha. Sorry, I had to turn my camera off. I think we're having back-end issues. My camera just got real fuzzy, too. All right. I think we're good to go. Getting closer to that long gold trade entry. If we get a little rebound here in the NQ, do you still like that short at your VWAP? Because we are sitting on a nice 1-minute range here.
That is the question. Yeah. This range is getting tighter, but I still do like it, right? It's the trade. Dolby would say, you trade the range until it breaks.
Yep.
So I still do like that trade. I mean, it was a decent long there, also right off the bottoms. I guess we didn't get all the way down to the bottom of the range. Would have been somewhere closer to 50. Yeah.
That's just a 1-minute range. Looking at a 1-minute chart there.
Patrick Bukowski wants you to short 100 lot at 95, JD.
In. Let's go. I can only cover 50 of those. You'll have to take the other half, Patrick.
There you go. But Patrick, you take 100% of the loss if we lose.
Yeah, we're going to turn the tables here. I will take the trade.
Right.
If you take the risk.
I don't think we have any news coming out for the rest of the day.
Let me double check.
Yeah, this almost feels like, trade
done.
it. This feels like trade it like a range until power hour, where we might see some more volatility.
Yep. Yeah, we are done for the day. The 5-year note auction at noon, 12 o'clock Central Time, was the last bit of economic data out for the day. Sitting on our hands, waiting for better trade location at the moment, folks. Any questions in the chat? Who's got a question? Shoot one out in the chat.
What's for lunch, JD? That's my question.
What is for lunch? I have some leftover noodles and chicken.
Okay.
Some Chinese.
Nice. Nice.
That will be the lunch for today. How do we feel about the Russell 2K, Jay? We put a trade on earlier this morning. Coach Jay called it out. It was a beautiful Russell trade. Tidy little, roughly $500-600 profit.
Yep. Yeah, that was a nice one off of that regular trading hour VWAP. Very happy where we got out of that trade because if you look at the Russell now, it's been selling off.
Mm-hmm. Dan Emmons, there's your anchored VWAP. Coach Jay just showed it actually. Question came in. Dan wants to put an anchored VWAP on the on the NQ from the regular trading hours high. Okay. I misread that. I thought you were talking about the Russell for a second. But this range is definitely getting tighter now.
Yeah, it is.
In the NQ.
Dolby Dorito action we got going on.
It is a Dolby Dorito. Coach Hoop says to sell cattle into the close. If you're not familiar yet, Topstep daily levels, we pin them at the top of the chat every morning. Coach Hoop is providing cattle and hog levels as well as micro Bitcoin. So all you meats traders and Bitcoin traders, get in there and check out those Topstep daily levels.
We should
Stocks, cards, and bets says it's a long. What's that?
No, I was gonna say we should get Coach Hoop a endorsement with Arby's.
Oh, we got the meats. Yes. I hope they don't kill the stream for me saying that.
No, it's just a reference. I think we're okay. The Russell looks like it wants to continue selling off here. Can we take a look at Roblox daily chart? Trade Roblox, JD?
No, I do not. If we really want to, though, I'm sure we could find a trade in it for you. Here we are at the bottom of the range. Busting through. Is this the breakout, Jay? Should we be playing the breakout?
I don't think so, JD. And the only reason I would say no is because the way I'm looking at it, coming into a lower volume session, the potential for follow through on a breakout is lower, right? It could happen, but I would almost say if it breaks, we fade the extremes. Unless we get some volume confirmation, but right now it looks like price is going, but volume is kind of stagnant right now.
Gotcha. A little bit of follow through. A lot of Roblox jokes in the chat now. Well, two Roblox jokes. Here we go, getting some follow through.
So lows of that range are 45, we'll call it.
In the NQ? What are you looking at, a 5-minute chart?
Yeah, on a 3-minute. I'm going to take, man, I missed it.
It's also a pretty decent bear flag on a 3-minute chart.
It is. Let's see if we get that continuation here.
A lot of things lining up to be short here. We'll see what happens.
Sahaj asked, what am I looking at to say that volume is low? If you look at the volume indicator that I have under my chart here, I'm going to put a volume moving average on here. So looking at a 3-minute candle, the last couple of candles that we've had as far as volume are below that average, right? Below that moving average. And we can see how the volume trended for the rest of the day, which normally happens, right? Higher volume early, and then it drifts off. So right now, how I'm reading this is if price is moving lower, but volume is decreasing as well, then it's not as convincing of a move. And then, I should fade the move, right? We can see we got down to those 45s, volume never increased. So now we're bouncing back up 15 points. So let's see here.
That's okay. We got 1 minute. 1 minute to play in the period.
All right, cool.
Taking the long
1 minute
here?
to go at the buzzer, JD. We're going to take a long. I'm long 2 from 54.75, 2 micros. My stop right now is pretty wide because these are micros down at 21,104. Just looking for that range to hold. If we do break out of the range, I may take the stop earlier. If we break out of this range with volume, I may take the stop earlier, right? I don't need this full 50 points if we're going to break out of this zone.
Mhm.
But what I don't want to do is trade a range bound market with a tight stop, get wicked out, and then the market eventually goes in my direction. So if we break convincingly below 35, I may take it off, but we'll see from here.
Perfect. Hope everybody got that. Coach J Long, 21, 154.75. 30-point stop, but if we see a break to the downside, he will just cover that trade. All right, folks, we're going to take a short break. We've got Back to the Futures coming up. Dolby, Gigi, and Anne-Marie are here. They're going to be talking trades, talking markets, looking at charts, doing all the good stuff. We're going to take a short break, folks. I almost forgot that I was also running the production box, so let me set up the next shot real quick. Here we go. Let's see what's happening in Aspen, folks. All right, TopstepTV. We'll be right back. Let's go.
welcome back. Here we are. This is Adobe's other brother, father, uncle, whatever you want to call us. They always get us mixed up. But I'm Coach Robert. We have Gigi, Jerome in the middle there, and of course the lovely Anne-Marie on the, I'm going to put the wrong way again, on the opposite side over there. Hope everybody is doing well. Little switch up of the cast and crew going on. Gigi, how are we doing today? Well, this is a segment here. We have the house account available if you see something. I know I was just reading over some of your statistics here. They look pretty good. You got on here on a casting call. We'd love to hear from you. And then Anne-Marie will say hello with you as well.
Hi, thanks for having me today. It's such a pleasure to talk with you guys. It's like kind of like a little family over the 9 weeks, 10 weeks I spent on TopstepTV. Yeah, I'm very, very grateful to have found TopstepTV. It's the beginning for me of the journey in trading. So I'm like a fair new baby born trader. And every day I catch new things from the shows, from the live, from the recommended books. And yeah, it's such a pleasure to have this support to follow and not being alone at home trying to be in the future markets.
Oh, that's excellent. Thanks for sharing. We learned just as much as well. Anne-Marie, how about you? How are you doing now with this and any trades on today?
Yeah, I took a couple. I was in the live feed with everyone this morning and saw a really nice short and then saw a really nice long. And so those mornings, everything looks really good. I wanted to ask Gigi, what made you come to Topstep?
Well, I've tried another prop firm. At the beginning, I was trading with a friend of mine. We were doing some private live to stay together through the journey. And then I was looking for education. I was looking for some source of education I can follow, and Topstep come around in my research. And I start looking to the program. I start looking to the sites and the reviews, and then it was just common sense to just stick with it, in compared to what the other company proposed. I mean, I've learned so much in such a short amount of time. Just watching the TV program, it's insane, and I really like that philosophy of learning by doing, and I mean, the people you're bringing in is no fake. There's no, everyone is like putting their trades, whether it's on practice or live account, doesn't matter, but it's on live action. And that's what's important to do. So I've learned so far, I really like to stick with the process. Of course, at the beginning, I didn't have any process. So I'm still in a lab mode, but I find some things that are working for me. And the first thing was to look to support and resistance. So I start pretty much my trading day by going over the 4-hour chart and the daily chart first to look at the previous trend. And then I move on to the 4 and 1 hour, where I'm going to, if you want to share my screen, I can show you what it's already on there. So the army green line that you see pretty much is the whether support or resistance from a higher time frame that I see into my charts that I'm gonna put on, and then throughout the session, I try to see how the market's going to react to those zones, and little bit by little bit, understanding a little more, understanding then I cannot dictate what I want, understanding that I'm just here to surf and try to grab some piece of what I see, whether that's what I would like it to be. And yeah, this morning as well, I got up and I see that massive move down. So at the beginning, I was not really awake. I tried to step in. That's very often the wrong things I do in the morning. I try to jump in the market way too fast. So I burned my wings a little bit this morning. I was minus $800 on this combine, but I managed to bring it back up using this level right here. And I played well in between this level, catching up that pullback and bringing it down. And so now the account is up 1,196. So I locked it out. Unfortunately, I've lost my first FA today. I mean, it was like just like 200 from being burned, and that's from last week bad choices I've made through the days of the market. I could not read the market really. I didn't find any opportunities, and I had like a bit of FOMO on the Friday where I was digging myself in, and instead of stepping out, I dig myself more. But I believe that's part of the learning. This type of, sometimes going the wrong way. So I'm learning every day. I'm just, ready to learn more, and hopefully with some hard work, I will manage to get to my XFS back and go to the payout.
Excellent. So we all have bad days. Either we don't read the market or we just get very convicted about a position size and a position space and we stick to it. And you said that happened to you last week. Did you write down any notes or make any commitments to yourself or any affirmations as you began the new week so you would not step back into that space? How did you set your mind up for this week?
Yes, I started using the Topstep X journaling area of the platform that I was not using before, only last week. I'm not the type of person that I'm highly take notes in my life. Some people are very well organized with agenda and everything. I'm not such a good person to put notes down, but I realized that is really important because we tend to forget things really quick. And just throughout the weekends, when we are not trading, I think it's important to go back to what we've done in the action, outside of the action, in order to understand what to change, what to move, what to correct. And I'm in that stage now, and I have a little notebook on the side. And I will write down my emotion. I will write down my frustration. If I've messed up from something that's come outside the trading, because that's what happened also last week. I was frustrated with something, and a day I thought I was like, I should not trade today, and I didn't listen to myself, and I end up messing up the whole day. There were plenty of opportunity, but I was way too stressed, and it was too complicated for me. But I keep on trading, so I need to learn how to listen to myself better, and to listen to that inner part that is driving us how to function. And it's tough. I mean, I'm only 9 weeks, 10 weeks into this, so I need to learn how to conquer my emotions. And definitely journaling is on my agenda to do more frequently, and mostly with the worst days, because that's the one that need correction.
Yeah. Let me ask you one more. Sorry to be the hog, Robert, but you know how it is. Eddie's in the back of the hook for me to go, gosh, she can't stop talking. So
you got good questions.
In the green room, you were talking about the work that you do with addiction. And I find it very interesting, this space of addiction, simply because a lot of us look at the market in a little bit of an addictive manner. We're addicted to I gotta be in there. I gotta be a part of things. Or we're addicted to the wins, or we're addicted to pressing the button. In your experience, in your current work with addiction, can you see any parallels in your own, even if you can be transparent, because I think this is sort of an open the kimono kind of question. So you could absolutely say, I'm not comfortable answering that, even though you are on the spot now because I'm asking you. But what I mean is, do you feel those senses of, I've just got to keep going until I get what I feel like I want? Do you see any similarities in those spaces?
Trading. I mean, we're living today in a society that extremely addictive. Like, you go to a supermarket, they will put a scent in the air. So then when you finalize buying something, you will remember you will remember that you feel happy about buying something, and that scent, when you will come back to that brand, even if it's another city, another store, that scent will put you back with dopamine into that comfortable and enjoyable moment when you buy, and then you'll buy again. That's one example out of thousands. Everything is made so we consume more. So in this world we're living in, we are almost all concerned with addiction, over consuming, relationships, everything. People that are going on dating apps, they get addicted into searching the right person, for example. Everything is a subject of addiction, but we related to trading. Of course, trading is perhaps one of the most addicting things, because we mix pleasure with frustration. And addiction is all about pleasure and frustration. It all starts with a lot of pleasure and ends up with lots of frustration. Whether it's with a substance, when you start at the beginning using a substance, and then you have this little time where everything is, fantastic, you fly, you're dreaming, and then comes the side. The sound is really, really bad. I don't know.
Now, Jerome, you sound very knowledgeable in this.
Nice
Go on,
trade,
please.
by the way. I saw you got out. Yeah.
Yes.
So,
Very good.
Okay.
Just saw
looking toward trading, it's the same thing, because it's triggering frustration, and frustration, we tend to, when you're frustrated about something, what you want to do, you want to go more, you want to get that frustrated situation out of. But in most cases, to get out of frustration is not pushing that's going to make us go through. It's taking a step back and look at the bigger picture, and that's what's important to do. That's what's important to do in any situation that we feel we're stuck, or that we feel.
You are dropping some
Yes.
nuggets here in your conversation. There's some really big nuggets that you're dropping. I'll have to recap this one, because it's really, really good. It is learning to step back is one of the most important things traders can do. We just get ourselves caught on that rhythm of, I gotta keep, and I do see that.
Exactly.
very, very much.
And it's like if you have an argument in a relationship, if you keep talking louder, the only thing it's going to do is make this thing increase. Sometimes it's better, okay, you know what, I'm going to go walk around the block, and then we chat later. And then when you come back, you're in a different state of mind, and then the situation got better. It's like the same thing. It's like, like the trading is like having a relationship with ourselves. It's becoming that we can detach different emotion, behavior from the same person. So sometimes getting upset or getting into revenge mode, or it's just a matter of stepping back from this state of mind and come back with a fresh head. This is why the locking tools are just amazing onto the Topstep X platform. To me, I really see Topstep coming like a kind of like a heavenly thing coming to my road to make me be from the first stage a good trader, because everything is really, really, really amazing. The content, you guys, you can see that everyone is really nice and really helpful towards other people. There is a massive
excellent.
noise.
Thank you.
I don't know if it's coming.
No, there's a little bit going on back here, kind of a bit choppy, and just trying to keep everything at bay. But thank you for the info. I wanted to go back for 1 second to what you're saying about the addiction side, and I am no expert in this whatsoever. I'm going to share something I learned, and please, if this is either incorrect or add, please join in. Where trading and some other things, but trading especially, you have wins and losses, which means you feel good, you feel bad. However, they can both trigger that really good, addictive, and what to do to get a response. For example, if you're doing well, you get the dopamine hit, you feel good about it, and you want to get more of that, and that's your addiction, so to speak. But if you're losing, you start getting into the primal mode, and the fear side, it hits the amygdala, which triggers an adrenaline response, which you find addictive.
Exactly.
So whether you're winning or losing, it just seems like trading can trigger that type of behavior regardless of which way you go. And please add to that or correct me if I'm wrong there, please.
Yeah, this is completely true. And what we can see, there is the physical aspect and the chemical aspect of what's going on in the brain with the reaction of neurotransmitter. But then you have to understand that there is the psychological aspect that's going to kick
Yeah.
in right after that transition, which means that when someone is losing, then you got pride, ego that's going to kick in and that's going to say, okay, but I'm not a loser. I want to be a winner. And most of us won't understand at the beginning that the best way to win will be to step back and do some work and do some homework about our behavior instead of keep pushing in the direction. And last Friday I started a new combine. I ran 400 on it, and then I locked myself for 15 minutes, but then I came back and I lose it all, and I burned it because I was tired, and then I was frustrated that I lose the 400. So I tried to get for more, and then this roller coaster start, and then we need to manage to like break it quickly. And this is why using the tools are good, and little bit by little bit, like a sport, like a muscle, we can get stronger, our brain and our behavior stronger by just working little bit every day towards it. I mean, sometimes when I do good and I don't lock myself early in the session, my brain is telling me, okay, maybe the session later there will be like an amazing trade to catch. And now I'm comfortable to just say, okay, it's good. You've done your day, you've done your objective, just lock it out for the day. And whatever's going to play throughout the day, I'm just going to watch the session or be on practice account and try to learn some more, but I'm not frustrated anymore. It's little bit by little bit that we win a battle towards addiction. Addiction, it's just a matter of stepping every day. And this is why some people that listening to the show also are confronting problems with addiction. There's tons of 12-step meetings everywhere in the world with support groups, and I recommend to people who have a problem, whether it's with relationship, whether it's with substance, whether it's with food, look around for 12-step programs, and you'll find people around you that have been in the same position that you are, and that will help you to work through the problem. And it's day by day to change our mindset, to pray, to implement the positive sides and reduce what the problem is. And that's how we get rid of addictive behaviors and
Excellent.
addictive problems. But
Gigi,
in trading, yes.
What would you say to the trader who has bad habits, but maybe doesn't want to admit they have bad habits? How do you get a trader perhaps caught in this cycle of dopamine, adrenaline, adrenaline event? How would you say, what would you say to that trader to go, hey, I think you should maybe take a look at how you're executing, because it's really showing evidence of a fact that you're caught in some kind of addiction cycle sitting inside of the trading mechanic, whether that's copacetic that we say that
Yeah.
or not, we're here. What would you say?
Well, the first things is to be honest with ourselves. Nobody else can. A lot of people toward their addiction behavior, why do they keep going for years and years and years? It's because they are fainting, they are putting this fake shadow personality to protect them and to not be honest with themselves. Whatever is the problem, it can be sex, alcohol, drugs, whatever.
Yeah.
And the first step towards this is to be honest with ourselves. So people should be happy if they realize they have addictive behavior with trading to be on prop firms, because if they were in a brokerage account, they will leave their 401k, they will
Destroyed.
sell their car, they will go through everything. So they should be happy to spend 50, 100, 150 bucks for an account and realize that with a prop firm. What they can do about it is to simply go to the billing section and look a bit how many accounts you've gone through in and the time frame. and then to sit down and to say, okay, this period of time I put that many combine. Do I have a plan first? Mo shared really interesting videos where he shared his journal, where he put how many accounts, and everybody can get that Excel sheet. You can budget your basically how many combines you want to buy per month, how many times you're willing to reset them, and then schedule your budget. And then first thing is to say, okay, this month I can afford to pay for 3 combines and maybe 1 XFA to validate it. And if I lose it, to do it twice in a month. And then budget should be something that will let person know if having an addictive behavior or not. Because if you go over what you write down in your plan, that means that you're not respecting your
Love
plan.
it.
That means you have a problem.
What
Exactly like alcohol. If you said, okay, I'm just gonna go for 1 drink, and you have 10, then maybe you have a problem with alcohol. You know what I mean? But it's a matter of realizing it, because years can go by, and people will not realize they do have an addiction problem. It's a matter of just being honest with ourselves. That will help, and that will make that we can conquer and progress. The good things about addiction is it's not fatal. Like when we have addicted behavior, that means we will have them for a lifetime, but we can do something about it. You know?
Excellent.
Excellent. Speaking of addiction, so look at this market going up and over the top. Sorry to cut in there. It's look at YM. That I have my eyes. YM is this is a 6 up screen that production put up very quickly for me. This is great. Here's YM. We are breaking over 44,900 and just doing a real quick eyeball amount. It looks like we are. Boy, we're up almost just over 900 points on YM. That's pretty good. That's the Dow.
Yeah, that's
You're
rotation.
looking at 60-minute charts. Yeah, exactly. You're looking at a 60-minute chart right here. Top left is the ES. A nice recovery over there. I mean, obviously we didn't fill that huge gap down from last night. We're not going to get over that 6108. I doubt we're going to be seeing that today. NQ pushed back a little bit, but not too bad. I have these potential bull flags if you're a pattern trader, right? I think Jerome has some patterns there.
Yeah.
He can identify those. Crude oil's is down, had a slight recovery. Not sure what we're going to see out of this one. Could we make it back up later? We don't have a lot of time left here in crude, so I'm not expecting too much. And gold, it fell pretty much the same way. It's interesting, gold and crude. We have the gold, and then we have the black gold that are pretty much doing almost the same thing. But the star of the day, we have the ES recovery, and then we have the Dow, and that looks like that is some new highs. Wow, last time we hit this, again, I'm just eyeballing December 10th, 11th, 12th, somewhere around there is where we right at this point.
Yeah.
So
can I ask Mary a question?
Of course.
And Mary, you see, you see on my chart is named Anne Maca. The reason is because I'm using my chart I've named through the indicator I'm using. So right now I'm using the 8 close, the 8 EMA with the 20 SMA. That it's a recommendation in the first part of your book. And I didn't finish to read it, but it's such a great book. I recommend everyone to go on Amazon and grab a copy of that book. It will change your trading for sure.
It.
And so here I have the 8 EMA that just crossed the 20, and as we see. Can you tell me a little bit about this and how I can use it better to perform better in my trading using these two indicators?
Super. Okay, so a couple of different things. First of all, I stole that structure from some other place out in the ethos where everybody's learning about everything, and they talk about the 820 cross. And so that's a common space. What I like to do is look at the candlestick that cross is nearest to, and you can see it's at the bottom of your box. So when we are in a potential trade rotation, what the market's actually doing is basing right here. So way over to the left where you're looking at it, versus this bottoming area and now this pullback, what I would be looking for is re-entering in the direction of trend, which is up in the short-term cycle, but about halfway through that candlestick right where the cross is. So you see it's your big up candlestick, your blue one right there. So that halfway spot up that blue one, right? Not that one, the one below.
This one?
Yes, exactly.
Or this one?
That halfway spot.
This
You
one?
see where the cross of the 8 and the 20 is? That brand new candlestick that shoots up out of that area, I like to use that 50% range as saying, you know what, that's either going to be a squishy stop or a potential entry because the whole market is still sideways. If it were steep, then I would be looking at something different. But it's a bit sideways, so I'm waiting for the rotation back into that candlestick that confirms that pressure. And you can see on my chart, that's really just where I'm looking for it. I am looking for that buy point right around that 190-ish, 200-ish area. I'm looking for a retrace there and a bounce. So it's, although I don't have those moving averages marked, what I do have is the same sensibilities around the time frames that we're looking at. And so the price action, that pullback into the range, I'm expecting the bounce from that zone. So that is what I would do with that 8 and 20. The big thing to remember is price is more important than averages. And so when you come into those levels, you have to look for heavy congestion. The heavy congestion says, all right, everybody decided to buy here, or all right, everybody decided to sell here. And so that's basically what I'm after every single time. So we might see a trigger right now as it comes into that space. I'm hoping it triggers because I have a buy zone right there. And I do think that it'll move up to the other side of the range after that.
Okay, thank you for your answer. Such a pleasure to have the explanation directly from the author.
My pleasure.
Isn't that amazing?
My pleasure.
Isn't that
Yeah.
amazing? Certainly, it's always nice. We have,
really cool.
Remember, we also have Dr. Steenberger coming in as well as Jim Dalton. Nice to be on air with those, asking those questions as well, right? I know that Bree is gonna be like, I'm ready to go. I want to put those questions in there, and there is a form pinned to the chat just to be sure. We want to make sure we have enough information up there for Brett Steenberger. It's hell of a guy. Your last time was wonderful.
For sure.
Jim Dalton also.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Gigi, I have a question for you on the styles you trade. I'm just looking at the market now. If there's something that you see, I have NQ pulled up. Please let us know. But I was looking into your trades here, and you also trade the NKD, which is a Nikkei, right? Over that's where the Lakota special. Tell me the difference on these. You have NQ, ES, and the NKD. That's a vastly different structure. Please share your insights on that.
Well, let me tell you about addiction. NK is like a vicious love and hate relationship. It's like, because when the trade goes good and the thing with Nikkei is the reading of the chart is a bit off in the lower time frame. So you've got to really extend to a higher time frame and really find, but those zones are huge. So when you manage to catch a trade on the NK and is like for a reversal, for example, and he end up starting good, it can be really profitable. But if the trade is not going the way you predicted or trying to predicted it to go, it can be a total disaster. But I had a lot of fun following Dakota in the slow market. I wake up every night at 2:30 a.m. to participate in the slow market and then go back to sleep.
Happy to hear that.
I'm kind of like in a marathon mode for my trading learning at the moment. So I'm doing almost all the day session through the day with the TopstepTV, and then I get some rest, that little bit of time with my wife that I see less than probably you guys in the week time. And then I look, I really like Dakota sides of trading, and I'm trying to learn from what is showing us. It doesn't use many indicators, is really looking to support and resistance, and then to the price action. And that's the type of trader I want to become with experience, because I believe that if you're able to read something without anything around, then when you decide to use one tool or another, it just make it a complementary thing. But his way of staying so calm, and I mean, I really admire his style of trading.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, he's
Great.
exceptional. That's his superpower for sure.
Yeah, it's
Keeping things
his way
simple
of
is
yeah,
the way.
exactly. Keep it really simple, and his technical analysis is great, because it's very, very fast, eye catching. On the when you go back and look at the market, is looking to level and support resistance, but you also catch what happened at that time, if there were a 3-bar reversal there. Is really, really quick into understand this. And yeah, it's a great thing to watch him, and trying to not copy, but trying to replicate what he's doing is so far working good for me. So
excellent.
That is fabulous. And I took while you were talking there, I went through your last express fund accounts, the one that was converted over, the one in December, because you had one and lost that one, but you have your next one coming up here.
Oh yeah,
and
unfortunately,
in that one you should trade the Nikkei also, and based on the reports, and I'm like a really good statistics type of person, your best trades were in the Nikkei, the smallest losses and biggest wins. That should tell you something.
Yeah. Nikkei, I'm about to get stopped, I believe, in that trade, but it's okay. It's practice. Nikkei, I just do it for fun. The problem I had, and I'll bring back a little bit of the subject of the addiction into this. When I start a combine, or when I start my XFA ran into the red start from the beginning. And I noticed one thing: when I start a combine and I start with a winning trade, my behavior is going to be completely different in terms of my managing my risk after. And that's something I need to progress. Like when I start a combine and I start with a winning trade, if I manage to keep going, and then I get more cushion, more size, in between the drawdown, and I feel completely different than when I start, even if it's a small loss, if it's 100, 200, 300, just being mentally knowing that I'm not going in the right, thinking that I'm not going in the right direction. Well, I should be completely not thinking this way, because it happens with one of my combine. One time I was at 48,100 something, and I bring it back to 52,000. So it's something I have to work on. But yeah, definitely. The Nikkei is something I'm playing with at the moment. It's something I would love to go back in an XFA, but after I've made a couple of thousand, and so I can have the stops that's required to be able to perform on the Nikkei, which I believe it's about $500, to be able to not get wiped out by those quick turns of that market. That market is so quick that you need to have enough stop. And that's the only thing. Nikkei, I think, can be great. It turns back, and it's really, really, really fast when it's very slow, and then all of a sudden it'll go extremely quick in the other direction. But we've seen it with in the video with Dakota for the past weeks, that we've seen some very, very big range of hundreds of points on the Nikkei. Between by memory, between 38,300 to the 40,000 about, and we've seen going from the bottom to the top, from the top to the bottom, from the bottom to the top. If we can try to catch some of those moves, those are really profitable trades, and they usually happen for US time overnight. So you just go there, open your position with your risk setup, and let it play, and in the morning you can collect nice profits.
It does look like that. I pulled up the 60-minute chart of the Nikkei while you were talking there, and looks like you just pick away at it and it finds its spot, and once it goes through, you can hold on for quite a while. And well,
Yeah.
talking about these addictions, these tradings, and jump back and forth, it just sounds like you are just jabbing into all of these other markets. And if you know Topstep TV and been here before, you know we're gonna segue into jab, jab, jab with a Mr. Eddie Horn. If you're in the background, come on in, Eddie.
I'm in that background. Hey, how we doing today? Yes, let's take a look here. What we've got for jab, jab, jab. Now, here we go. Okay, jab, jab, jab. It is a term that inspired by Michael Patak. And if you ever meet Michael, ask him to show you, excuse me, his jab, jab, jab tattoo. It's a boxing metaphor for consistency. All right, setting up a larger, if you want to call it a larger hit, or starting with those small trades, making smaller money, small profits, building that foundation, base hits, load the bases up. But we're going to do that right now. This is jab, 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 and I pulled out a few from earlier today. Now, if I did miss you, I apologize. Trying to catch as many as we can. But let's see our top step traders who are making those jabs count. Trade for Freedom passed all 5 accounts in one trade today on the XFA. First attempt. Way to go, Trade for Freedom. John Jones, my daily profit lockout hit for the first time for me. I guess it's time for a smoke and a pancake. I'll keep listening. Great day for me today. Thank you, Topstep. Way to go, John Jones. JDT, thanks for the insight and commentary today, folks. Just passed a combine. Thanks to y'all reminding me to be patient. Yes. Patience, oh my goodness. Easy to say, hard to do. Fernando passing a combine with this RTY trade. Very good. I know that we had a nice trade there also this morning. Dan Emmons, 3 separate FXAs with 200 in it today. Jab, 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 micros and control risk. Way to go, Dan. Kelvin C., I was just talking about the lockout feature in Discord. I locked myself out for an hour after being down 270. So on my new 50K combine, I came back and brought it up to negative 29. A lot easier to digest. Yes, it is, Kelvin. I'm glad to see that you're being very, very cautious on coming back, locking yourself out, taking a little time out, coming back, and having a better eye on the market. Good stuff. And that's what I've got here for today. And remember, jab, jab, jab. Go for the small profit. Small profit, small wins. They do add up. And I'm going to pass this back to our good friend. Who's driving here today? We got, who's driving? I'm going to pass it back to Anne Marie. Anne Marie, back to you.
Just show
You don't want me to drive. You don't want me to
something
drive.
different. Why not? I would trust.
Absolutely.
You haven't seen me behind a shopping cart. So yeah.
My God. There's that lady
Oh,
again.
goodness.
She's going to knock everything over. Watch. Watch.
All right. I love those things. Keep submitting them in. Those jab, jab, jabs. They're really something. Eddie, you do a great job with that. And thanks to our traders and everyone in the chat for submitting those. We'd like to see those jab, jab, jab coming away. And that's going to play right in with the VIP coaching. We selected 2 today, 2 VIP teams. And I haven't heard about that now. We assigned the coach. Yeah, 2 of them today was myself and Coach Paul. And then we have 2 tomorrow, 2 the next day, 2 Thursday, and 2 Friday. So we have 50 traders per VIP team, 10 teams. That's 500 traders in the coaching program. And what a great job the coaches did last time. The average transition from the combines to funded was 58%. I mean, how do you beat that? That is absolutely unbelievable. I'm so excited to be part of this, and so excited to looking forward with the traders and the other coaches in this thing here. This is great. What are your thoughts on that? You like the VIP program there, GJ?
Oh yeah, I don't know how many things I filled for so many hours sometimes, but I hope they pay off because I think any of the team are going to be amazing. I think all of you guys are amazing trader, amazing human, and it's such a human experience that I hope I'm going to be part of it. I hope I got picked in one of of the team. I think the best way to learn anywhere is by sharing. Sharing is caring, and it's the way to grow. It's the way to get better. Also for the people that are the coach, they're going to learn so much more about themselves with that many people that they are going to take care of, and everybody's going to grow from that experience for sure.
Absolutely. It's an absolute give and take. We just had a comment on that earlier. I was on break and I checked into Discord, and it was one of the things that there's 50 traders in here. I'm just one person. I don't know everything. 50 traders, 50 personalities, 50 different backgrounds, age groups, cultural, risk tolerance, strategies. Everybody's going to learn something about this. We're just here to kind of keep it all together. You have a team. This whole is focused on the sports theme. When you have a team, not everybody can run as well or throw as well or catch as well. But together as a team, everybody learns off of each other. So it's going to be fabulous. I'm so looking forward to it.
For sure.
Yeah.
How are we doing? What's that P&L that I see up there?
I'm sorry?
We got a green P&L at the top of the screen.
Oh yeah, that's the trade I took this morning after losing a few on the Nasdaq way down. There were some pullbacks at some points. Let me go back to a higher time frame over here. That's where I take advantage of the situation, and managed to did. So I did all those trades with 5 micro only. That's pretty much when I'm reasonable. Yeah, you can see.
Do you
here,
scale out? Do you scale out, or do you?
I like to add sometimes, but you can see here that the great things about Topstep is that you can check everything afterward. You see that trade? I was with size 5 micro, and that trade brought me 1,022. That one 310. But I had a couple of losers early on because I was trying to get in, and the market was directional, but that candle was so quick. The pullback of the candle come and took my stop. So at that time, I didn't analyze well enough that I should have gone the bigger stop loss and don't try to re-enter. So I did on this trade, I tried to re-enter too many times with a stop loss that was not thought properly. So I got minus 800, and then I step back, I look back at the market, try to understand the speed, and then I find some opportunities, and I took them and lock myself out. After it took me 20 trades to get profitable for this day, and that's what I was saying when we look at last week. Last week on that account, every day I run my objective of 200 pretty much, and then on Friday I fried because I was upset. And that's where I got minus 600. So I almost eat back the profit of that week completely, except for one day. And that's the behavior I don't want to have to.
Can you guys hear me at all?
Just check. It looks like it just refreshed everything. No sound. Let's lots of chat there. Amory, I just heard you.
Okay, great.
All right. The chat is confirming. We can get it. Interesting. Kind of all dropped there for a second. Came back online.
Is Gigi back? Or is he gone?
He's going to have to reset. He's not there at the moment. But he was sharing that trade report up there. Where it's on the screen.
Robert, let me ask you a question, Robert. Is there a way to get a CSV of the individual trades in the trade profile? Because I would like to help the traders do some analysis on those in the VIP program. And I was just looking at that this morning. I was talking to Dee and wondered if I could get a CSV, the download of those, so that I could sort of massage that data a little bit. Are we is that possible?
Yeah, under the performance stats, you can download, go into the day, but you can actually go into the actual trade itself.
Yeah. So
Okay.
can we just hit CSV and then download the whole month, or how do we turn that into a CSV that we can use in Excel?
You can just go and export it. I do have that in one of the other trading videos. But right now we need to jump into that YM looking trade again.
Look
but yeah, you
at
can do
Like
that,
a seller's
Anne-Marie. I can
ticket
show you
in.
how
Okay.
to do exactly. So I wanted to make sure we took a look at that YM because it pushed up so high, so far, so fast, right from the open. Dan Edmonds is in the chat. It's a good guy, called things out. He said, yeah, it started right at the 2:30. I'm looking at 2:30 Central Time. Just kept going all the way up from there, and it just looked like it topped off the top, reached the top, and then retraced back down over 900 points up on the Dow. And that's a really nice looking stair step. And we kind of pulled away from it a little bit before we were trading the Dow a little bit more often. But we want to make sure that we're noticing all of them. It looks like Gigi is back. Do we hear her there?
Yeah, sorry, I got cut off for some reason. So
it's okay. Pull your trade report back up if you're connected. You're going through those trades that you had on your calendar there, and we just took a look at the markets. There you have it. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're really comfortable with that.
I switch it up. Yeah. So yeah, I'm back now into the combine. Hopefully, I'll get to an XFA soon. I have a strategy that I'm gonna implement for next week. Starting next week, I'm gonna start to do 150K account because I believe even if I didn't get a payout yet, I proved myself that I'm capable of doing days of winning of thousands of euros. So I don't want to go too far, but I think I can step up to at least try some accounts where I can size up to 1 micro and do less trade, but do better trades. Which means very often I do some trades where I'm sizing down, but I do too many trades, and then I end up over trading. So now that I think that I have a better understanding of my entries or where I should enter, I'm gonna try to do some 150 count to have a bigger drawdown. I don't know if that's right. I don't know if that's wrong. I'll just find out.
Right or wrong, it's the way you're doing it. And yeah, thank you for being on. Thank you for sharing all of that. And we'll talk to you about coming back in later on. That'll be super to have you back on here. Anne-Marie, it's a pleasure as always. We just need to wrap this session up. We only have about a minute or two left here. And JD.
Thank you.
JD is coming in for the afternoon recap. And you know what we have? We can have myself. We can have Joby on for Power Hour with Mr. Muhammad. We know we're not going to cry to Mr. Muhammad. We'll see what he has to say. But right now, thank you very much, Gigi. Appreciate it. Anne-Marie, it's always a pleasure. These segments go by so fast. We're going to roll it out. Thanks, everybody. And JD, let's take it out into the afternoon recap.
Thank you, guys. See you.
Take care.
Okay, my dad's office at the Board of Trading was on the 36th floor. Last time I was there about 15 years ago, the door was still there. It's a different number, but still there. And they actually let me in to see his old office. It's pretty cool.
Cool. Okay. What's light in this one?
Bam.
Real?
That's it. So this was Dad's office. His desk was in that same spot.
Yeah,
a big brown leather couch that I used to take a nap on when I was down visiting Dad at work. All these windows would actually open up.
You see? I thought it was the river the first time. That's the lake.
Yeah.
That's Lincoln Park.
Every trade was put on an IBM punch card, and there was a big machine over here.
Really?
Right over here, where they would key punch in all the trades.
How do you feel coming out of there, Hoag?
It's just very strange being back in that space, knowing my dad was there. These 36s on the floor, and the elevator opens and you see that 36. That's Dad.
Yeah.
That's Dad. Still Dad.
It's wild.
Still smells like my dad in this movie.
Welcome back, friends and traders. It's time for the afternoon recap. But before we do that, we've got a little housekeeping from this morning that we never got to. Our funded trader hot streaks from Friday. Let's continue onto those. I am sharing charts, but we don't need the charts right now because we're going to put up these hot streaks. There they are, sitting at the top. We have got Darren. We did have a little data issue today, so we didn't show the big board. I don't know if these were affected at all, but I'll know tomorrow for sure. So we'll circle back. If anybody was left off the board today, I do apologize, and we'll get back to normal tomorrow. But we were having some data issues early today. Anyway, we've got Darren sitting at the top, 32 days. He was trading the MNQ on Friday, made $54. Now sitting at a total profit of $9,484. Next up, we've got Siva Kumar trading the MNQ, made $28 on Friday. Now at 31 days, we're $12,482. After that, Stephen T. Let me find this trader real quick. There he is. Made $1,083 on Friday trading the NASDAQ. 29-day heater worth $21,011. Couple of big balances down here coming up. Shen Yi. Look at this. What market was Shen Yi trading? Shen Yi's trading the NQ. Made $202 on Friday. 28 days or $23,916. And then Shikar, I got a feeling this trader is going to get bounced into a live account pretty soon, trading the Dow, the YM, $1,343 on Friday. Shikar is now at 27 days worth $50,334. That's an XFA cap P&L right there. Nice job to all these funded traders. All right, let's get those out of here. And we'll talk some markets for a few minutes. All right. You got my charts in there? Am I sharing charts? I'm not sharing charts. Hang on. I got booted from VMix. Let me redo this.
Yeah, earlier today,
Here we
I
go.
tell you
All
that RTY gave us a good run. It's sort of sitting around its bottoms here. Can't get off the bottom. And Dow can't get off the top.
How about that? How about
that? Weird start of the week.
We've had a decent run all the way around, Eddie. Let's see.
Maybe that's what we need.
You guys got my charts back there? I'm stopped sharing.
Not yet,
Hang on
JD.
a second. I just shared them and they cut off again. 1 second.
Hit the switch. Hit the switch.
In the right.
Sammy says, very frustrating day. It could be.
All right, trying this one more time. Sharing charts.
We're in business.
And we got it. All right, here we go. All right, here is our 3-minute chart of the E-mini S&P 500. I've got a VWAP here. This is a session continuation VWAP 60-20-70. We've been kind of just chopping around there for a bit. These quotes are good. I'm in a 50K combine here. I thought I was in the live market, but the quotes are the same. All right. So just chopping around this VWAP here at 60-20. This area boxed off here is our initial balance for the day, but you can see we've just been kind of drifting sideways in this range on a 3-minute chart. So we're towards the bottom end of that range right now. We'll see what happens in power hour. Heard a lot of chatter in the chat of people looking for a rip going into the close. So we will keep a close eye on those markets during power hour while the team is trading it up. Over to the NASDAQ, Coach Jay during Lunchbox Trading put on a long trade at 21,154.75. Got a nice rip out of it. Almost 100 points out of the trade. I'm sure he got out. I didn't see in the chat where he did get out. But right off that level where we were talking about a stop earlier, up at that 70 level, we got up to 61 pretty close to that 70 level we were talking about for a short, and an possible exit for a cheap short opportunity. Also, a potential exit and short trade from that level, and it just collapsed, fell right out of bed there. We dipped back down below initial balance low in the NQ. Initial balance low is at 21,109. Dipped our toe below there, pop right back through. We're trading back inside the initial balance again. Once again, people are still looking for that rip into the close. Not so sure what we're going to get, but we will keep a close eye on those markets. Crude oil, solid rebound off that low. We thought it was a bear flag on this 5-minute chart. Just continued to grind higher after putting in this low. Is it still a case for a bear flag? It depends on what time frame you're looking at. There's a 15-minute. There's a 30-minute. Could be a solid 30-minute bear flag. We might have to wait and see till tomorrow. Regular trading hours in crude oil is closed right now, so we will not be taking any more trades in that market. But this could be setting up for a nice down move tomorrow. We'll talk about it in the opening call, which will be at 7:20 Central Time. So we'll be here for the crude oil regular trading hours open at 8 a.m. Central Time. And finally, gold, another market with a potential bear flag. At the end of the day, we're not trading gold anymore right now because regular trading hours is closed at 12:30 Central Time. Technically, the market's still open for another hour and a half or so, but I think you're technically trading after hours in gold at this time. Regular trading hours is 7:20 a.m. Central Time to 12:30 a.m. Central Time, but it remains open until 4 o'clock Central Time. So you do get a couple hours. So settlement price has already been established in gold, so we're no longer trading this market. But again, same scenario as the crude oil. You got a potential bear flag setting up, possibly going into the open of the next trading session. So we'll be monitoring that. We'll talk through it tomorrow morning on the opening call also. All right, there's a quick recap of the markets. House account, down a little bit of dough. We're going to chop some wood during power hour. But that's good. That's what we do around here. We chop a lot of wood. All right, we got Dolby, Robert, and the man, Mohammed, coming up next. Mo. How do you like me? All right, TopstepTV, Power Hour coming up next. Let's go.
Way to go. Looks at that bear behind you, Mohammed. That bear is saying mo. He's saying mo. Okay, are we going now? You were talking in the green room. Let's get right on this power hour.
Yeah, I'm short. I'm short right now. The signal just appeared. Yeah, we don't have time for any introduction. Just go. I'm going short. It's not a signal. It's my risk.
Were you short at, Mo?
Exactly at the close of this savage
153s?
red candle. 21,153. 21,153. Right. What is this? Yeah, okay. Let me switch here. All right. Stop at
Well, you got the house
200.
going. All right.
Yes.
Stop at 200.
Okay, we're going to try to
We'll
get
go
filled at
through
166.
Yeah, I think you can get it at 73 as well. I don't mind to have a pullback to
We'll
this
try.
area. 73. Only one.
There we go. Okay, we're in. We're short with you. House account is short 21,166. What's your take
let's
profit?
go. Should be 1 to 121. 94.
94.
94.
Got it. Perfect. All right, we're in. Whew.
You in for one, Joby? I didn't catch the quantity on that.
One at 21,166 and 50 cents. We are short with Mo.
Yep.
Are you going to add any more?
There in the back.
The risk is a bit high. It's 46 points, so I'm comfortable with one.
Okay.
But if house account can afford another one, that will be nice.
Yeah, we can, baby.
Yeah, that will be at 82. 82.
Add it 82. Okay.
82 at this area. So let's go through what happened today. Obviously, the market was in a sell-off mode. Let's go to 5,000 contract, and this is what you should do whenever you see a big move like this. It's around 1,000 point. So go to higher time frame so you have a full picture clear. So that was a strong move. It was a spike and a very slow channel, almost a channel somehow. And then the market corrected to an area of interest, this area, around this area, which is 21,500s. This area, exactly. They even continue up to the high of that range. So that's a definition of a spike and flag. Actually, it's not a channel, spike and flag. And then we had another spike up, smaller one, and channel. That is the correction zone, which is between 21,000 figure and 21,094. That is the correction zone of this spike. If this area holds, we might see another leg up to 21,802, which I very doubt today, considering the strong sell-off. If this spike and channel failed, which means it broke below 21,000, that means the failure of that spike to the low of today. I'm playing this range. I mean, not this range, this channel, down channel later on. The full move target would be like this. A, B, this is A, and B, and this is C, and the target will be below D, around 20,275. The full move. Maybe we can get it today, maybe tomorrow. I don't think today there is enough fuel left for the seller. However, our entry triggered in the 2000 tick chart. After this move, A, B, C, D. Now, strong correction. We're talking about 50 points. Now, hopefully this move will continue the target to the low, at least making double bottom. If they are interested to go higher, they need to have some, push down, one more leg down. So, having said that, I remind myself on Friday where I review my lousy trades that I took on Friday on fast market, and then I really thankful for the chat. There was screaming, follow your process. Just follow your process. I was keep buying and buying and buying. I don't know what was that. All right. If I just pay attention to the chat, I would really, save myself at least from not buying. It was a clear selling signals, one after another. Just let's see here. It's just my true process was keep buying. It was here. Yeah, see this. Was buying here where I should sell this one. I bought here where I should sell this one. This is exactly my setup. This is exactly a selling setup. It was my bias, maybe. I'm not sure.
You addicted to something, Mo?
So
maybe Gigi can help you.
Sorry?
Maybe Gigi can help you figure out why you're addicted to not trading your strategy.
Maybe that it was a strong bias for the buy
biases.
side. It was a range, by the way, and even though it was a strong range, trying to buy it that range, trying to buy the low. We failed first one, try again, failed another time. I didn't have any thought that this is a range. It could be simply broken. It could be broken. I didn't
was a
play
big
that
one.
game, so that's what happened. So sometime chat, not sometime, most of the time, especially in my session, the chat are so supportive. So usually we are, saying negative thing about the chat, but we have to pay attention when they are supporting us as well.
Yeah, chat TST is not intimidated by DeepSeek at all. Love you, chat. Thank you for everything that you do for us.
Really?
Keep us on the straight and narrow. Straight and narrow? Straight and narrow.
Narrow. Straight and narrow.
Straight as an arrow, straight. Okay, anyways.
By the way, we need some likes.
Yes, yes we
We
do.
need
We
some
could
likes
use a
to
couple.
move the
Here we go.
down.
Here we go. Rock 'em up, Mo. The floor is yours. Get the likes. Let's see.
Yeah, so
See the magic
House
happen.
Account's going to try to short one more at 21,190. It's only going to be about 10 points of added risk. The stop is not going to change. It will stay at 21,200. Total risk on the trade will probably be about $900 if we get filled.
Yeah, I might join you also at 90. It will not hurt. Everybody's selling, so why not? Why don't?
Unless it.
And by the way,
decides
this
to not
kind
sell.
of sell-off that we saw today, it's different than the previous one somehow. Usually when you have a sell-off, it continues until the end of day. However, today when they hit a low, they just go. It's like there is no more fuel for the sellers, and that's what cautious me actually that this move might probably continue even more for tomorrow and after tomorrow. Usually when you have a sell-off, the next day you see a strong buying reversing that sell-off somehow.
Right,
however, this time, it looks different. Yeah, me too. Her short too.
At 21,180. Stop is still at 21,200.
Stop at 200, correct?
Oh, okay, we're stopped out.
No, we're stopped out.
We're out.
We stopped out.
Unfortunate. But now, do you want to short it now, though?
Let's just wait.
The old decoder
Maybe
rule?
it's a range. Yeah, we should do that.
What's his rule? I don't want to.
the other stop area, actually, because there is a lot of stops. This is the first one. This is the next one, and that is the third one. So maybe selling at this, but I don't have really a setup for it. I don't.
We'll have to wait and
But
see.
that
Next time
is
you
the
get a setup.
stop. Yeah.
I mean, it's
So
in the middle of range.
there is a setup here. There is a setup here. This one. That setup stop is here. So maybe we can play this game, selling, entering at the stop. 22. We try again. Now the stop is out. Will not jump again this time because the moving average is inside, and I cannot sell again because it becomes a range now. If it goes down, that means this is a range. So what I'm doing? I'm selling the low of the range. That's wrong. So what I will do the extension of that range, maybe at 21,221 here. Again, with the stop at 60. So would you enter at the stop of this one or the stop of this one?
I'd say the higher one, actually.
The
we
higher
have a really
one.
nice range.
Yeah.
Yeah, we have a. I think the 30-minute range is maybe even a 1 hour range is pretty well defined. So at the low of that 21,100 with a high of like 21,250. So maybe we lean on longs until we get up to that level, and then maybe that's when we decide the market will sell off. But we're kind of middle of range right now.
I will hate myself. I will hate myself if I buy today and lose. That will be something that I cannot do. Yeah, I don't mind to lose. I don't mind to lose selling the market. That's fine because I'm doing what is the obvious.
Right.
But buying and then seeing this, I don't know. I don't know.
It looks different, Mo. That's a great. Yeah, it looks different too, depending on which chart you're looking at. You have the I saw it a minute ago. It was Doy's got a 30-minute chart up there, or is that
30-minute right now?
And
right
then
now.
you had a 1,000 tick chart, and I'm holding up a 500 tick chart, so we can see a little bit different things. And just to share one little point that I've noticed on the 500 tick chart on NQ today is whenever we're breaking out of a new high, like let's say we're waiting for market to come up to resistance and we want to short it for that trip back down again. The average amount of points NQ is breaking over the previous highs on a 500 tick chart is averaging 18 points. So if we do want to take a short at the top where we see resistance, our stop has got to be at least 20 points away, because all day long we've been breaking the highs and breaking the lows by an average of 18 points. So most of the time we'd be getting stopped out if it's 10, 15, 12, whatever, right? That's again, it's a 15-minute chart. Excuse me, 500 tick charts here.
And that's why I had my stop at around 50 points. So
yeah,
but
yeah,
it's
quite a bit. That was the
go
average
long,
all day so far.
Yeah, if I want to buy something, I will buy this. Guess what? What is this? This is Dow. This is YM.
YM.
So
great looking chart.
Yeah, just simple, just simple. Just buy any pullback, and this one. This one is one more looking for the highs. So actually, I will go along with this one with 3 contracts if I see a strong green candle in here. Let's see the chat, what the chat are saying. I have to pay attention this time.
So you're in. I can't trade. I don't have data for YM, unfortunately, Mo. But please trade the YM. YM needs more love as a market. It needs way more love. It is a fun market to trade. It is a nice alternative to the Nasdaq. It just wants to rip your. Oh, come on, NQ.
Yeah.
Mo. We're stops, man. We were stopped at 200. It went to 207, and now it's down to 70. It's 30. Oh, yeah.
Do you think we should put our stop at 210? We don't know. So
we should put our entry
we don't
where
know.
Our stop is going to be.
Yeah, that would be a good idea.
Yeah. We'll see how far we pull back. I mean, if you like longs, we have been doing a pretty good job of maintaining higher lows here. So maybe bulls are maintaining kind of this upward trend. So cheap longs might be on the table at 180s. I'm not sure what your system is saying, but I'm still looking for these 260s in the long run.
As a target for a long.
Yeah. Just because I think we can go range to range. Range low to range high.
Hmm.
You already tested the lower end. What's the middle?
Let
I'd
me
say
show
let's
you
make sure we
something
have
in
our
this chart.
stops far enough away.
180.
That last trade broke over the high at 12 points, so
Yeah.
averaging around 18. So we just definitely need to leave a lot of room if we're going to take the ranges going on the opposite direction. Breakouts, we're almost, I'm not keys were guaranteed, but a good probability that you're going to get 5, 8, 10 points out of the breakouts versus losing 15 on a reversal.
Oh, that's right. You like breakouts, don't you, Robert? You're a little breakout trader.
Yeah, but unless the market's moving, if we're looking at I assume if I'm looking at NQ when we're only breaking out by 2-3 points, then you just stop that process. It's just not worth it, and that's what the DI plus and minus help you out with. And ADX, how strong are the how strong are the directional movements, right? And if they're not that strong, breakouts aren't going to work that day. Who knows? Again, work 5 minutes after you say it, but at that time, if we have these little tiny breaks, it's not a sense to take it. You're way better off saying, you know what? It's market's moving up in X amount of ranges. Could it be 50 points, 100, 150, 25, whatever it is? And we're better off taking these short at the top and leaving some room because they're just breaking out by a few points and we can tolerate that. Whereas the averages are up over 15, 18, 20 points on the breakouts. In my opinion, it's just better off to take that breakout, pull 10 points out of the middle and do that 2-3 times and walk.
And walk, yeah.
Who knows?
Is
right?
that something you're
welcome to trading.
You're going to be teaching in your team Technical Titans?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yep. Ooh, nice.
Nice.
Yep. You get some range traders and have them try to fight your team.
Both make it very simple. Trends are really hard in my opinion, and they're good to catch them. It's just when by the time you notice it's a trend, sometimes it's almost over, depending on how you're trading it. Like it would be great to catch that YM trade, but when it was on the bottom and coming up, it looks like it's just a small reversal, and then it's going to bear flag down, and it didn't. It said, well, it's going to bounce off resistance, and then it didn't. It goes, are we going to break a new high? And then it did. And you go, oh, look, a trend. It's like, yeah, but you're noticing it now, right? So that's why it's so hard. And so with trend days only being 30% of the days, you could say that you have more opportunities on consolidation days because there's 70% of days of trading are consolidation days. We're going to learn both. There's no right or wrong answer because you can look at it, wow, this thing's consolidating on a long time frame and on a short time frame, you trade the range between the consolidations, right? So that's a lot of stuff I'm going to talk about and work on what the traders are looking and interested in doing. That's what it's all about.
Dude, that's awesome. That is awesome. CPO, no, we already drafted the 2 teams today. You can rewind the show back to 9:30 Central or 10:30 Central to get the 2 team postings. We will be dropping 2 teams a day all week for a total of 10, doubling the size. This will be very exciting. Very, very exciting. Yeah, they should all happen during fast markets, chat, I believe. Unless Danielle's going to swoop in and correct me, but I'm pretty sure it's all fast markets that we announce this stuff.
So here's my plan.
Yes.
Here's my plan for the next 30 minutes. If I'm going to short this, the NQ, I mean, I will wait for the buyers to start failing, because since this low, every time they try, they succeed. 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 Okay? So what I want to see in order to be convinced to be a seller, to short this market, I want them to start trying and failing. Try again, and I will enter to the second time. So now there is a behavior change in the buyers. It starts to be heavier than before. And then that will encourage sellers in the market to take this down here. If I am going to buy, if I see this is something that I'm interested to buy, I will go for the YM. If the YM gives me a strong green candle here, especially if they do some trap around this area, then I will take this sucker higher to the day. That's what I'm going to do. Now we see buyers, they first time they try and they're failing. They're failing so far. How do I know they are failing? Because they couldn't touch the high for the first time. Every time they start trying, they fail. They succeed every time. Now it is the first time they make a small high and a new low. So let's watch this. If they start showing weakness, the buyers, sellers, they don't need to show any strength. They already shown that.
So you're looking for shorts primarily, right?
Sorry?
So you're looking for shorts primarily.
I'm looking for short once I see weakness from buyers. So that would
Okay.
save me from taking a short against strong buyers.
Got
So
you.
far, they're
Okay.
strong in this move. And we did try one.
I would agree.
We did sell. Yeah, we did sell and we get stopped out. And this started to be a pattern now for the buyers, stronger. Once I see weakness, I will go short.
And we're having a hard time getting
Going-
over 200s. Right
you
now,
can
at
do
least.
Dolby if you are interested to buy. I will not buy it. But again, if you see the sellers continue to fail, because also here we still have sellers failing. Yes, buyers, they did fail once, but the sellers, they are keep failing from this low, failing. Even this one they are failing. So that could be a nice long area to the 60s, which I'm not taking. I would rather seller up there rather than buying here to there. And also, this is concern me actually. You see this trend, it was broken very strongly, and look what happened. Look what happened. Look what happened. They are trying to get back above it, but they can't. And that's a very bullish signal if we see a strong move down there. This is pure price action analysis. So this is your long entry.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't encourage buying today. As I said, I'd rather lose trying to sell rather than trying to buy.
Well, if we get up to 260s or 270s, are you down for some shorts?
If I have a setup there, I don't have yet.
Okay.
I don't
it's
have.
pretty far in the future. Do we have a series
But I have
3?
a setup.
Yeah. Sorry.
I have a setup in YM. If this close strong green, that will be an entry long.
In YM. Yeah. I mean, YM's a fun market to trade. Ooh, James Harden says we do have a Series 3. Coach Robert, you have yet to take the Series 3, so this question is going to be for you, buddy.
Go.
2 weeks. Oh, you excited?
No.
No.
Excited to get it over with. What do we got, James?
Well, let's go ahead and get this question over with so you can get ready for your Series 3 question or Series 3 test, Robert, in the future. And here is a sneak preview of what you might be asked. The delivery process for each commodity is set by the exchange where the futures contract trades. The delivery of the underlying commodity is delivered to A, an approved clearinghouse, B, an approved warehouse, C, the exchange, or D, the buyer.
I'm going to pause before I answer that, unless I should answer it now. We got to wait a few seconds, right?
Give us some time. Let the chat answer. Talk amongst yourselves.
Yep.
Let it marinate.
Yeah.
Because there's two answers in my opinion on this one, but it's my opinion. It's not the way the tests are. And right after this, I do want to share a really cool question with you. Yeah.
Dude, I'm sure the Series
I have read this before.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they're talking about the delivery process, right? So you have to be careful of the words. They're not talking about the delivery until the end, okay? The delivery of the underlying commodity is delivered to, based on the process. So you could say the buyer, because they bought it. However, what if they were shorting it? There's no delivery to take on there, right? So you would have to say, well, it's the approved warehouse, because they all have to work with each other. So in my opinion, it could be the approved warehouse or the buyer. But there are certain commodities that you cannot. You can't ship like cow to the buyer. You can ship corn to the buyer, those types of things. So I would have to say B or D, but I'll go 50-50 on that one.
All right.
Yeah, I will go for B.
Here,
I have read this before.
Perfect. Well, here is your answer
me.
today for the Series 3 question of the day. The answer is, you all got it. It is B, an
Yeah.
approved warehouse.
Yep.
So if a contract ends and you're a proud owner of a ton of barrels of crude oil, they're not going to show up at your door, but they're going to ask, which warehouse do you want it delivered to? Yeah! Back to you guys.
Yeah.
James, that was great.
That's how it
Thank you.
goes. That's
So
excellent, James. You're very interesting, guys. And if you see something there on the market, just cut me off. But there's something interesting, and I was going through the testing, and here's the funny part. There was a question, and it said the which one of the following answers is false? Is false. So A, totally false. That's not correct. B, I'm like, ooh, B is false too. And I looked at C, and I'm like, you know what? That's false also. And D said all of the above. But that's if all the above are false, that is a true statement. So when they ask the question of which one of these is false, you can't say D because that is technically a true statement that all the above were false. This is how they play the head games with you.
That's terrible. I saw a question where it said which ones are not false. I'm like, which ones are true? That's another way of saying
I'm
it.
long YM, by the way. I'm long YM.
Long
I don't
YM.
know house account cannot go this.
I
I'm
can't,
long.
but
I got my
I can
signal.
take it in the NQ. I'll take it in the NQ. It's two different markets, but I don't have YM activated.
They was moving opposite to each other, by the way, today. So
Okay, we're long.
they have negative beta, I think.
We're long a little bit, not a lot.
So this is the entry for YM. Stop will be 780. Target will be 876. 75.
Okay. House is long 21,198. Let's get bullish. Let's get bullish. Chat, are you bullish or bearish? Please let us know. Even though it's always 50-50. I don't know why I even bother asking chat's opinion. It's always 50-50. I don't know how you do that, chat. I don't know how you do that.
Well, sometimes
Robert,
it's 48-52.
Yeah, that's true. Robert, since this is your first time driving Power Hour, I want you to be the person that picks our level for above below. Are you familiar with how above below works?
I am. Which market?
NQ. And you need to give us a level, and chat will determine will we be above or below that by 3 p.m. Central.
Okay, I will do that while we're taking a look at that trade. Make sure Mo's on top of it. I am just going to use today's session. Let's see, above or below. So I'm going to use something that I hate trading around because that way, if it is above or below, I'll be a happy camper. So I am going to use a point of control currently sitting at, so it's 2120. Let's call it 6. So here we go. I will call this above or below 20. I have to give you two prices then, right? No, I can just give you one.
One price.
All right, so 21,206. We're gonna go with that one. 21,206.
Okay, perfect. Get that pull up. That would be awesome. 21,206 is our above below line. That's pretty awesome. Mo, your YM trade in the NASDAQ is performing very well. We're actually going to go to break even on it.
Nice.
Very well.
Nice.
Yeah. Looks that is covering, it's looking for stops for the sellers who refuses to get out, similar to us. Somebody said, no, I'm not going out. I will put my stop. You know what? I'm angry today. I'll put it here. So guess what? The market will go there.
And we'll get tight on this since it's starting to break out a little bit. I do want to try to get back some of this P&L that we have here.
Yeah. You don't want to see. You don't want. Calm down. You will regret doing that.
I'm going to take it right now, Mo.
I know.
I'll just take it right now.
I know you. Every day
I know.
you say
it's going to come back.
not...
Oh, I know. Don't want to move the stops. Don't want to.
It will come back to you. You are asking it. You are asking it to come back to you.
Come fight me, NASDAQ. We'll be fine. we have a trusting and loving relationship. I'm sure everyone
190. If
has
you
that
want to
relationship
minimize
with
risk,
Nasdaq.
if you want to minimize risk, it will be 190. 190 is fine.
190.
Yeah, I don't. And buyers are strong as long as they are above 190.
They are strong like bulls. Maybe that's why they're bullish. I don't know.
Strong like bulls.
I don't know who made that up. All right, we're gonna keep on walking this up. Pretty tight, but we're gonna nip away at this loss that we had earlier.
You can make it 206, the same level for Robert. 206 now.
No way. We're going to Profit Town, Mo. We're going to Profit Town.
Come on, don't ask the market to take you out.
I don't care. It's ask. There we go. We're
Just
done. We
exit.
got $700 or something. $600.
All right.
That was a good trade. That was a
Well
good
done.
trade.
Nice trade.
We got 30 something points. I think. Yeah, 30 points. That's pretty
If
good. It's probably
anyone
gonna go
asked
all the
you
way
how
to the
did
moon,
you
though.
make how did you make profit today? You said I was long. This.
Now look at it go. Now look at it go, Mo. You were right the entire time. Look at it.
We just pulled that poll, and 66% is bullish.
That's pretty good.
That's
Not
pretty good.
surprised.
No 50-50 there.
We're just jabbing.
You ask market deliver. You ask market deliver. You ask him to take you out, and this is exactly what the market did.
Yeah, it's okay.
All right.
I think
a
we
nice
got
trade
one.
anyway. It was.
I mean, I'll take any winners. Mo, that's one of my personal weaknesses. I could let a trade run forever. It's not good. Not a good habit. Leaving too much money on the table, Mo. That's the problem.
Of course.
You know, taking profits is hard, isn't that? Do you think it's one of the hardest things
It is,
Mo, to
it
take
is,
profit?
it is.
Because it never feels
Because
right.
The first condition is that you have to take your profit minimum similar to your initial stop. So, minimum. So did you exit at a level more than what your initial stop or not? If that is yes, that means your exit is fine.
We did.
That means
I think that's good. That's good. I like that. You should be able to judge your profits by what you risk on the trade. So then you can get it down to a ratio. And it's like, oh, I did, 2R, 3R, 4, whatever it is. But that's a good way to think about it.
I know somebody who's trading only one NQ. He's trading Topstep as well, one of my friends. What he do, he set his initial target at 1-to-1. Okay? Once the market hit 1.5 to 1, he trail his stop to the 1. So the market is here. So his minimum stop loss is 1-to-1. If the market goes 2-to-1, he trail to 1.5 and until he exit. Sometimes he exit at 6-to-1. So this is how he do it. He's moving his stop loss not based on technical. He forget about. He always said once you are in a trade, stop analyzing the market. It's done. So it's like when you open a business, you do feasibility study at the beginning. But once you start that business, you don't do any more studies. You're just managing that business.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
Yeah. So
I so many ways, right? So many ways to trade. Absolutely. Like maintaining the bias all day long, regardless, and just waiting for your time to get in, changing bias each way, trying to get the trend and riding it along, adding to positions, scaling in, scaling out, one off and one down. And it really depends on the type of trader and what you're looking at, the type of market, how it's going that day. That's what I love about this business in this game. It's just so many ways to trade, to be in the markets. And
hey, we got about 30 seconds here on our MOC, and I really want to see what it's going to kick out today. Asked Peter Tuchman about it. He says it could be skewed, it could be not. So you got 20 seconds here. MOC going to hit the wire.
Yeah. Do you have any
By the way, I'm
announcements
out
to do? Oh, you're out. Okay. I was flat.
I'm out from my way. Yeah, it hits my stop.
Nice.
start to act like a Nasdaq, looking for stops.
Yeah, see, now I feel pretty good about that exit there. 32s. Remember, we got that. 32.
And here we go,
Number
coming
game.
in here. Not much. S&P. S&P, MOC, 463,000 sell side. NASDAQ, 447 million. NASDAQ, 292 million sell side. Dow, 237 million sell side. And the Mag 7, 344 million sell side. So nothing too extravagant, nothing too exciting. Sort of actually rolling over and asking for a tummy rub is this MOC. But otherwise, back to you guys.
Yeah. I'm long again, YM, by the way. It was just a trap exactly at my exit. Exactly.
Long again.
So they
Okay.
just stopped me out. So I'm long again. So that means it was just a trap.
Let's see if we can get long 211s in NQ. See if we can get that push to 21,267s in the NASDAQ. Got Brett Steenbarger coming tomorrow. That's going to be awesome. Quite awesome.
A megaphone.
Yes, and we do got the question form still pinned to the top of the chat. If you can, if you have not asked a question, you got one from Brett, by all means, click that link up top in the chat.
Definitely get your questions in. What a treat. Chat, you get to talk to a real doctor. A real life trading psychologist. There he is, Brett Steenbarger.
Insurance or not, yeah. Yeah, there you go.
Insurance or not, that is right.
Psychologist. He's a really cool dude, though. I tell you.
Oh, he's super cool.
He likes us, too. That's what I'm happy that
We like people that like
he
us,
likes
Eddie.
what we're doing here. I like people that like me.
Yeah, feels good. It definitely feels good. You still long, Will, on that YM or no?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. NQ's starting to get real wiggly. Real wiggly. I'm not sure what it's thinking about doing right now.
We're gonna have to check the glossary on that term, Joby.
Is Wiggle in there? Is Wiggly or Wiggles in the glossary?
We'll have to check it. Somebody said, check it. No, put it in the chat.
We kind of
Wiggly.
got to the high of that. It's a little ladder wiggle. You know, everyone reads the ladder a little bit differently, looks for different things. Some people look for liquidity. I look for wiggles. Yeah, so if you go to the 30-minute chart,
But it's all about the love.
It is about the love, yeah, right. They go like the 30-minute chart. We went right to 21,250, and we had 1, 2, 3. That was our fourth bar. That kind of just provided the ceiling for bulls. I'm kind of curious. Maybe get pulled back to like the midpoint and maybe catch a long. As long as Mo is long, I'll be long with Mo.
I'm about to stop.
I still have that level marked out. 21190 still marked out on the chart. Oh yeah. Oh, on your YM, right?
Yeah, the YM is not playing.
YM is not playing. There's some liquidity in. Oh man, we're coming back a little bit here.
Yeah, they stopped me out. So 3 trades today, 3 losing trade. Now it's the time to lock the accounts.
That's a nice,
3 losing trades.
good show right there. Lock it up, get the trades. Don't go
By
what
the
you
way,
want. Lock it up, lock it down.
This account is combined for Topstep. I already have 5 combines qualified for XFA tomorrow. Thank God it's tomorrow, not today. I was not trading today, by the way. I trade short this morning before the open, pre-market. I only took this trade. That is my trade, and that one with 3 or 4 contracts gets my target, hit daily target. And I just stayed away from the market. There was a soccer game.
Ooh, nice.
Watching, just away from the market. with a short bias. That's it.
Which game are you watching? Oh, nice bounce, NQ.
Soccer game. It was Al Hilal. They're beating as well. So wow, nice long candle, which I really doubt.
I mean, it's kind of a no
Who I
trade
am.
zone. It's the last 5 minutes of the day. What are we doing?
They are trying to go to 60. 60 is the target.
Exactly.
It's going to 260s. It's going to 260s.
Yeah, it's going
for
there.
sure.
Yeah. So this is a very nice entry setup. Very nice. They trap those. They trap those, and they are running. They took the liquidity down there. Very nice one. Picture perfect of my setup, which I'm not taking.
Very good. Well, that's one of the rules that we have in our VAP. We are not trading from 5 minutes before the mock to the rest of the day. People can. The problem with it, one of the rules I have, we're going to share how it works, right?
Days, yeah.
You never know. Yeah, we never know.
Yeah, it was a timing issue. I has a timing issue. So even come on, YM, two times.
So rude.
I should have called. I mean, you get XFAs coming along the way, right? You get XFAs coming along the way.
I should have called ahead for you, Mo.
We all these things.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, they just show up sometimes, and we get lucky, and we get good, and we make trades. We lose trades. You get 5 XFAs, like I said, coming in tomorrow. So kudos to you. Hey, we have some Power Hour content coming in here. We can squeeze this in real quick now that this pushes up. We'll see if it actually makes it up to 21,260.
How about
What's
that? Losing 3 trades, and the one that I said I will not take is the winner.
Obviously. That's how that works, Mo.
Mo, there's nobody you can cry to.
What can I do? What can I do? I don't know. Just accept.
All right, we get some Power Hour content. Let's get those up. James got those queued up for us. We want to get those out, recognize our traders. James, take it away, sir.
Let's do it. You guys know what I learned over the weekend? I learned that there is a subreddit for Topstep X. Now they spell it wrong with the top T and the uppercase S, but we don't want to talk about that. But there's cool stuff on the Reddit, including this trading station. Look at that. We got the funded trader certificate. You got the New York clock, the London clock. I'm sure that TV to the right of you has TopstepTV on it. Never mind the rainbow peacock looking at MSNBC.
Is that a passport? Is that a passport?
Yeah,
or
the passport on the table.
or what?
And not only do we have trader setups on Reddit, we have people sharing their trade reports, their wins, and their statistics. So first day on XFA locked out for the day from Trader Marcia. $405 is not a bad way to end your first day in an XFA. So if you're on Reddit, check it out and tell them to, change the subreddit name. It's Topstep. One word. From Abdi, passed my first ever combine after 4 months of failing. Now that's a jab, jab, jab. If I've ever heard of one, you never gave up. You kept going back, and your hard work has paid off. Congratulations on passing your first ever combine. We look forward to seeing how you do in the XFA. And to quickly wrap us up, we have the return of Lost Trader, how the markets have been behaving recently. You'll see the Asian and London dragons look pretty scary and fierce, but the New York one, well, he's just hanging around. He's just a chill guy. And then from Carl Hungus, Topstep VIP, Dakota's Pop Squad. Dakota has yet to draft his team, but here's an idea of what it might be when you take a look at it. They're gonna say, I'm not even sure which boy band this is, to be honest. I think it's NSYNC. So they're gonna say bye, bye, bye to losses and whatever other songs NSYNC have that relate to hellos to profits. That's all I got for you today for Power Hour. So back to you, Robert, Dolby, and Muhammad.
Well, that was
Nice
just
chat. You said, don't cry to
those-
yourself, Mo. Yeah, I was
No
crying
cry
to
to
myself.
yourself. No crying to yourself. And then that's not going to happen. You'll be back
Come on,
again, Mo.
both-
I know it. You'll be
both
back with those
trades.
XFAs. You'll be locking them up. No problem whatsoever.
I will cry to you, Robert.
No, don't cry to me, man. I'm worse than you. We will shut that down quicker than NSYNC can not sing again. I don't know. I'm trying to be.
whomever that is.
All right. Hey, so we're wrapping up right now. It's right at 3 o'clock. 21,260 and the NQ did get taken out. Looks pretty good. And I will say, hey, you listened to earlier, go ahead back and take a look at those and see how many times we broke over the highs. If we took 10, 12 points out of it, can we get lucky and make it that way? Joby, always a pleasure. I'm glad we got that computer thing straightened out. It's always funny when updates just decide to start themselves in the middle of a show. Thank you, Microsoft. And there's Sabel Mohammed. Always a pleasure being on with you as well. You get the bear in the background. I think you locked it out this time, and you'll be locking them up on those XFAs next time you're on. I can feel it. I know what it's like. You do it before. You've done it before. You'll do it again, sir. Always a pleasure. I think that's going to wrap it up for us for today. It is now 3 o'clock. The bell rang, and you know what that means? It means Mr. Eddie Horn. He's going to take us in. He's going to take us out. We will see you guys in the morning.
Thank you.
Bring you in and I bring you out. Sort of sounds like my mother. I brought you into this world and I can take you out of it. Sorry, Mom. Whatever you say. I'll go clean my room. But otherwise, yes, tomorrow, another VIP draft. But how about this? Remember, we're going to be here early tomorrow, 7:20, opening call, fast markets. We've got Hoag, Coach Dakota, Nick for a tick. We're going to be having our Nick for a tick draft and our Coach Hoop draft tomorrow. So we'll see who's going to be on their team. And then 11 o'clock. Yes, Brett Steenbarger. And I've left the questions, the question form up in the chat here. So if you have not put in your question for Brett Steenbarger, please do. We're going to have Hogan and Marie with that. It's going to last here for a good hour. Also, Lunchbox Trading. Deanna's going to join us. We got Fatima back for Back to the Futures with Joby and JD. And we'll have Britt B join Andre and Hoag. Andre's going to be back here tomorrow for Power Hour. Now, taking a look here at what we've got on the menu tomorrow for our Eco 7:30. We got those durable goods. So we will be here for that number. Durable goods tomorrow. We also do have, let's see here, scrolling down here, 7:55. We got that red book coming out here. House price index at 8 o'clock. We also do have at 9 o'clock the consumer confidence for January, another big number. And do have also at 12 o'clock the 7-year note auction. API weekly crude stock a little later in the afternoon. But that's what we've got so far. So as far as that goes, remember, we do have opening call at 7:20. Join me, Hoag, and JD to talk through the overnight market movement and the news that will make an impact in our daily trading. So make sure also you get those questions for Dr. Brett Steenbarger. He's going to be on tomorrow, 11 a.m. Central Time. Most likely we will have those questions open again, but probably best to put your question in now so you're not at the end of the list. All right. So coming up next here, we've got At the Buzzer with Coach Jay and Coach Paul. It's going to be here right here on this YouTube channel. A little later on here, we got Coach Hoop Fundamentals and Technicals in the Discord channel. Right after Coach Hoop, we do have Coach Ray at 6 p.m. Volume Profile. Coach Vince at 7 p.m. Technical Analysis. And don't forget tonight, 7:30, we do have Slow Markets with Coach Dakota. And tomorrow, first thing, before we get in at 7:20, we do have Deanna doing the London Open at 3:30 a.m. here on the YouTube channel. So check that out. And, well, now it's your time. Okay, your time. We had a bizarre day today. And I think this week is going to probably be just as bizarro as today is bizarre. So, you know what? It's time for you to go relax. All right? Go re-energize. Get yourself ready for tomorrow. I'm going to do that. Log out of here. I'm going to go relax, re-energize, and think about what I'm going to be doing tomorrow here. But orders from headquarters. Stay safe. Stay healthy. Have a fantastic rest of your day. And until we meet again, I'm Eddie Horn, and this has been Topstep TV. Take care.
Go for broke here and go I've never felt so good in my life. I'm on an absolute roll, podiuming at every single competition during the year.
7-5 for the kid from Aspen. A tremendous showing.
And this is our 5th contest, and I'm feeling like I'm on cloud 9.
First thing with this system is the wind starting at 20 to 30 mile per hour range with gusts easily up and over 40.
And then in one fell swoop, literally 1 second, and my whole season, my whole world flips upside down on itself. I thought for sure I had broken my ankle, at least torn some tendons in my ankle, maybe have torn my ACL in my knee, and all the work I'd put in was coming to a screeching halt. When the doctor read the MRIs, it looked like he couldn't even believe the screen. No ligaments were torn, and I couldn't believe it. The dream is still alive. It had really only just begun. And I knew that I needed to work so hard in order to make it happen. My life 100% consisted of healing, day after day. Wake up, 7:30 sharp, morning meditation, PT exercises, eat breakfast, oatmeal, blueberries, physical therapy, an hour, hyperbaric chamber, an hour, Novathor bed, 30 minutes, drive to the gym, stretch 20 minutes, bike 20 minutes, workout 45 minutes, hot tub 20 minutes, drive home, sauna with visualization, every run over and over again. Heat, ice, heat, ice, heat, ice, over and over and over again. Go to sleep, do it all again. Wake up, 7:30 sharp. The only thing on my mind, the only thing I could focus on, the only thing I could possibly do was get better. Feels like the bone and the bone. I'm gonna do every single minute detail that I possibly can, because if I leave anything on the table, I'll regret it for the rest of my life. The day after I got injured at Mammoth, I was probably at 30%, exactly a month and 2 days after, close to 100%. I'm feeling like me and me more and more every day. Wake up, 7:30 sharp, repeat, every day, every day. The reality is there's no roadmap to tell you, okay, I can do this trick right now, or I can't do this trick right now. It's like, how do I feel? Okay, I feel pretty good. Can I do a 540? Okay, can I do a 900? Okay, I can do the 900. Can I do the 900 the other way, to the right?
Getting better every month. All right, switch those up. Nice and big, good takeoff. You got this. Come on, baby.
Backwards to the left, switch left. That feels good. Can I do backwards to the right, switch right?
Come on.
But that hurts pretty bad, actually. Can I do a double? Because I won't be able to compete the way I want to without being able to do a double.
Right up 12. Same trick I hurt myself on in Mammoth. All right, I got this. I can do this. I was freaking nervous for that.
There's a difference between going to the Olympics and just going, and then going knowing that you can do something great. And I'm nervous because I know I can do something great, and I believe I will, but it hasn't happened yet. I'm excited, I'm ready, I'm prepared, but yes, I'm nervous. And I think being nervous is actually a benefit. It makes me more focused. do the left side double cork 1620. My heart's pounding out of my chest. Never been so nervous in my life. Oh my God, am I going to be the same? Am I the same? Can I do this? Does my ankle feel good? So many different thoughts running through my head. What if I fall here? If I fall here now, this is going to be really bad. But if I land, I'll have so much more confidence in order to bring it into the Olympics. Okay. Boom, drop in. Take off. Land. It's like, got it. Got it. And that was the moment I was kind of thinking to myself, this is doable. I believe in myself again. This is good. This is really good.
I can do this. I got this. I am this.
Man, today was so much better than yesterday. Just wait till tomorrow. That's what I tell myself every day.